Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if an innocent Bellatrix Black became Harry Potter's godmother? Here is short summary. When an innocent Bellatrix Black becomes Harry Potter's godmother and finds love with Arthur Weasley, Harry finally gains the family he always needed, changing his life and the wizarding world forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Rodolphus was the older of the two brothers. However, due to their age difference of no more than 10 months, they were both going to be in her Hogwarts year. On the one hand, Bella neither especially liked the brothers nor disliked them. However, it annoyed her greatly that her father had already made a deal with their father, promising her to Rodolphus. Oh well, at least he's not as bad as Rabastan, she thought, inwardly sighing. The older girls immediately began to talk about their holidays, their studies and the professors at Hogwarts, and Bella and Arthur mostly sat there quietly listening. After a while, Bella found out that they were all Ravenclaws, and she almost felt sad knowing that she could not choose her own house. "Where do you think you're going to be sorted?" Arthur finally inquired, causing Bella to let out an unconscious sigh. "I'm supposed to get sorted into Slytherin," she replied, shrugging. "And why might that be?" Arthur asked in a soft voice. "I don't think that anyone should choose the house for you. The Sorting Hat is supposed to make the decision according to your own choices and your personality." Bella shrugged. "You don't know my family," she whispered back. "My father will be very angry if I don't get into Slytherin. He might even kick me out of the family." During the remainder of the train ride, she and Arthur kept talking about this and that, and by the time they reached the station in Hogsmeade, Bella had the impression that for the first time in her life she had found a friend, whom she had chosen herself. "Can we be friends?" she asked in a small voice, hating that she felt herself blushing. "Yes, of course. I'd like that," Arthur replied, gently, casting her a genuine smile. "Even if I'm in Slytherin?" Bella inquired, shyly smiling back. "Sure," Arthur promised, only to add, "we could always spend some time in the library after the last afternoon class or after dinner." Turning around, he pointed at a very large person. "Over there, that's Hagrid, a half-giant. He will take the first years over the lake to the castle by boat." "Can't I just simply go with you?" Bella inquired, quirking an eyebrow. "You could," Arthur replied, smiling, "but the view over the lake is absolutely gorgeous, and I wouldn't want you to miss it. Go on and join your classmates, and I'll see you later on in the Great Hall." "All right, see you later then," Bella replied and hesitantly approached the half-giant, who was unexpectedly friendly. A few minutes later, he helped her into a boat together with 3 other first years. Arthur was right. The view is magnificent, she thought, smiling as she thought of the Gryffindor second year. "He's really nice, nicer than all the other boys from the dark families," she thought, wondering if her family would at least allow her to choose her friends by herself. While she was standing in front of the high table in the Great Hall waiting for the sorting ceremony to commence, Bella let her eyes wander around the large room, admiring the ceiling that allowed the view into the evening sky, and searched out the Gryffindor table, where she found Arthur sitting next to a girl with red hair. The girl was eagerly talking to him, and Arthur continued nodding with a smile on his face that did not really reach his eyes. Before she could wonder who the girl might be, however, Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, called her from her long list. "Black, Bellatrix." From the corners of her eyes, she noticed that Arthur looked up with apparent interest. She quickly headed to the stool and let out an unconscious sigh, when the sorting hat was placed onto her head. This is difficult," she heard a small voice think right into her mind. "What am I going to do with you? He'll just have to put me into Slytherin. Who knows what Dad and also Rodolphus are going to do to me if not," Bella thought. "Otherwise, I'd really like to make my own choice." "It's not your choice anyway." "It's mine," the faint voice unexpectedly replied, causing Bella to let out a small gasp. "Can you hear me?" she thought to the hat. "Of course, I can hear your thoughts, but no one can blame you for my choices." "Really?" Bella thought back in excitement. "But no, my father would still kick me out of the family," she quickly corrected herself in resignation. "Please put me into Slytherin." "Well then, if you're not ready yet to stand up to your family, it'll better be To Bella's disappointment, the hat stopped thinking to her. However, before she could even wonder what happened, he already shouted into the Great Hall, "Slytherin." With a combination of relief and disappointment, Bella walked over to the Slytherin table and sat on one of the seats that the older students seemed to have reserved for the first years. She was soon joined by a girl who sat next to her and introduced herself as Antonia Flitwick, the younger sister of Laurentia, one of the Slytherin prefects, before Rodolphus and Rabaston took the seats opposite of them. Elias Parkinson, Rita Skeeter and a few others followed. Oh well, at least everyone seems to be nice, Bella thought, as she enjoyed the feast, which was more relaxed than the meals in the strict Black family. It's good to be at Hogwarts, she thought, happily, even if I'll have to be careful, as Rodolphus and Rabaston are going to report everything I do to their parents, who are too close to father for my liking. When the feast came to its end, a girl, who introduced herself to the first years as Laurentia Flitwick, the fifth-year prefect, took them to the Slytherin common room. In contrary to what Arthur had told her about the dormitories in Gryffindor, the students in Slytherin only shared a room with two other students. Antonia and Rita both seemed to be very friendly, and Bella slowly relaxed. At least, their parents are not friends with mine, she thought in relief, as she looked out of the window next to her bed that allowed the view right into the lake. The lake was quite dark, however, she could make out the silhouettes of a few fish. Probably because it's the full moon, she thought, somehow feeling thrilled at the view. In the morning, Laurentia gathered all the Slytherin first years in the common room and led them to the Great Hall for breakfast. Stay close together, and after breakfast, I shall take you to the classroom for your first morning class, the fifth-year prefect advised them, causing Bella to smile at the older girl. Thank you, she uttered, feeling very grateful for the older girl's assistance. Oh well, her younger sister is in my year, she realized. In 2 years' time, I'll have to help Drami and in 4 years' time Narcissa, the thought. Perhaps, I'll manage to become a prefect by then, so that Narcissa can be proud of me. That would be cool. Arthur will surely become a prefect in 5th year. He was really nice yesterday. Professor Slughorn suddenly came over to their table to distribute the timetables, efficiently bringing her back to reality. Transfiguration is our first morning class, Rita announced, together with the Gryffindors. Ah, too bad that Arthur is already a 2nd year, Bella thought. It would be cool to have classes together. She unobtrusively glanced at the Gryffindor table, where Arthur was once again sitting next to the girl with red hair. To her disappointment, she did not have a chance to speak with him, as Laurentia gathered the first years to take them to the Transfiguration classroom, as soon as the first students finished breakfast. Oh well, perhaps after lunch, she consoled himself, when she recalled that he had said something about being able to study in the library together after dinner. Transfiguration was fairly easy, and she managed to gain 10 points for Slytherin, as she was the first to change her match into a perfect needle, closely followed by one of the Pruitt twins from Gryffindor. Well done, Ms. Black, Mr. Pruitt, Professor McGonagall commended her, causing Rabaston to cast her a dirty look. What's his problem? Bella thought in disdain, before she concentrated on transfiguring her needle back into a match. Only after dinner did she have the opportunity to speak with Arthur, as they almost collided in the entrance hall. Bellatrix, the Gryffindor 2nd year, greeted her in apparent delight and introduced her to his companions. These are Molly Pruitt and Edgar Bones, he said in a soft voice. I have a sister in 3rd year, Amelia, Edgar informed her. She's a Hufflepuff though. And my twin brothers, Fabian and Gideon, must be in your year, Molly added, only to inquire, in which house are you? I am in Slytherin, Bella replied, knowing from the older girl's expression of pure contempt that she simply detested all Slytherins. I know your brothers, even if I can't distinguish them, she added, completely ignoring the other girl's obvious disdain. Come and join us in the library, Arthur invited her, and Bella happily accepted, even if she could not help noticing the glare he received from Molly. Oh well, they're not married, so she can't forbid me to study with him, she thought in amusement, as she involved Arthur into a conversation about the paintings along the corridor on their way to the library. They're much more colorful, and the people in them seem much happier than in the paintings and portraits at home, she thought in surprise. My father told me that the Blacks are one of the darkest families there are on the Wizengamot, Molly addressed her right before they entered the library. Bella stared at the older girl in shock, uncertain how to reply, when Arthur replied on her behalf. Does that matter? Bellatrix is not her father, and to me, apart from the color of her hair and her name, she doesn't seem dark at all. Thanks, Bella mouthed, glad that the librarian shot them a murderous glare that prevented Molly from replying. The 4 students occupied a table in a corner of the library and quietly set to work on their homework. Where have you been? Rodolphus shouted across the common room, when she entered the room shortly before curfew. In the library, she replied, matter-of-factly, shrugging helplessly. Studying together with Gryffindors. Rabaston sneered. Just so you know, it's not appropriate for a pureblood witch to hang out with Gryffindors, half-bloods, and worst of all mudbloods. All of them are purebloods, Bella replied, quietly, although her mind screamed, and if they weren't, I wouldn't even care. However, she knew better than to voice her opinion. It's all right, Antonia said, as she came over to her together with Rita. Let's retire to our room. Bella gratefully agreed and followed her roommates into their room, glad to be out of sight of the boys. These boys are horrible, Rita spoke up, once Bella closed the door behind them. Absolutely, Antonia agreed. They seem to follow that pureblood idiocy that some of the pureblood families propagate. Complete rubbish if you ask me, Rita replied. The only important thing is that you can do magic, not how pure your blood is. Bella could not help chuckling at the girls' discussion. I think so, too, she spoke up, slightly hesitating. The family doesn't though, so I cannot openly oppose them. I understand, Antonia replied, seemingly pensive. Still, you don't have to listen to these Lestrange brothers. I think they're especially awful. Bella let out a deep sigh. That they are, she agreed, slowly. The problem is that my father made a betrothal contract with their father that promises me to Rodolphus, the older of them. Her roommates stared at her in apparent shock. Oh no, Antonia was the first to react. Is there no way around it? Rita inquired, absent-mindedly playing with her blonde locks. I don't think so, Bella replied in resignation. From the following evening onwards, her friends accompanied her and the 3 Gryffindor second years to the library on a daily basis, and Bella felt extremely grateful for their support towards their own housemates. Over the following months, Bella, Rita, Antonia, Molly, Arthur and Edgar became good friends in spite of their different house affiliation. Apart from Tuesdays and Thursdays, when Edgar had to attend the practice of the Gryffindor Quidditch team as their chaser, the 6 of them studied together in the library on a daily basis. At the beginning of December, lists were put up in the common rooms, where students could write their names if they wished to stay at Hogwarts over Christmas. It would be nice to remain here, Bella thought, as she was not really enthusiastic at the idea of meeting her father again so soon. However, her parents instructed her to come home, and none of her friends remained at the castle, so that she grudgingly decided to comply. One evening, when she returned to the common room, Rodolphus informed her in a no-nonsense voice, Slughorn is holding a Christmas party in his office on December 20th, and you're going to accompany me. I understand, Bella simply replied, before she swiftly returned to her own room. What was that? Rita asked, incredulously, once they closed the door behind them. This morning, I received an invitation to Slughorn's Christmas party, Bella revealed, and as we may bring a guest, I was thinking of inviting Arthur to accompany me. She let out a deep sigh, before she continued, thank Merlin I did not have the chance to invite him yet, as his sidekick Molly was with us the whole time, because I won't be able to invite anyone, considering that I'll have to attend together with Rodolphus, she explained, feeling extremely sad, as realization set in. I could have realized this in the morning instead of looking forward to attending the party with Arthur, she scolded herself, only half-heartedly smiling, when her friends tried to console her. In the end, the party was not as bad as she had envisioned it due to being unable to choose her company. Both Lestrange brothers enjoyed Slughorn's wine a little too much and fell asleep quite early. Inwardly smirking in amusement, Bella decided to enjoy herself and used the opportunity to get to know the few non-Slytherin students who were attending the party. Still, it's sad that Arthur wasn't invited, she thought, as she retired to a quiet corner, nursing a glass of red wine. He's from one of the old pureblood families, too. Just like Edgar, although it's obvious that he's not here, because Slughorn invited his sister, Amelia. She is really nice though, and I'm glad I got to know her. I wished I had asked the Sorting Hat to place me into Hufflepuff like her. Or even Ravenclaw would be better than Slytherin. Students and professors from the other houses are much nicer. She was brought back to reality, when Slughorn stepped over to her to introduce her to the head boy, and Bella chose the opportunity to thank her head of house for inviting her and slowly excuse herself. It was not so bad, she replied on her friend's question, once she returned to her room, but I'd have preferred spending the evening with our friends. We missed you, Rita replied, shrugging. Somehow, it was not the same without you. That's true, Antonia agreed. I have the impression as if Molly was the only one who said anything at all tonight. Oh Merlin, Bella replied in amusement. Once she begins to talk, she never stops. When she arrived at home in the early evening of December 23rd, having been picked up on platform 9 3/4 by Pucky, her favorite house elf, her sisters Andromeda and Narcissa bombarded her with questions about Hogwarts. On the one hand, Bella was happy to be able to speak about the school, which she had come to love over the 4 months she had been there. However, on the other hand, she knew that she had to watch her mouth, as 7-year-old Narcissa could not be trusted to not tell everything to her parents. It was only after Narcissa had gone to bed that Bella and Andromeda met in Bella's room. Now, what's really going on at Hogwarts? 9-year-old Andromeda asked, bluntly. You didn't tell us everything. Bella let out a deep sigh. Drami, will you promise me to not speak with anyone about what I tell you now? She whispered. Of course, her most trustworthy sister replied. I've become friends not only with my roommates, but also with 3 Gryffindors, Bella admitted, causing Andromeda to let out a loud gasp. Are they mudbloods? She inquired in apparent sincerity. No, Bella replied in a soothing voice. They're all purebloods. One of my roommates, Rita, is a half-blood though. But I think that it doesn't really matter, she added, pensively. Rita is as good at magic as everyone else. Oh well, she probably didn't get as many lessons as we did, so I'm always one of the first to manage a new spell in transfiguration or charms, but her magic is as strong as mine. No one must know that I said that though. I know, Andromeda replied in a soothing voice. Father would kill you. Exactly, Bella confirmed, dryly. There is one boy, she heard herself continue to speak against better knowledge, and he's really nice. What's his name? Her sister wanted to know. Arthur Weasley. He is one of my friends from Gryffindor. I think he's the nicest boy in the whole school. He's always together with Molly Pruitt though. I don't know why, but I think she's always stalking him. She has twin brothers, who are in my year. They're very funny, and I really like them. Andromeda let out a deep sigh. Ah, I can't wait to be able to go to Hogwarts myself, she said, giving Bella a longing look. Do you think I'm going to be a Slytherin like you? She then asked. Bella nodded, reassuringly. I think so, although I almost regret that I allowed the hat to place me there, she said, thoughtfully. Father would have been extremely upset, otherwise, Andromeda replied, staring at her, wide-eyed. I know, Bella agreed, sighing. Still, I should have listened to the hat and made my own way in spite of facing Father's wrath, she thought. To herself. It was as soon as the following morning that she was going to experience what it meant to have her father be upset at her. At breakfast, in front of the whole family, he cast her a strict look, as he began to speak. Bellatrix, last night, Lord Lestrange Flo called me and complained that his sons Rodolphus and Rabaston told him that you were constantly hanging out with Gryffindors instead of keeping them company in the Slytherin common room, as you, as Rodolphus, betrothed, are supposed to do. Now, during these holidays, you are grounded. You will not leave your room except for mealtimes. Bella cast her father a horrified look. But I need to go and buy Christmas presents for my friends, she hesitantly protested. Mother promised to take me to Diagon Alley this morning. No, her father growled. Your mother will take Andromeda and Narcissa into town, but you're going to stay in your room. Bella jumped up from her chair and dashed out of the room, while the first tears began to stream down her face, not caring that her father would even be more upset by her behavior. She threw herself onto her bed and cried. Bella, a soft voice suddenly penetrated her ears, and she slowly lifted her face to see her favorite sister sitting on the edge of her bed. Mother is taking us to Diagon Alley, and she told me to ask what you want her to buy for your friends. Quickly make a list and give it to me. Bella sighed in relief. Fortunately, she had already pondered the matter and was able to put a list together within 2 minutes. However, just when she put away her quill, a sudden idea crossed her mind. I'm not going to remain a prisoner in my own home, she decided. I'm going to become a bird animagus. She quickly crossed out the first 2 book titles and replaced them with 3 books of Introduction How to Become an Animagus. One of them is for myself, she informed her sister, the others are for my roommates, the housekeeping spell book is for Molly, the Introduction to Muggle Technology for Arthur and the book on wizarding law for Edgar. What about Rodolphus and Rabaston? Her younger sister inquired. I don't have as much as a clue. Mother can buy for them what she wants, Bella decided, shrugging. Andromeda nodded in understanding and hurriedly left the room. A raven would be nice, Bella thought. Oh well, I don't know about nice, but at least fitting for me. I wonder if I'll be able to choose my animagus form at all. I wouldn't want to become a mouse or such a thing. I wouldn't want Molly to become something better than me. Perhaps, I should just only practice with Rita and Antonia in our room. If I know that I'll be able to become a bird, I could still invite Arthur and the others to practice with us, she resolved. Knowing that she would not be able to leave her room except to attend meals, she set to write letters to her friends, before she pondered if there was one of the teachers, whom she liked enough to send her or him a letter for Christmas. Perhaps Professor McGonagall, she thought. I really like her, while Professor Slughorn is just strange. In spite of being our head of house, he doesn't really care about us. For Christmas, Bella received books from each of her friends except for Edgar, who sent her a broom cleaning set. Bella eyed it in surprise. Have you been flying at Hogwarts? Narcissa inquired, giving her a look of pure jealousy. No, first years aren't allowed to bring their brooms, Bella informed her. He's a second year though and playing on the Gryffindor house team. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, she realized, as soon as the words left her mouth. Bellatrix, her father addressed her in a strict voice, glaring at her. From now on, you will take your rightful place in Slytherin and not waste your time spending it with Gryffindors. Is that clear? He growled. Yes sir, Bella replied in a small voice, before she took her books and the letters from her friends and quietly returned to her room to engross herself in her reading. A raven won't do, Bella realized, as she skimmed the book about magical animals, which she had received from Antonia. A phoenix would be better. As a phoenix, I could lock myself into our dormitory and simply flash to the library or wherever. But a phoenix is a magical animal and a symbol of the light side, so I probably won't be able to transform into one. She remained pensive for the remainder of the day, before she decided to write a letter to Newt Scamander, the Care of Magical Creatures professor at Hogwarts. Dear Professor Scamander, you won't know me, because I am only a first-year Slytherin and do not have care of magical creatures yet, but I have a question. I wish to become an animagus, and I'd like to be able to fly and flash myself. Is there any animal besides the phoenix that can flash, or would I be able to become a phoenix in spite of coming from a dark family? For any advice in this matter, I would be very grateful. Thank you in advance and best regards. Bellatrix Black. Feeling somehow contented with herself, she folded the parchment and called Pucky, her favorite house elf. Pucky, since I am grounded, I can't send this letter. Could you please give it to one of the owls and send it to Newt Scamander at Hogwarts? Of course, Mistress Bellatrix, Pucky replied, before she bowed deeply and popped away with a small crack. To Bella's relief, she received a response on the following day. Dear Miss Black, thank you for your letter. This is a difficult question indeed, considering that we do not know each other. Usually, the phoenix is said to be a light animal, however, the fact that you belong to a dark family does not necessarily make you dark, too. You might still be able to manage the transformation into a phoenix. However, I have another suggestion for you. Have you ever heard of the miniature obsidian magic dragon? It is a very small dragon of about the size of a cat, which is able to make itself invisible, fly, breathe fire and puff, which is similar to the phoenix's flashing. It is a very rare and not generally known species, so that it is not classified as especially dark. Nevertheless, it is a magical animal and a certainly useful species if you manage the transformation. Do not hesitate to contact me if you have further questions. Best regards, Newt Scamander, Care of Magical Creatures Professor. Hogwarts. During the second week of the Christmas holidays, while she was still grounded, Bella intensely studied the books, which she had received for Christmas, as well as some books about the animagus transformation that Andromeda unobtrusively brought her from the Black Library. By the time she returned to Hogwarts, she was able to explicitly explain to her roommates how to become an animagus. "First of all, you must think about what kind of animal you wish to become," she informed them. "What animal did you choose for yourself?" Antonia inquired with apparent interest. Bella smiled, as she pulled a small parchment with the photograph of a small animal out of her robe pocket. "Here. Professor Scamander sent it to me when I asked him what the miniature obsidian magic dragon looked." "The what?" Rita interrupted her in apparent disbelief. "A dragon. Are you sure?" Bella rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Rita, it's a tiny dragon of the size of about a cat." "Still, it's big," Rita insisted. "I think I'm going to become a beetle animagus." "A beetle?" Antonia and Bella shrieked, simultaneously. "Why not?" Rita replied, smirking. "It's small, unobtrusive and able to fly." "That's true," Bella admitted. "It might be difficult though if it's so tiny and has a different number of limbs from our human body," she added, pensively. "Is it possible to choose your form at all though?" Rita suddenly inquired. "I've once heard that you can't choose it and can only try to transform into an animal and see what it is." Somehow, Bella could not help laughing at the idea of unexpectedly becoming a full-fledged hippogriff. "No dear," she said, resolutely. "Provided that your magic is strong enough, you can choose your animal. A beetle should not be a problem. Do you have an idea yet?" she then asked Antonia, gently. Antonia shrugged. "Considering that the two of you will be able to fly, perhaps I should become an owl or some other kind of bird. An owl would be quite unobtrusive, too. A hippogriff would be able to fly, too," Bella quipped, causing Rita to laugh at the imagination. "Yes, that's it," Antonia, however, said in apparent excitement, slapping her hand against her forehead. "I'm going to become a Granian like Laurentia, a winged horse," she added, causing the other two to gasp. "Has she managed the transformation yet?" Rita inquired, and Antonia nodded, seemingly proud of her older sister. "She has, and she even intends to breed them after finishing Hogwarts," she replied, smiling, only to add as an afterthought, "If I manage the transformation, I could efficiently assist during the summer holidays." From that time onwards, the three friends practiced to change their left hands into the limb of their respective animal every evening after curfew. Bella had told them as well as their Gryffindor friends about her father's instruction to spend the evenings in the common room, and everyone decided that from that time onwards, they would only spend 4 evenings in the library together and make an appearance in their respective common rooms on the other 3 days. "I hope that will suffice," Bella thought, unobtrusively glaring at the Lestrange brothers from her spot between Antonia and Rita on the sofa behind the fireplace. To her relief, the Lestrange brothers only occasionally talked to her and did not complain about her absence during the other evenings. Neither did her father mention the matter in any of the letters which she received from her parents. To Bella's disappointment, none of the three friends managed to transform as much as their left hand before the end of the school year. "Do you think we could meet and practice together during the holidays?" Rita spoke up a few days before the end of the school year, causing the other two girls to agree, full-heartedly. In the end, they were allowed to visit each other a couple of times, and at the end of the summer holidays, Bella and Antonia were able to transform their left hands into the limbs of their chosen form, much to Rita's apparent frustration. "Don't misunderstand me," she said, sighing. "I am very happy for you, but it's just very frustrating. Perhaps, my magic isn't strong enough. Your beetle form is much more difficult than our forms," Bella replied in a soothing voice, "and your magic is as strong as ours." "Definitely," Antonia agreed, gently hugging her friend. "I was thinking about inviting our Gryffindor friends to practice with us," Bella spoke up, slowly. "We should have done that long ago, but where could we practice, considering that you're already spiking feathers and paws?" Rita inquired. "I know something," Antonia replied with apparent eagerness. "My sister told me about the Room of Requirement. Have you heard about it?" Bella and Rita shook their heads, eyeing her in surprise, and Antonia told them what she had heard from her older sister Laurentia, who was now a 6th-year prefect. During the train ride to Hogsmeade, the 3 Slytherin second years sat together with Arthur, Edgar and his older sister Amelia, who was now a 4th year, as well as Julia, Amelia's best friend. "Where is Molly?" Antonia asked. What Bella wanted to know, however, was not keen on asking. She has to babysit Fabian and Gideon, Edgar replied, grinning. Apparently, they had nothing better to do than prank their parents on the last day of the summer holidays, so that they instructed Molly to sit with them and keep an eye on them on the train as well as during mealtimes. We met them on the platform earlier, Amelia added, smiling. Bella and her friends laughed in amusement. They're second years and not babies though, Bella voiced her opinion, even if she had to admit to herself that she did not miss the rather vocal redhead at all. Arthur and Edgar spent much time discussing their choice of electives, and they and the second years eagerly listened to the two Hufflepuff fourth years' advice. I have taken care of magical creatures and ancient runes, Amelia informed them, and I really like both. Professor Scamander is a brilliant teacher. Laurentia said that, too, Antonia immediately agreed. I will take care of magical creatures in any case, but I'm not sure about the second subject. Same here, Bella echoed, and Rita concurred. I've chosen ancient runes, Arthur spoke up. I just hope it's good. Is it possible to change the subject if we don't like it? Bella inquired, causing Amelia to cast her a look of apparent amusement. Well, you'll have to study what you missed during your third year, but otherwise, I don't think it'll be a problem, she said in a soft voice. Bella nodded in understanding. Care of magical creatures and ancient runes sound the most interesting, she thought. Thank Merlin we still have a year to decide. Arthur, Edgar and even Amelia and her friend Julia immediately agreed with obvious enthusiasm, when Bella suggested for them to practice becoming an animagus together with them. The 7 students agreed to meet every Sunday morning after breakfast, and Antonia quickly went to look for her sister and made her promise to show them to the room of requirement on Sunday morning. To Bella's chagrin, Arthur and Edgar brought Molly with them to their animagus practice. She had not expected the 2 boys to appear without their female sidekick, nevertheless, she was disappointed upon realizing that the red-headed witch was with them. She had told everyone to think about what animal they wished to become before their first meeting, and it seemed that the older students had put some thought into the matter. To her surprise, they all wanted to become some kind of bird in order to fly like Bella and her roommates. As I want to become an Auror after Hogwarts, I believe that a phoenix would be a useful animagus form. Amelia was the first to speak up, and her brother followed swiftly. Me too, even if I'd like to become a water phoenix and not a fire phoenix like Melly, he informed them, smirking. Molly wanted to become a gray parrot, which was not only able to fly but also to speak, and Arthur asked, seemingly hesitating, Bella, would you mind me trying for the miniature purple magic dragon? When I asked Professor Scamander after our first Care of Magical Creature class, he told me that it was similar to the miniature obsidian magic dragon. The only difference, apart from the color, seems to be that it can't change its color and can't spit fire. But it can turn itself invisible, puff and fly. He told me, however, that the color would fit me better and the transformation would be easier to achieve. That's brilliant, Bella replied, smiling happily, before she set to advise her friends how to proceed. From that time onwards, the 8th, 2nd, 3rd and 4th years met in the room of requirement every Sunday morning, and they secretly practiced in their dormitories in addition. It was at the end of September that Bella suddenly became distracted, when Antonia asked in apparent eagerness, Bella, Rita, will you come try out for the Quidditch team? Jody announced that the tryouts are going to be held on Saturday, and they need 2 chasers, 2 beaters and a seeker. Jody is a 7th year, so that they're also going to need a keeper next year. Bella immediately agreed. She loved to fly, and playing on the house team sounded good. No thanks, Rita replied, rolling her eyes in apparent annoyance. You play, and I watch, she added, grinning. The day of the tryouts turned out to be a sunny, however, cold autumn day, and Bella and Antonia headed out to the grounds in excitement, followed by a seemingly amused Rita. Bella, however, inwardly groaned upon realizing that among the 10 Slytherins, who lined up to try out, were 3 other second years, Elias, Rodolphus and Rabaston. Oh, I just hope we'll be able to beat them, she thought, as she mounted her broom in determination. What position are you trying for? Jody inquired, giving them a reassuring smile. Chaser, Antonia replied, eagerly. Bella shrugged. Either chaser or seeker, but not beater please, she added in determination. The 2 morons will probably make good beaters, she thought to herself, eyeing her betrothed and his brother in secret annoyance. That's very good, Jody informed them and motioned them to join the others, who were already in the air. Bella thoroughly enjoyed herself flying on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch for the first time. The pitch is gorgeous, she thought, even knowing that the one at the Black House was not bad either. Only after an hour of flying, dodging bludgers from Rodolphus and Rabaston and occasionally searching for and catching the snitch, Jody calmed everyone down. Now, the captain spoke up, as I am leaving at the end of the school year, I do not only want to win the Quidditch Cup this year, but I want a brilliant team to continue for the years to come. That is the reason for choosing 5 second years for our vacant positions. A murmur of apparent disappointment passed through the crowd of the older students. However, Jody continued, I want Antonia and Elias as chasers, Bellatrix as seeker, and Rabaston and Rodolphus as beaters. Are the 5 of you ready to play for the team? Everyone nodded, eagerly, and Jody ended the tryouts. Thank you all for coming. Quidditch practice is on Monday and Friday right after dinner. To Bella's relief, her father was happy with the news that she was playing seeker on the Slytherin Quidditch team. My oldest daughter. Finally, you seem to have realized what is expected from the oldest daughter of the Sacred House of Black. Do your best on the team and see to it that you remain on the team together with your betrothed during the remaining 6 years of your Hogwarts education, so that Lord Lestrange will not be able to complain about our family. Your father, Lord Black. Bella rolled her eyes upon reading her father's letter. Thank Merlin, mother usually writes to me, she thought. She's at least interested in my well-being, just as Andromeda's and Narcissus. Her mother even sent her care packages with sweets and other items that she deemed useful for her every now and then. At the end of November, the Slytherin team's first Quidditch match took place, and, while she had been looking forward to playing against the Gryffindors for weeks and had been exchanging jokes about it with Edgar and Arthur, she was so busy looking for the snitch that she barely even registered what was happening below her. In the end, she caught the snitch in the 56th minute, and Slytherin won the match 280-60. The victory party in the common room was loud and jolly, and Bella thoroughly enjoyed the butterbeer that the older students had brought from Hogsmeade. Only during their animagi practice on Sunday morning, however, she learned what had really happened during the match. Her housemates, especially the beaters, had fouled the Gryffindors at every opportunity, and 2 of the Gryffindor chasers had been injured due to the Lestrange brothers' fouls. They're awful, she said, horrified. I almost wished I wasn't on the team. It's not your fault, Amelia said, reasonably. No, it isn't, Edgar confirmed. Everyone else played fair, except for those 2 morons. The problem is that I'm betrothed to one of them, Bella thought, letting out a deep sigh. I wonder if there's any way I could get out of that contract. You probably won't, Andromeda told her, when Bella talked to her favorite sister upon her return home for Christmas. It's not only that father would kick you out of the family, which perhaps wouldn't be the worst, but I believe that the Lestranges are quite dangerous. They might try to hex you into oblivion if not worse. I've heard father talk to mother about them. They're avid followers of this so-called Dark Lord, who propagates killing all Muggleborns and half-bloods. Absolute scum if you ask me. Bella stared at her younger sister, wide-eyed. Where did you hear such a thing? She inquired in feigned disbelief, although she could well imagine her parents supporting such an ideology. I overheard them talk to Uncle Orion and Aunt Walburga, when they had me babysit Sirius and Regulus the other day, Andromeda admitted. They're almost worse than father and mother. Bella let out a scoff. Is that possible at all? She inquired, sighing deeply. At least, I'm lucky to have you, she added as an afterthought. Please never change to become like them. I won't, Andromeda promised, smiling. I hope you won't either. Never, Bella promised in a firm voice. I hope Sissa won't either. We'll have to see to that, when she comes to Hogwarts. Ah, I can't wait to go to Hogwarts myself, Andromeda replied, eagerly. When you return in the summer, I'll finally be able to go with you. And I am looking forward to it very much, Bella replied, feeling grateful to have such a reasonable and understanding sister. With Quidditch practice, the Animagus practice, studying with their friends in the library and unwillingly spending 2 evenings a week in the Slytherin common room, the remaining months of Bella's second year passed faster than anticipated, and towards the end of the school year, she received letters from her favorite sister every other day. Andromeda wanted to know how she managed to get into Slytherin, if it was the best house to be in, if it was possible to bribe the hat to sort her into a specific house, how the students in the different houses were and what the teachers were like. What should I suggest to her? Bella wondered. She's lucky, because father did not make a betrothal contract for her, at least not yet. He only approves Slytherin though, but perhaps other houses are friendlier, and at least she wouldn't have to feel ashamed for their cheating if she got onto the team, she thought, unsure how to reply to her sister. During the summer holidays, Bella intensely practiced the animagus transformation and also, unbeknownst to their parents and their younger sister, taught Andromeda, who wanted to become the same species of small dragon as her adored big sister. It was just a fortnight before the end of the holidays that the older girl finally managed the complete transformation, and in a letter that was laced with pure excitement, Antonia informed her that she had also managed the transformation into a winged horse. She also told her that her sister Laurentia had become the head girl. Laurentia is really nice and in spite of being in Slytherin not one of these pure blood fanatics, Bella said in appreciation. Andromeda chuckled. Like father and mother, you mean? Bella nodded, grimly. She'll make a good head girl in any case. I wonder who is going to be head boy. As you're going to be a third year, you'll be allowed to go to Hogsmeade. Andromeda changed the topic. Yes, I can't wait to be able to go to the village with my friends, Bella replied in anticipation. The only problem is that while I'd love to go with Arthur alone for a while, Molly will always be with us, she thought. What? She asked, noticing from the sudden silence that Drami had to have asked her something. I asked if you'll bring me something from Honeydukes. Andromeda repeated her earlier question. Of course, Bella promised, absent-mindedly, her mind already returning to the Hogsmeade visits. I could make the twins play a prank, so that Molly will have to supervise them. The problem is that if I make them prank others, they will simply be grounded and not allowed to go to Hogsmeade, Bella mused. I could either make them prank Molly directly, so that she'll be incapacitated, or have them do something that will cause their parents to make Molly accompany them. The question is how to achieve that. After all, they're at Hogwarts. Later on, when she was alone in bed, she slowly began to make a plan. Fabian and Gideon always complain about having to denome the garden during the summer holidays, she recalled. Perhaps, I could go and cast a spell at the gnomes. I'll have to spend some time in the library to look for an appropriate spell or charm. With that happy thought, she drifted off to sleep. To her relief, after an hour of searching the Black Library, she found what she assumed was just the spell she needed. All right, I know where they're living, she thought, recalling that the twins had often talked about their home. I'll just have to continue practicing puffing myself, she resolved. During the rest of the day, she practiced flying and puffing, feeling only slightly annoyed at the bit of black smoke it caused, and in the evening, she felt confident enough to pull through with her plan. Shortly before heading to bed, she informed Andromeda about her intention, just in case someone noticed her absence from her room during the night. I'll only be away for about 20 minutes or so, she assured her sister. Oh Merlin, you have nerves, Andromeda replied in apparent amazement. If they catch you, you're going to be grounded for a year. Not when I'm at Hogwarts, Bella contradicted, grinning broadly. You know that you're not allowed to do magic outside of the Black House though. Andromeda warned her, giving her a questioning look. Yes, I know, I've taken one of our great-grandparents' wands that father keeps in his office, Bella reassured her. Does it work for you? Her sister stared at her, wide-eyed in apparent surprise. Of course. It works just fine, Bella replied, smirking. I've tried all of them ages ago, but this is the one that works best for me. All right now, good night, Drami. Night Bella, and please be careful, the 11-year-old replied, giving her a look of utmost concern. However, everything went well. Bella puffed herself right in front of Pruitt Manor and, remaining in her animagus form, turned herself invisible and walked around the house to a spot that allowed her a clear sight into the garden. Standing in the darkness of a few trees, she transformed back into her human form and successively cast the 3 spells that she had researched. Contentedly pocketing her great-grandmother's wand, she transformed back into her dragon form and puffed herself back right into her own room. That went well, she thought, as she scrambled back into bed. I just hope that it'll work and that it'll have the desired effect. Too bad that I can't witness anything. Molly Pruitt inwardly groaned in annoyance. Why do they always have to invite important people such as the Minister of Magic? Why can't they simply invite the parents of our friends, such as, for example, the Weasleys? She wondered, when she got ready for dinner. On this evening, the Minister of Magic, Nobby Leach, who was the first Muggle-born Minister of Magic in Britain, was going to visit together with his wife and his daughter Melissa. Minister Leach and his wife Lorena had attended Hogwarts together with her parents and were said to have been friends since the time of their sorting. Melissa is going to be a first year, just like Bellatrix, Sister Andromeda, she thought, as she pulled up her hair to a ponytail. It would be nice if we could meet with Bellatrix sometime during the holidays, although from what she told us about her family, her parents must be awfully bigoted and not really nice. Somehow, she could not help looking forward to the beginning of the new school year. In a year's time, we're going to be 5th years, she thought. I wonder who is going to be the prefects. Molly, Fabian, Gideon, are you coming? She heard her mother shout for her and her brothers and quickly making her way downstairs, giving her brother's door a sharp knock as she went. Earlier, she had helped her mother prepare everything for dinner in the parlor, where large windows allowed the view into the garden. After greeting their guests, she instructed her twin brothers to sit on Melissa's other side, while she took the spot on the girl's left side. The Minister of Magic was a pleasant man, although Molly's attention was mostly drawn to his daughter Melissa, who bombarded the twins and her with questions about Hogwarts. She only looked up, when her mother suddenly let out a huge gasp, diverting everyone's attention to the garden. At least a dozen garden gnomes were loudly singing and dancing on the table to their own song's rhythm. Fabian, Gideon, her mother suddenly roared, what have you done now? We, the twins replied, looking absolutely innocent. Molly shook her head in annoyance. My brothers are the worst pranksters you can imagine, she informed Melissa. For the last 2 years, they've been holding the record of the most detentions at Hogwarts. That's not true. And this time, we didn't do anything, the twins replied, sounding too sincere for Molly to believe them. Fabian and Gideon, their mother decided in a very upset tone, while their father was repeatedly apologizing to the minister and his wife, you won't be allowed to go to Hogsmeade during your 3rd year. Oh well. That'll give us plenty of opportunity to run amok at Hogwarts, the twins had the gall to reply, causing the minister and his wife to laugh. Ah, don't be so strict, Leach spoke up, smiling at the 13-year-olds. Our Hogsmeade visits belong my best memories of Hogwarts. They should be allowed to go. They're nice boys, and the display of the garden gnomes is highly amusing. A well-done prank I'd say, his wife added, smiling. Please let them go, or I won't hear the end of it, Molly moaned. Only if you supervise them, her mother decided, causing the twins to let out a double snort and Molly too. Inwardly groan. Why did I ever speak up for them? She thought, reproachfully. Bella could not wait for school to begin. First of all, she was looking forward to having Andromeda at Hogwarts with her. Secondly, she was eager to attend Care of Magical Creatures and Ancient Runes classes. And thirdly, she wanted to go to Hogsmeade together with her friends. Hopefully, my prank worked, she thought, as she advised her sister what to pack and what to better leave at home. As the Blacks arrived at the station extremely early due to Bella's and Andromeda's impatience, they could choose a compartment for themselves. Soon, however, they were joined by Rita, Antonia, Arthur, Edgar as well as Amelia and Julia. Shortly after the train left the platform, Molly struck her head into the door. Sorry dears, I must supervise my most annoying brothers again, she told them, sounding extremely annoyed. We'll see you later then, Bella was the first to respond in a soft voice. I won't be able to stay long either, Amelia spoke up, as I'll need to go to the prefect's carriage. You're a prefect, Bella blurted out in delight. That's amazing. Congratulations. Everyone else added their congratulations, causing Amelia to smile. Thank you, dears. Tell me though, did you make any progress in the animagus transformation? Bella and Antonia managed the transformation, Andromeda blurted out, causing Bella to glare at her. My name is Bellatrix to everyone else, she muttered to herself, ignoring the others' fawn about her. Only when Arthur directly addressed her and asked, will you show us, please? She nodded, smiling, and swiftly transformed. You're beautiful, Rita blurted out in apparent amazement. Thank you, Bella replied, not caring that no one was able to comprehend her words. Where do you think you're going to be sorted? Arthur asked Andromeda, who let out a deep sigh. I don't know where the hat is going to sort me, plus I don't even know where I'd like to be sorted, she replied, smiling at the older boy. Oh well, I can recommend Gryffindor, Bellatrix would surely be happy if you were sorted into Slytherin, and Hufflepuff has a brilliant new fifth-year prefect, Arthur informed her. Ravenclaw won't be too bad either though. Everyone laughed. Are your parents not expecting you to be sorted into Slytherin? Rita inquired, giving Andromeda a sharp look. The new first year let out a deep sigh. Yes, well, they expect it, but they're not as obsessed with me as with Bellatrix, she admitted. They haven't even made a betrothal contract for me with one of the darkest families there are, she added, smiling, causing Bella to roll her eyes in annoyance. I might decide on Slytherin to keep Bella company though, she quipped, although Bella had the impression as if she meant it. You don't have to, you know, she said in a soft voice, smiling at her favorite sister. She should realize soon that Andromeda meant what she said, when the hat shouted into the Great Hall, Slytherin. Glad that she had chosen the seat right next to the spots that were kept empty for the first years, Bella smiled broadly, when Andromeda lowered herself into the seat next to her. I'm very happy to have you here, she whispered, giving her sister a quick hug. Me too, Andromeda whispered back, smiling. If Bella had wondered if she would have to spend every evening in the Slytherin common room to keep Andromeda company, she was completely mistaken. After dinner on the first day of classes, her sister followed her to the library and even brought her roommate Lisa as well as Edward and Brian, two Gryffindor classmates, with her. The four first years made themselves comfortable at the table next to the group of third and fourth year friends, as if it was the natural thing for Slytherins and Gryffindors to study together. No one noticed the headmaster quietly enter the library only to leave again after a few minutes. However, at breakfast the following morning, Professor Dumbledore rose from his chair and announced, 100 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin for overcoming the house rivalry. Stuart Craggy, one of Bella's classmates, was Slytherin's new captain. However, instead of doing tryouts, he simply took the keeper position that Jody had vacated and otherwise left the team as it was. You won every match for Slytherin. That does not leave anything to desire, he informed the members. Therefore, I'd rather not make any changes, provided that you're all still willing to play on the team. Naturally, everyone agreed, and Bella inwardly sighed in relief, when the new captain instructed the members to not play overly foul. Well said, she thought, even if I don't believe that the morons will listen to him. One Friday evening at the end of September, the headmaster announced that on Saturday, the first Hogsmeade day of the school year was going to take place, much to the students' excitement. I won't be able to go to Hogsmeade with you, Molly informed them, when they were sitting in the library under a silencing spell. My mother instructed me to supervise the twins during their Hogsmeade visits. The redhead was wearing an expression of absolute annoyance. What? Bella asked, feigning innocence. Rita and Antonia, however, managed to top her surprise. What? Antonia blurted out. Why in the world did Fabian ask me out then? He did what? Molly all but growled, shaking her head in apparent annoyance. And why might that be? Edgar added with apparent curiosity. Molly let out a deep sigh. These twins do nothing but nonsense. They even had the gall to make the garden gnomes dance BPD on the table. When the Minister of Magic was visiting, she explained in obvious annoyance. Anyway, I'll have to supervise them. My mother even made sure to inform Professor McGonagall about her instruction. That went well, Bella thought in amusement. We could still meet all together at the Three Broomsticks for lunch, Edgar suggested. Seeing that everyone agreed, he cleared his throat before turning to his sister's friend Julia. Julia, will you accompany me to Hogsmeade tomorrow morning? He inquired, smiling at the older girl. I'd love to, Julia replied, glancing at Amelia, who merely shrugged, smiling at her younger brother and her best friend. While Arthur did not voice his question, he gave Bella a questioning look, and the girl nodded in silent response, feeling extremely happy. In the morning, the whole group of friends including the Pruitt twins, however, minus Amelia, who accompanied a group of fifth-year girls, walked to Hogsmeade together. When they arrived in the village and Edgar and Julia separated from the group, Arthur and Bella did the same. From the corners of her eyes, Bella observed how Antonia paired up with Fabian and Rita with Gideon, while Molly trailed behind her brothers and their company. She could not help inwardly chuckling. As it was Bella's first Hogsmeade visit apart from a couple of family excursions together with her mother and her two sisters, Bella asked Arthur to show her all the interesting spots. The redhead complied, seeming as happy as Bella was. They spent some time in the bookshop, and Bella was delighted that Arthur seemed to share her interest in magical creatures. Bella, Arthur spoke up, seemingly hesitant, when they left the bookshop with a pocket full of shrunken books. Can we perhaps spend some time in our animagi forms? I'd really like to try out my form for a bit, but I don't really have the opportunity at Hogwarts. Of course, Bella replied, grinning broadly. I'd love that. They quickly left the main street, and out of the sight of people, they swiftly transformed into the miniature dragon forms. I really like your color, Bella said, honestly admiring Arthur's purple form. You could change yours into the same if you wanted, he replied, apparently recalling that she was able to choose her color while he could not. Bella stared at him for a moment, before she adjusted her color to reflect Arthur's. Still, it might be better if we turned invisible, before anyone calls the Aurors to get rid of 2 dragons roaming the village, Arthur then said, unconsciously puffing a bit of black smoke, before he vanished from the sight. I wonder if there's a way for us to at least see each other, Bella commented, before she, too, turned invisible, only to realize that Arthur came back into view. They turned visible and invisible again a couple of times, only to realize that if they were both invisible, they could see each other. Happy with that realization, they began to roam the side streets of the village, far from the crowded main street. Nevertheless, they discovered one or the other interesting-looking shop and transformed back into their human forms to explore something a couple of times. Bella thoroughly enjoyed herself and, from Arthur's attitude, she knew that he was very happy, too. Only at lunchtime, they returned to the main street in their human forms to meet with their friends at the Three Broomsticks. By the time Bella's view returned to normal, she found herself in what seemed to be a dark dungeon room. Glancing around in shock, she inwardly groaned upon realizing that none other than the Lestrange brothers were standing in front of her. You seem to have forgotten, Rodolphus drawled, that you're my betrothed. No, Bella replied, shaking her head. Then you go to Hogsmeade on a date with a Gryffindor. His brother Rabastan scoffed. Are you a whore or what? No, Bella replied in a firm voice. I should apologize, but I don't want to, she thought. I really need to speak with father and somehow try to get out of that contract, she resolved, even if she knew that such an effort would most likely remain as unfruitful as all previous attempts. We're going to have a meeting with the Dark Lord soon, Rodolphus informed her in a firm voice, and as my betrothed and a pureblood witch, you're going to attend. The thought, I could transform into my animagus form and simply puff away, crossed her mind. However, she did not want to let the 2 morons know about her animagus form if not absolutely necessary. Instead, she nodded, weakly, and allowed the boys to take her into a larger room, where around 50 people were gathered. Most of them were adults, however, she also recognized several of her older housemates. To her shock, even her parents as well as her uncles and aunts were present. She was still silently looking around, taking in the people present in annoyance, when everyone suddenly began to cheer and bow in apparent respect. Looking up in surprise, she noticed that a man of about 30 or 40 had stepped onto a podium in the front of the room. I am Lord Voldemort, he announced, causing the crowd to cheer. He looks handsome, Bella thought, although not better than Arthur or Edgar, even if completely different. I wonder what is so special about him. When the noise subsided, the man began to hold a long monologue about purity of magical blood, purebloods, half-bloods and mudbloods. How can someone be so stupid? Bella wondered. Why does purity of blood matter? The only thing important is that people can do magic. He's even worse than father. Nevertheless, the crowd hung on the man's lips and cheered, when he was finally finished talking. She only inwardly shook her head, knowing better than to voice her opinion. Only Drami and my friends will understand, she thought, resolving to tell them everything later on. With the words, I shall see you here again during Hogwarts, next Hogsmeade Day, the Dark Lord dismissed the crowd, and everyone quickly apparated away. Come on, Bellatrix, let's go, Rodolphus addressed her, just when she was about to transform into her dragon form and puff away. Thanks, Bella replied, as she held on to the portkey that took her and the 2 brothers back onto the main street in Hogsmeade. Where were we? She remembered to ask, causing Rabastan to scoff. Malfoy Manor, where else did you think it was? Bella shrugged, glad upon hearing a voice frantically call her name. Bella, where have you been? We were so worried. It was Amelia. Bella sighed in relief, as the older girl pulled her into a light hug. I took my betrothed to a small date, Rodolphus replied in a firm voice, before he gave Bella a warning look and strode away together with his brother. Interpreting the Lestrange brothers' warning looks correctly, Bella simply mouthed, "I'll tell you later." "Are you all right?" Arthur inquired, giving her a concerned look. "Yes," Bella replied, smiling, as she feverishly tried to suppress the tears that welled up in her eyes upon her friend's kindness. From that evening onwards, the Pruitt twins joined the group of friends in the library on a daily basis. On this day, however, Amelia suggested, "Shall we move to the room of requirement, so that Bella can tell us what happened?" Everyone agreed, and 30 minutes later, everyone swore an oath on their magic to keep everything that Bella told them to themselves if Bella did not decide otherwise. Letting out a deep sigh, Bella told them everything about this first meeting of the purebloods with the so-called Dark Lord. So they're going to meet again. At Malfoy Manor during the next Hogsmeade visit. The twins clarified, questioningly. Bella shrugged. "I suppose so," she replied, sighing, only to add as an afterthought, "As much as I enjoyed the morning in Hogsmeade, I think I'm going to feign sick the next time. Wouldn't it be better to inform our parents about this, so that they can inform the Department of Magical Law Enforcement?" Molly spoke up. "Remember your oath," Arthur warned her. "You can't speak about it, as long as Bellatrix won't allow you to do so, and she certainly won't. If anyone finds out that it was her who told us, they might go as far as kill her." Bella gave Arthur a grateful nod. "The Aurors won't be able to do anything about it anyway," she stated. Abraxas Malfoy certainly invited the Dark Lord to Malfoy Manor, and if the Aurors tried to do anything against him or the purebloods, they or even the manor itself would be able to hurt them badly if not worse. "Excuse me," Edward spoke up, questioningly, "what can a building do to kill someone?" "I'm sorry," he turned to Bella, "but as a Muggleborn, this is difficult for me to understand." "Bellatrix is correct," Andromeda replied, letting out a long sigh, before she explained, "The manners of the old, dark families, such as the Malfoys or, I'm sorry to say the Blacks, are integrated into the family by very strong magic. If anyone inside the building attacks the head of the family, the building itself will do anything to protect them. Even if the Aurors knew about the meeting, they would not be able to even get into the manor without invitation, let alone do anything against its owners or their guests." "I have an idea," Amelia spoke up, seemingly pensive. "My father is good friends with Unspeakable Croaker. Would you mind me informing Croaker about the matter? The Unspeakables will certainly have a way to get into the manor and attend the meeting." She looked at Bella in apparent expectation. "That is a wonderful idea," Bella said, warmly. "I don't even think an invitation is needed to attend the meeting, as I certainly didn't know about the matter in advance. The Lestrange brothers simply abducted me there. Don't let anyone intercept that owl," Rita warned the fifth-year prefect, who cast her a glare in return. "Of course not," Amelia replied, rolling her eyes in apparent annoyance. "I will simply send him a letter and ask him to come to see me at his earliest convenience, and I will tell him in private." A few days later, Amelia informed the friends that Croaker had agreed to personally attend each of Lord Voldemort's assemblies. "Thank Merlin," Bella thought. "That soothes my bad conscience about the matter. I've at least informed them without anyone but my friends knowing about it." Nevertheless, she decided to skip the next meeting and ask the Pruitt twins to somehow prank her, so that she could simply spend the morning in Madame Pomfrey's domain. But only the morning, she told the twins in a firm voice, not the whole weekend. "You can prank me too, so that the Lestranges won't become suspicious," Edward offered, and Andromeda immediately agreed. "I'm in, too. We aren't allowed to go to Hogsmeade anyway," she added, smirking. "Me too if you need more people," Lisa spoke up, smiling. "Thank you all," Bella replied, feeling very much reassured by her sisters and her friends' reassurance. Even if she missed the November meeting of the Dark Lord and his followers, the next meeting took place during the last Hogsmeade visit before Christmas. "Meet us at 1 o'clock in front of the Three Broomsticks," Rodolphus instructed Bella, who simply nodded in agreement. She spent the morning with Arthur like before and profusely thanked him for keeping her and the three first years company in the hospital wing during the last Hogsmeade day. They spent an hour buying Christmas presents for their family and friends. Afterwards, they transformed into their animagi forms and spent a few hours roaming the outskirts of the village's invisible miniature dragons, before they met with their friends at the Three Broomsticks for lunch. Finally, Bella excused herself, receiving pitying looks and kind words from her friends, before she met with the Lestrange brothers outside of the pub. "All right, are you ready?" Rodolphus inquired and, upon seeing her nod, activated the portkey. An instant later, they found themselves in the dungeons of Malfoy Manor. Do not attract any attention, Bella told herself, as she absent-mindedly greeted her parents and then returned to Rodolphus, sighed, as seemed to be expected from her. The Dark Lord climbed onto the podium and spoke to them just like during the first meeting, and Bella slowly relaxed. If it's only talking, it's not so bad, even if it's all rubbish, she thought, as she impatiently waited for the man to finish his monologue. However, before the Dark Lord ended the meeting, he requested everyone of age, who was certain that she or he wished to follow him and receive his support, attention and wealth, to attend a branding meeting at the end of December. On December 31st, we shall meet here again, and everyone who shows that they are worthy of being my follower, shall receive my dark mark, the Dark Lord informed them. Please tell your children to wait until they will be of age though. Thank Merlin, Bella thought. They can't force me to take his mark, at least not yet, as I'm only 13. Hopefully, in 4 years' time, the Unspeakables will have finished this nonsense. She knew, however, that if not, there was no way she could refuse to take the dark mark, as the Lestranges would force her to accept it by any means. The morons would abduct me again or even put me under the Imperious Curse, she thought in annoyance. Perhaps, I should ask Amelia to introduce me to Croaker and ask him if there was any way to get out of a betrothal contract. Bella immediately liked Unspeakable Croaker. While he did not reveal his face, he was very friendly and responded to her question in kind understanding. If I understand it correctly, he told her, however, there is no way to cancel a contract if your parents or your head of house does not agree with it. In each contract, there usually is a clause concerning cancellation, however, in most cases, high fines apply. That means that your parents probably would have to pay a lot of money, perhaps even other fines, to get you out of the contract. Therefore, you would have to make them agree to the cancellation in the first place. Bella let out a deep sigh. Thank you, sir, but my parents will never agree to such a thing. My father seems incredibly proud about his daughter getting married into the Lestrange family for some reason. I can ask Buckbean about the matter, just to be certain, Croaker suggested. He is a goblin, however, works closely together with the Unspeakables. If anyone was able to find a loophole, it would be him. But my parents or the Lestranges won't hear about it. Bella asked in concern. No dear, Croaker confirmed, and while she could not see his face, she had the impression as if he was smiling at her. Thank you, sir, Bella replied, returning a smile. I believe that I owe you a thanks for informing me about the meetings at Malfoy Manor, Croaker replied in a firm voice. I appreciate it very much, as do the other Unspeakables. If you, in the worst case, have to take his mark, the Unspeakables know that you did not willingly agree to it and might ask you to spy on his followers, considering that I would be happy if I did not have to take it solely for the reason of spying. Bella nodded in understanding. Yes sir, I understand, and if I must take the dark mark, I will be ready to spy for the Unspeakables, provided that no one will get to know about it. The Unspeakables will keep your secret, Croaker promised. Shall I provide you with a portkey to the Unspeakables' office in case you need to contact me urgently? I am a miniature obsidian magic dragon animagus, Bella admitted. I should be able to puff myself into the Unspeakables' office if necessary. Ask Amelia to teach you how to send a Patronus, Croaker instructed her, and Bella nodded in agreement, before the Unspeakable cancelled all the silencing charms he had applied to the unused classroom and took his leave. How cool is that? Bella thought, when she returned to the library to meet with her friends. Whatever happens, in the worst case, I can simply become a spy for the Unspeakables. On New Year's Eve, Bella and Andromeda observed together with their sister Narcissa how their parents got ready for their meeting with the Dark Lord. Can I go with you? 9-year-old Narcissa asked, pleadingly. If it's such an honor like father said earlier, I'd love to watch. No, my dear, your sisters can't come either, because tonight's meeting is only for adults, their mother replied, casting her youngest a pitying look. I wouldn't even want to attend, Bella informed her sisters, once their parents had left. Nor would I, Andromeda added in a firm voice. I would, Narcissa emphasized, glaring at her sisters. The two of you are boring, she complained, letting out a deep sigh. I suppose, Bella quipped, causing Andromeda to grin. Shortly before midnight, their parents returned, and Bella realized in shock that both were clutching their left arms as if they were in pain. Are you all right? She asked in concern. Of course, her father replied in a firm voice. It is a great honor to work for the Dark Lord. As soon as you will be of age, you will take his mark, too, so that Lord Lestrange will not be able to complain. Her mother merely nodded her consent. Only when school commenced again 2 days later, Bella heard in the common room that every wizard, who wanted to take the Dark Mark, had to murder a Muggle before the Dark Lord would accept them as his follower and grant them the Dark Mark. What about the witches? Andromeda asked, timidly. I don't know, the 7th year, who had spread the news, replied, shrugging. I am not a witch. Even if neither of them except for a few 7th years, who were already of age, had been able to take the Dark Mark yet, the students coming from the Dark families were still supposed to attend the meetings that were taking place during their Hogsmeade visits. To Bella's relief, the meetings always took place after lunch, when their group of friends used to roam the village together, and it never took longer than an hour. At least I can spend the mornings with Arthur, she thought, feeling extremely happy about the time, which she could spend alone with the Gryffindor. It was on a sunny day at the end of May that Arthur led her onto a playground, which they had once discovered in their dragon forms. Would you mind transforming back into your human form for a moment? He asked, unexpectedly. Of course, Bella replied and immediately transformed, while Arthur followed swiftly. Bella, Arthur spoke up, gently taking her hand into his own, you're a beautiful young witch, and I like you very much. I'm sorry, I am not good at this. Anyway, I know that you're betrothed to Rodolphus, but I still hope that you'll manage to cancel the contract with him, before it's going to take effect. Would you perhaps like to become my girlfriend, even if only unofficial and in secret for the time being? I'd love that, Bella blurted out and happily accepted that Arthur slid a small, silver ring onto the ring finger of her left hand. It's only a friendship ring, he told her, pointing out that he was wearing the same ring on his own finger, but it'll enable us to converse by telepathy and to get informed when the other is in danger. Thank you, Bella replied, feeling absolutely ecstatic at the idea of being Arthur's girlfriend. I like you, too, she admitted, and I will do so always, even if I don't know what's going to happen. With the betrothal contract and all, she added, letting out a long sigh. I know, Arthur replied, before he leaned closer and pressed his lips against her mouth in a gentle key. Their friends were the only students who heard about them being girlfriend and boyfriend, and everyone was very happy for them. Bella could tell that Molly's happiness was only feigned and that the girl was extremely upset at the matter. So sorry, but I won, she thought, inwardly grinning. I only wished that I could do something about that betrothal contract. Not trusting the annoying redhead to keep the matter a secret, she unobtrusively and wandlessly cast a spell at the girl that made her unable to speak with anyone about the matter. Otherwise, she might tell the Lestrange brothers just to have them separate me from Arthur, she thought. Unfortunately for Bella, as the sister of two capable twin brothers with overflowing ideas, Molly had other means to retaliate. To Bella's great enthusiasm, at the beginning of her 5th Hogwarts year, she became a prefect together with her housemate Elias. Arthur was the Gryffindor 6th year prefect together with one of the girls in his year, which, to Bella's relief, was not Molly Pruitt. On the first day of classes, Bella took Amelia aside, who, to the friends' delight, had become the head girl. Will you please try to pair me with Arthur for our rounds? She asked, giving her friend a pleading look. If anyhow possible, I will, Amelia promised, knowing that Bella had been Arthur's girlfriend for more than a year. Thank you so much, Bella replied, casting the older girl a huge smile. Is everything all right? Amelia asked in apparent concern. Bella let out a deep sigh. So far, yes, she admitted, but somehow, I don't trust Molly to not cause trouble. I think she likes Arthur, too. Amelia nodded in obvious understanding. That might be true, but at least during your prefect rounds, she won't be able to interfere, she said in a soothing voice. It was Bella's best school year so far, as she was able to spend at least 2 evenings a week on prefect rounds with Arthur after curfew, and no one could blame them for doing so, as it was solely the head girl's task to assign the prefects their rounds. The two friends also kept up going to Hogsmeade together, before they used to meet with their friends for lunch. To Bella's great annoyance, she always had to join the dark wizards and witches, who recently had begun to call themselves Death Eaters, at Malfoy Manor right after lunch on these days. Everyone from the age of 17 onwards was wearing the dark mark, and Bella already knew that she would have to take it during the Christmas holidays after her 17th birthday. Thank Merlin Dromey doesn't have to attend the meetings, she thought, realizing that neither her parents nor anyone else forced her younger sister to do so during the first Hogsmeade visit of the school year. Their younger sister Narcissa, who was a Slytherin first year, was, in fact, the only person who even mentioned the matter to Andromeda. Lucius told me that it's taking place at his home during the Hogsmeade visits, and I can't wait to attend, Narcissa informed Bella and Andromeda, when her two older sisters returned from Hogsmeade. It's just boring, Bella whispered to her sisters. I wouldn't attend if I didn't have to. Lucius this, Lucius that, Andromeda said to Bella later on, when they spent the evening with their friends in the room of requirement. I find him extremely annoying. He's horrible, Bella agreed, causing Rita and Antonia to agree. All Slytherins are horrible in the first place, Molly spoke up. Hey, Rita protested, glaring at the redhead. That is not true, Amelia also contradicted in a firm voice. Oh well, all Malfoys in any case, Molly added, and Bella had to admit to herself that she, for once, agreed with the redhead. I believe that the five of you are not the typical Slytherin anyway, Arthur spoke up, smiling. It was at the beginning of Bella's 6th Hogwarts year, when Bella congratulated Arthur for being the new head boy, that Arthur told her, I am sorry, Bellatrix, but I can't continue being your boyfriend. I still like you very much, but I believe that I'm in love with Molly. Please give me some time to think about it. While I will still do rounds with you, I'd like to go to Hogsmeade with Molly for the time being. I am really sorry. With this announcement, a world broke together for Bella. While she knew that she would eventually have to marry Rodolphus, the only boy, whom she really loved, was Arthur. During the following months, she observed in annoyance how the two redheads spent the mornings in Hogsmeade together, while she either went alone, joined Rita, who did not have a boyfriend after separating from Gideon, or was accompanied by Rodolphus, much to her irritation. At least we still have our prefect rounds together, Bella thought, as she still thoroughly enjoyed her time with Arthur, even if the redhead did not key her and only barely cuddled with her anymore. However, they were still wearing their friendship rings, invisibly to everyone else, and often used it to communicate through the rings. I wonder if Molly doped him with a love potion, Andromeda spoke up one day during the winter holidays, when the sisters held a private conversation in Bella's room. Arthur was head over heels in love with you, before it suddenly changed at the beginning of the school year. Bella stared at her sister, wide-eyed. Is that even possible? Over several months. Andromeda shrugged. I don't know, but if anyone would be able to do such a thing, it would be Fabian and Gideon. Apart from the Hogsmeade visits and Molly's gleeful look towards her, nothing much changed, at least not before a bright, warm spring day at the end of May. Molly told me that she's pregnant, Arthur informed her during one of their evening rounds, so I'll have to marry her. All right, Bella replied, inefficiently trying to fight back her tears. Please believe me, when I tell you that I still love you, too, Arthur replied, and a lone tear leaked from his right eye, causing Bella to believe him. I will always love you, she promised, giving him a sad look. If it is a love potion, then she'll eventually stop doping him, after they're married at the latest, she thought, resolving to keep contact with him and observe them in any case. During the months following the end of the school year, Bella and Arthur only met on the occasion of Arthur's and Molly's wedding, which took place during the summer holidays, so that their whole group of friends from Hogwarts was able to attend. Although Arthur and Bella never spoke about the matter, they kept their friendship rings and frequently used it to exchange thoughts about anything under the sun. Thank Merlin no one but Dromey is aware of it, Bella thought one night after conducting a long conversation with Arthur about his work. Upon Molly's request, Arthur had taken on a position at the Ministry of Magic. However, from exchanging thoughts with him on a daily basis, Bella knew that he was not outright happy at his job. It would be great if we could work together somewhere, Bella thought. However, before she could further ponder the matter, she became distracted by the Dark Lord's request that she should take his dark mark during the Christmas holidays. In front of the assembled Death Eaters, Rodolphus and Rabaston had to beat and kill young Muggle girls, and Bella almost gagged at the idea. Fortunately, the large dungeon room was as dark as always, and no one realized that her eyes remained closed during the whole time. Most of her Slytherin classmates received the dark mark that evening, before it was her turn. Just by the cries of the Muggle girls, however, she felt ready to puke. Bella did not even protest when it was her turn, even if she felt horrified at the idea of killing someone. Keeping her eyes closed again, she simply cast a dark curse, which her grandfather had taught her for that purpose, at the small Muggle girl that was somewhere cowering in front of her. "You still have to learn a lot," the Dark Lord hissed, apparently not overly contented with her performance. "You should have played with her instead of simply killing her." "I'm sorry, my lord," Bella replied, hoping that he would believe that she was sorry. "I hope that he's not dead and Croaker will be able to rescue her later on," she thought. Receiving the dark mark hurt like hell, however, much more than the pain. She felt horrible by the fact that she had almost taken a life and that she was branded now as the Dark Lord's follower. First thing the following morning, she puffed herself to the Unspeakable's office and demanded to see Croaker. "I need your help," she blurted out, unable to hold back her tears at the sight of the Unspeakable, whom she had learned to trust during the last few years. Croaker nodded in apparent understanding. "You took the mark?" he asked, unnecessarily. Bella merely nodded, sobbing. "Were you able to rescue the girl afterwards?" "Yes," the Unspeakable confirmed in a soothing voice. "I took her to St. Mungo's, and even though she's a Muggle, they'll be able to help her. She'll be all right, and you did that very well. Do you still wish to become an Unspeakable and spy on the Death Eaters for us?" he then inquired. "Yes please," Bella replied in a firm voice. During the next few hours, she was introduced to Devil, the trainer of the Unspeakables, as well as Team 5, to which she was going to belong together with Croaker, Raw and Buckbean, one of the goblins from Gringotts. After a lengthy discussion within the team, where she was asked in detail about her animagus form, it was decided that her unspeakable name should be Medusa. A very fitting name for a magical dragon with the ability of flying, puffing and changing its color, Raw said with apparent contentedness. Raw was an old wizard and the head of Team 5. After the team had decided on her name, he pulled down his hood, causing Bella to stare at none other than her grandfather, Arthur Black. "Grandfather?" she inquired in disbelief, only to add, "Is this a bad joke?" "No Bella," her grandfather replied, smirking. "I am happy that you joined us. Welcome to the team. Please remember the oath you took earlier. You mustn't tell anyone about my identity, not even your parents." "Of course," Bella confirmed, eagerly nodding her head, while her thoughts went haywire. "You did not take the dark mark then, did you?" she inquired. "No." Her grandfather shook his head. "I am old enough to not have people question me, you know," he replied, smirking. "I wished I could have prevented you from this experience, but there was no way to cancel your betrothal contract and thus protect you from becoming the Dark Lord's follower. I am glad that you decided to defy him from the beginning and spy for us, and I promise you now that we shall all help you through this. I will also help you deal with your parents if necessary." Bella could not believe it. "Grandfather is an unspeakable," she mused in disbelief. "He's even the head of my team apart from being the head of House Black. How cool is that?" Somehow, she felt extremely relieved to have the head of her family on her side. "Too bad that I'm not allowed to tell Drami about it. She'd love to hear that he's an unspeakable, too." Just a few days after the sisters returned to Hogwarts, Arthur informed Bella that Molly had miscarried. "I am sorry," Bella thought back with mixed feelings. "Oh well, on the one hand, I am sad, because I had really looking forward to having a child," Arthur replied, "but on the other hand, I wonder if I did the right thing to marry her. I'm not sure that I really love her. Somehow, you're much more important to me, even now. I am sorry, Bella." "It's all right," Bella thought to him in a soothing voice, while slowly, a plan developed in her mind. Right after breakfast the following morning, which was a Saturday, Bella made her way to Professor McGonagall's office. The Gryffindor head cast her a surprised look, however, ushered her inside and asked, "Miss Black, what can I do for you?" Bella let out a deep sigh, before she blurted out, "It's Arthur, Professor. He seems to be really unhappy with his job at the Ministry of Magic, and I was wondering if there was any way for him to work as a professor at Hogwarts." "Arthur," McGonagall said, seemingly pensive. "Yes, he would be a valuable addition to our staff, however, what would he like to teach? It's not as if we had many openings in the near future." A silence of thoughtfulness from both witches continued, before the professor spoke again. "He could teach defense against the dark arts, however, as you probably know, the position is cursed, and no one is able to remain on it for longer than a year." "Perhaps," Bella replied, slowly, "Arthur and I could take turns teaching it." McGonagall cast her a thoughtful look. "As you're not in my house, I am not aware of your marks in defense." "Professor, will you promise me to keep a secret?" Bella interrupted her, giving the older witch a beseeching look. "I will," McGonagall promised, looking at her in clear expectation. "I am an unspeakable and a spy for the light side," Bella admitted, scolding herself for not making the professor swear an oath. "Oh well, she's clearly light, so she will keep my secret," she reassured herself. "Is that true?" McGonagall asked with apparent interest if not even delight. Bella nodded. "That's surprising to say the least," the professor said. "I thought you were promised to marry one of the Lestrange brothers." Bella let out a deep sigh. "I will have to marry Rodolphus, but I intend to keep as far from him as possible. Being able to teach at Hogwarts would help me enormously in that hindsight. So, we could help you and Arthur both," McGonagall concluded. "I will see to it." She remained pensive for a moment, before she asked, "Would you be willing to entrust the headmaster with your secret?" "Only if it's absolutely necessary," Bella replied, only to add as an afterthought, "I don't really trust him." "Understandable," the deputy headmistress uttered, much to Bella's surprise. "You could teach defense against the dark arts in turns of 1 year and besides that take over the head of house positions for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Would that be agreeable for you?" Bella hurriedly relayed the question to Arthur, who responded with unexpected euphoria. "I'd love that, but I'd have to return home late in the evening," he added. "Can you please ask the professor if that would be all right?" Bella replied. "A head of house should be available 24 hours a day," McGonagall replied, pensively, however, agreed, when Bella reassured her that at least she would remain at the castle overnight, even after her wedding. "Perhaps I could sometime return to my then husband during the weekend and we could take turns overseeing both houses," she suggested, and Arthur and the professor both agreed. "I can only give you a 90% promise right now, as I need Professor Dumbledore's consent. However, I'll speak with him sometime today," the older witch promised. She warned her, however, he might want to have some proof that you're on the light side, especially knowing that you're going to marry into a family, which is at least as dark as your own. "I know," Bella replied, smiling. "Unspeakables Croaker and Raw would be able to testify for me. Amelia Bones knows Unspeakable Croaker well. She is an Auror in training. Are you still in contact with Miss Bones?" McGonagall asked in apparent delight. "Yes, we're good friends," Bella confirmed. "We haven't been able to meet for a while, but we're exchanging letters on a regular basis." After breakfast on Sunday morning, Professor Slughorn strode by his house table. "Miss Black," he called out, causing Bella and Narcissa to reply, "Yes." "Miss Bellatrix Black please," Slughorn clarified wearing a small smirk on his lips. "The headmaster wishes to see you." "Oh no," Bella thought, inwardly groaning at the prospect of an interrogation by the headmaster. To her relief, however, Professor McGonagall, Arthur as well as an Unspeakable, whom she recognized as Raw, were present. Dumbledore greeted her with apparent curiosity, before he offered her a drop, which she politely declined, and asked her to take a seat. She quickly slipped into the empty seat next to Arthur, casting him a broad smile. "Professor McGonagall tells me that the two of you wish to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher in yearly turns as well as the combined heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Is that correct?" the headmaster inquired. "Yes sir," they both replied as in one. "The only thing that causes me a headache is your affiliation to dark families, Miss Black," Dumbledore replied, thoughtfully. "Apart from that, do the two of you have enough experience to teach that specific subject?" "Miss Black received top marks in Defense Against the Dark Arts," Slughorn spoke up with apparent enthusiasm. "As did Mr. Weasley," McGonagall added, firmly. "Miss Black will receive training with the Unspeakables on Sundays as well as during the summer holidays," Ross spoke up. They don't know that he's my grandfather and the head of House Black, Bella thought in amusement. If Mr. Weasley is interested, I can ask the Aurors to train him accordingly, Ra continued. Yes please. Thank you sir, Arthur replied, seemingly pleased by the prospect. Very well, Dumbledore nodded. However, there is still one condition. While the headmaster was still speaking, Bella noticed how Ra unobtrusively waved his hand in a silent spell that made her wonder what it was. Excuse me, I have simply cast a spell at your portraits that prevents them from listening into our conversation, Ra spoke up, causing the headmaster to look at him in clear irritation. Miss Black, he inquired, giving her a look of expectation. Headmaster, are you willing to swear me a wizard's oath to keep my secret? Bella returned the question. Albus, I ask you to do this, McGonagall spoke up, and Horace as well, please. Me too, Arthur inquired, and Bella shook her head. Just keep the matter to yourself please, she replied, as she had telepathically told Arthur about the whole matter as soon as New Year's Day and knew that he used to keep her secrets. The two older wizards swore their oath, before Bella informed them. I was forced to take the dark mark, and on the following day, I have become a spy for the Unspeakables, Bella admitted. Ra here is the head of my team. Do you know who Ra is? Dumbledore inquired with apparent interest, causing everyone to glare at the headmaster. Albus. McGonagall lightly scolded her older colleague. Yes, I am aware of his identity, but I must not reveal it to you, Bella replied in a firm voice. The headmaster did not seem happy about this, however, Bella did not care at all. From September 1969 onwards, Bella and Arthur became the defense professors and heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin. They had decided and convinced the headmaster to use a completely different classroom and also rename the class to simply Defense, instead of Defense Against the Dark Arts, so as to perhaps break the curse that was on the position, even if they intended to take turns teaching on a yearly basis. While Arthur taught the first year, Bella attended training with the Unspeakables on a daily basis. Only after the end of the last afternoon class, she returned to Hogwarts and saw to her head of house duties. Bella was grateful that Professor Slughorn did not mind her being the head of Slytherin, as he had enough work as the potions master and potions professor. Professor McGonagall was equally busy teaching Transfiguration while being the deputy headmistress. Every evening after dinner, Bella took over the head of house duties for the Gryffindors in addition to her Slytherins, when Arthur returned home to his wife. To her relief, Arthur had introduced her to the Gryffindors, where Andromeda was a sixth-year prefect, and the students immediately accepted that she and Arthur shared the head of house position. It might be more difficult with the Slytherins, Bella thought, knowing that after her looming wedding during the Christmas holidays, she would have to spend the weekends at Lestrange Manor. Thank Merlin Rodolphus accepted that I'll only be there during the weekends, she thought, knowing that her soon-to-be husband was not overly pleased at the idea. At least as long as we don't have an heir, she repeated his words in her head, resolving to take all precautions that she would never become pregnant. At least not from him, she thought, inwardly smiling at the idea of possibly having a baby with Arthur, as far-fetched as her wish was. The first year as professors at Hogwarts passed uneventfully, and soon, Bella saw herself in the position to teach defense. She felt extremely proud, when Andromeda became the head girl together with Edward, or Ted as his friends called him, who had been Drami's best friend from their first year onwards. I wished we could simply share the defense position, so that I could teach the first 4 years and you the 3 advanced classes, Arthur said to her during the last staff meeting before the welcoming feast. You're much better than me. We could always practice together, Bella suggested, smiling. You could try dividing the position among yourselves, Flitwick suggested. Arthur, you did not have to resign from the position or anything at the end of the school year now, did you? No, Arthur confirmed. Perhaps the curse is already broken, considering that you changed the name of the class, the classroom, the office and are sharing the position, Dumbledore spoke up in a firm voice. Why don't you try it out? I will see to it that you'll be able to continue teaching. Is that all right with you? Arthur thought to Bella, who immediately agreed. That's a good idea, she replied aloud. It would give us both more time for the head of house positions, and I believe that just at this time, the Slytherins need me more than ever. Be careful dear, the headmaster said to her in a small voice, causing Bella to nod in determination. I know. I have to keep up appearances, she said, sighing. Still, I will try to prevent students from taking his dark mark. I appreciate the effort, Dumbledore replied, warmly. In November, Arthur's and Molly's son, Bill, was born, and Arthur proceeded to spend more time at his home. Until the Christmas holidays, when to Bella's enormous annoyance, her wedding with Rodolphus took place. Bella did as was expected from her, however, lacked the smile that a bride usually showed for her family and friends. Even when Rodolphus kissed her after exchanging the rings, her expression remained emotionless. The fact that the Dark Lord was among the wedding guests did not help to improve her mood, before a sudden thought crossed her mind and she resolved to speak with her grandfather about her idea at the next opportunity. She endured her wedding night, feeling consoled by Arthur's thoughts of understanding coming through their friendship rings and the knowledge that she would be able to return to Hogwarts first thing in the morning. At the next opportunity, she spoke with Ra in the room of Team 5. Do you perhaps know a spell or charm, which I could repetitively cast at the Dark Lord to weaken his magic or such? She inquired. I shall check the Black Library, her grandfather promised. I believe that it's a brilliant idea in any case. I'll get back to you, when, or rather if, I have a solution. It was a few months later that Andromeda visited Bella in her office after curfew. Drammy, Bella blurted out in surprise. What are you doing here? Did something happen? Not really, Andromeda admitted, letting out a long sigh. During the Hogsmeade visit on Saturday, Ted asked me to become his wife, she then blurted out, tears welling in her eyes. Oh Drammy, Bella said, feeling extremely happy for her younger sister, who had admitted to her having feelings for her classmate years ago. Congratulations, she added, smiling. How wonderful. Andromeda let out a scoff. Wonderful. Do you know what Mum and Dad are going to do to me? Nothing, Bella replied, calmly. Nothing, Andromeda repeated, wide-eyed. You know as well as I do that they're going to kick me out of the family. They won't, Bella stated, smirking. Bella, Andromeda replied in clear annoyance. Are you drunk or what? You know how they are. I know, Bella replied, but is any of them head of the family? Andromeda stared at her, wide-eyed. No, she then admitted. Grandfather Arcturus is the head of House Black, but does that make any difference? Oh yes, Bella reassured her. Granddad, she contacted her grandfather through telepathy, which had been one of the first things that the Unspeakables had taught her. Drammy wants to marry a Muggleborn. He's brilliant and head boy this year. Will she have your permission against Mum and Dad? The response came immediately. If you approve of the relationship, I shall agree. Bellatrix, Andromeda asked, seemingly angry due to Bella's absent-mindedness. Sorry, Bella apologized. I just contacted Granddad through telepathy, and he told me that if I approved of your relationship, you'll have his permission against Mum and Dad. Congratulations Drammy. I can't believe it, Andromeda replied in apparent excitement. Is that really true? Yes, Bella confirmed. By the way, what are you going to do after your newts? Andromeda smiled. Ted wants to study law at a Muggle university, and I've thought about doing the same, but on the other hand, Professor McGonagall asked if I wanted to become the professor for history of magic, and I feel inclined to accept. Ted said that he wouldn't mind sharing quarters at Hogwarts, as he could simply puff himself to the university and back. Thank Merlin he became a miniature obsidian magic dragon just like you and me. Bella cast her favorite sister a genuine smile. I'd be extremely happy to have both of you at Hogwarts, she confirmed. The students will also be very happy to be rid of that stupid ghost. Perhaps we could even convince the headmaster to arrange magical law as a new elective subject in a few years' time, she added as an afterthought. As could be expected, their parents threatened to kick Andromeda out of the family, when she informed them about her intentions on the first Sunday of the summer holidays, when Grandfather Arcturus visited them for dinner. Even Bella was present, however, without her husband, as Rodolphus, presence was required for a family outing of some distant relatives of the Lestrange family. Cygnus and Druella even undertook a huge fight with Grandfather Arcturus, who as the head of House Black refused to kick his granddaughter out of the family. She is a brilliant witch, she received best marks in her newts, she was head girl at Hogwarts, is going to be a professor at Hogwarts soon and wants to marry the head boy, who according to Bellatrix had best marks just like herself. Why would I kick her out of the family? Because her soon-to-be husband is Muggleborn. I'm sorry, children, but no, and that's my last word in this matter, he said in a firm voice, causing Andromeda to step around the table and pull her grandfather into a bear's hug. Thank you, grandfather, you're the best, she replied, smiling happily. He will not set a foot into our house, her mother roared. That's fine, Mum, Bella replied instead of her sister, as Drami is going to move to Hogwarts tomorrow. You're disgusting, Narcissa commented. Mum and Dad are right. You should marry a pureblood wizard just like Bellatrix. Andromeda scoffed. And be unhappy just like Bellatrix, who takes all precautions to not get impregnated by the monster who is her husband, an ass-licker of the Dark Lord and an imbecile. Andromeda, that's enough, her father scolded her lightly. She is right though, Bella spoke up. Exactly, Arcturus agreed, causing Cygnus and Druella to stare at the old wizard in apparent shock. However, Andromeda, I have one request, by the way. Please keep the black name. Do as you wish, such as using a double name, but please keep the black name. It is sad enough that Bellatrix is a Lestrange now. True, Bella thought, nodding sadly. All right, Andromeda agreed. His name is Tonks, so I will be Andromeda Black Tonks. Very well, Miss Black Tonks and Mrs. Lestrange, Arcturus addressed his favorite granddaughters. My grandson Sirius is going to be a first year at Hogwarts this autumn. Please be so kind and keep an eye on him. Apparently, he doesn't get along well with his parents, but I believe that he's a good boy. Druella let out a scoff. Sirius, that scum a good boy, she replied, rolling her eyes in apparent annoyance. Oh well, Granddad, we'll look after him, Bella promised, smirking. She had always liked Sirius, as he was friendly, not bigoted and funny. Little did she know that it was going to be a tough task to look after her mischievous cousin. To Bella's amazement, Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor, where he quickly seemed to become friends with James Potter. It was on the second day of classes that Sirius received a howler from his mother. How dare you let yourself be sorted into Gryffindor? You're a disgrace for the family. Bella tuned the rest of the howler out. Aunt Walburga, she thought in disgust. She's even worse than our parents. Oh well, I don't know what would have happened if one of us had been sorted into Gryffindor. Later the same day, after Arthur had returned home in the evening, she called Sirius into her office. Sirius, she addressed her cousin in a soft voice. How are you faring? Her younger cousin's expression hardened. If you've called me here to step into my mother's footsteps. Bella let out a scoff. Definitely not, she replied in disgust. Please believe me that in spite of being a Slytherin and married to a Death Eater I am not as bigoted as you and my parents. My best friend is a Gryffindor, and Andromeda's boyfriend was in Gryffindor, too. I simply want you to know that I'm on your side and that I will support you if you ever face problems because of your parents' attitude. Thanks, Sirius replied in apparent surprise. So how is Hogwarts so far? Bella inquired, casting her cousin a genuine smile. It's all right, Sirius replied, grinning. I've already become friends with James Potter, and there are some others, who are really nice. It's relaxing to be in Gryffindor, far from all that pureblood shite. Bella smiled. I so understand, she agreed, deciding to forego scolding him for the bad word. Oh well, I won't keep you longer, but if there's anything I can help you with, feel free to come to me at any time. Or to Andromeda. She will help you as well. As the wife of Rodolphus Lestrange and the head of Slytherin, I'll have to keep up some appearances, but feel free to speak with me in private. Thanks, Sirius replied, grinning. I appreciate it. Bella kept a close eye on Sirius and the other Gryffindor first years. There was one student, who caught her attention. It was not because he was a werewolf, like the headmaster had informed Minerva, Arthur and her. He was a nice and diligent boy, however, he seemed to be unhappy. Perhaps, he's worried that his classmates will find out about his problem and despise him, she thought, wondering how she could help the boy. On the day of the October full moon, she used her free period during the second morning class to visit the boy in a small room behind the hospital wing, where he was resting after the nightly transformation. Hello Remus, she addressed him in a soft voice, how are you faring? I'm fine, he replied, sounding uncertain. Bella let out a small scoff. I've known Madame Pomfrey for a decade, she replied, smirking, and she wouldn't keep you here if you were fine. Now, I know about your little problem, so you don't have to hold back in front of me, she continued in a soft voice. And? The boy asked, seemingly timid. And? Bella repeated, giving him a surprised look. I was just wondering how you were doing. After the full moon is one thing, here at Hogwarts in general is another question. I like Hogwarts very much, Remus replied in a soft voice. Seeing that he seemed to be hesitating, she asked, But I'm afraid that the others will notice what's wrong with me, Remus blurted out. They won't want to be friends with me if they know. They'll be afraid, and their parents will demand that the headmaster kicks me out of Hogwarts. Nonsense, Bella replied in a firm voice. I know of 2 boys in your year, who have problems at home. One of them comes from a pureblood bigoted family like myself, while the other has a muggle father who dislikes him because of being magical. Ever since I have come to Hogwarts 9 years ago, I've found out that students or even professors who have their own difficulties are much more able and willing to understand others' problems. Seeing that Remus was hanging on her lips, she continued, both of them are in dire need of friends, too. Oh well, one of them is fairly able to play down his problems, the other isn't. If you wish, I can pair you with one of them for a while and then with the other, so that you can get to know them a little and might be able to speak to each other. Excuse me, Professor, but who are they? Remus inquired with apparent interest. Sirius Black from Gryffindor and Severus Snape from Slytherin, Bella informed him, causing Remus' previous excitement to vanish from his expression. I won't have a chance with Sirius, he informed her. He's already friends with James Potter, and most of the girls are looking after him. Severus is always grumpy, he slowly trailed off. Is that so? Bella asked, more to herself than to the student. Very well then, I shall speak with them, separately, about your problem without telling them your name and ask if they wish to get to know you, and if they agree, it's fine. Otherwise, I'll obliviate them. Remus stared at her, wide-eyed. You'll obliviate them? Is that even possible to obliviate them just about me? Bella smiled. Will you keep a secret for me if I tell you one? Remus nodded. I promise, he replied in a firm voice. I am an unspeakable, Bella informed him, so yes, I am able to do this. At lunchtime, she strode by the Gryffindor table and said to Sirius, Mr. Black, please come to my office after the last afternoon class. Yes, Professor, Sirius replied, looking horrified. What did you do now? James Potter blurted out, smirking. Did you play a prank on someone? Peter Pettigrew questioned him, causing Bella to roll her eyes in annoyance, as she left the Great Hall to head to her classroom. After the last afternoon class, it took a while, but finally, Sirius appeared in the doorframe to her office. Please come in and close the door, Bella instructed him, before she cast a series of privacy charms at the door. It wasn't me, Sirius blurted out. What wasn't you? Bella inquired with interest. The duplicating prank, Sirius replied, questioningly, causing Bella to blurt out laughing. What duplicating prank? She inquired. Please tell me, although I can assure you that I didn't call you here to scold you about anything. Oh thank Merlin, Sirius replied and informed her that 2 fifth-year Gryffindors had placed a chocolate frog into the headmaster's office and cast a duplicating charm at it during lunchtime. Ah, too bad that we can't witness what happened, Bella replied, chuckling, before her expression sobered and she told her cousin about Remus' problem without mentioning the boy's name. Professor, Sirius replied upon hearing the story. In private, you may still call me Bellatrix, Bella interrupted him, before she mentioned him to go on. I understand what it means to have a problem and not wanting others to find out about it, he said, pensively. I don't want anyone to find out about how horrible my parents are. Oh well, I received that howler, but I still hope they won't know, he added as an afterthought. Can I talk to him? Would it help him? I believe it would, Bella replied, warmly. Thanks Sirius, I knew I could rely on you. In fact, it's Remus. I believe that you are acquainted with him. Remus? Sirius asked, his eyes widening in shock. All right, I will talk to him and ask him if there is anything I can do to help him. I have an idea, Bella said, pensively. Tell me and I'll do it, Sirius replied in apparent determination. During dinner, Bella once again visited Remus in the hospital wing, and a very happy boy told her everything about Sirius' visit. He even told me that he would try to become an animagus, so that he could keep me company during the full moon, he told her in apparent excitement, causing Bella to smile. Is that safe for him though? Won't I be able to harm him in his animagus form? It depends what his form is, but as Sirius is not exactly stupid, I'm sure that he won't choose the form of a mouse, Bella replied in a soothing voice, causing Remus to chuckle. After dinner, Bella had a conversation with Severus Snape, similar to her talk with Sirius. She was not even surprised, when Severus' reaction was not far from serious, even if the Slytherin seemed to be missing her cousin's humor. "Is it really all right to be friends with Gryffindors?" he asked, timidly. Of course, Bella replied and told him how she and her roommates had been friends with a bunch of Gryffindors. "Thank Merlin," Severus blurted out, before he admitted, "I've been friends with Lily since we were toddlers, and I'd like to continue being friends with her, but she's in Gryffindor." Together, they walked to the hospital wing, and Bella left the two students to talk to each other. Shortly before curfew, she sent a happy-looking Severus back to Slytherin and accompanied a seemingly delighted Remus back to his dormitory in Gryffindor. During the following months, she observed how Remus became friends with Sirius, James, Peter as well as Severus and Lily. On Sirius' request, the group of friends visited her every Sunday evening, so that she could teach them how to become an animagus and supervise their practice. Bella did not mind the extra work at all. She felt happy that she had been able to help Sirius, Remus and Severus to gain good friends. Halfway through the Marauders, as she called the friends who rivaled the Pruitt twins in doing nonsense, second Hogwarts year, Arthur's second son was born, much to Bella's devastation. "Do you really love Molly?" she thought to him, when he had informed her about Charlie's birth. "I am not sure. I think I love you both," he replied, seemingly pensive. "I should have gotten together with you, but, oh well, you had to marry your husband anyway. Maybe at some time in the future, we can still get together," Bella thought back, smiling. "Don't give up hope, and at least we can be together at Hogwarts every day." "That's true," Arthur replied, somehow sounding happier than before. A year later, Andromeda's and Ted's daughter Nymphadora Blacktonks was born, and all the residents of Hogwarts fawned about the little girl, who turned out to be a metamorphagus and surprised them all, when she suddenly spiked pink hair at the age of 6 months. Bella felt incredibly proud and happy to become the godmother for her niece. "Dromey and Ted should have consulted me about the name beforehand though," she thought in annoyance. Something less antiquated might have been better. The following months passed uneventfully. During their third year, each of the Marauders apart from Remus managed to become animagi. While Sirius became a dog that looked like a Grim and seemed extremely appropriate for the Black family, James became a stag, Lily a doe, Severus a magical chameleon and Peter a rat. From that time onwards, they used to keep Remus company during the full moon, either in the Shrieking Shack or on the grounds. Bella, Andromeda and her husband Ted occasionally joined them in their own miniature dragon forms. After the first night on the grounds in her animagus form, Bella had to admit to herself that it was great fun and that she looked forward to the next full moon. It was shortly before the end of the Marauders' third year that Severus came to speak with her in private. "Professor," he spoke up in a small voice, "is there any way to remain at Hogwarts during the summer holidays?" Bella cast him a horrified look. From Lily, she had heard right at the beginning of their first Hogwarts year how Severus' father despised him for being magical. "Does your father hurt you?" she asked, bluntly, however, in a soft voice. "Ah no, but," the third year slowly trailed off, which was enough of a reply for Bella. "You're extremely good at potions, aren't you?" she asked in spite of being aware of the matter. "I like brewing," Severus confirmed, casting her a small smile. "I must confirm this with Professor Slughorn as the potions professor, so I can't promise anything, but I have an idea," Bella replied, pensively. "Would you be willing to work on a research project and try to invent a cure for lycanthropy?" she then asked. Severus' eyes lit in obvious delight. "I'd love that," he blurted out in uncharacteristic excitement, "even if I don't believe that I'll be able to find what hundreds of potions masters have ineffectively tried during the last few centuries. Well, I'll ask Professor Slughorn if he is willing to at least be present, so that you won't be alone in the lab or the classroom, and if he agrees, I'll ask permission from your father," Bella promised, causing Severus to thank her profusely. "Since the headmaster probably won't allow you to remain in Slytherin during the summer, you will most likely have to live in my guest room during that time," Bella said, pensively, and the boy readily agreed. When the Marauders heard about Severus remaining at Hogwarts during the summer, Sirius immediately took Bella aside and inquired about the matter. "Bellatrix, may I please remain here as well?" he begged. "I really don't want to return home." Bella nodded in understanding, knowing that his parents, especially her aunt, were even worse than her own parents. I need to ask your parents for permission, she said before asking, what are you going to do though? Are you going to assist Severus in the lab? I can do that, Sirius agreed, provided that Severus is willing to work together with me. I don't exactly excel in potions. From that time onwards, Severus and Sirius spent all holidays together in her guest quarters using the potions classroom to research a possible cure for lycanthropy. It was 2 years later that James managed to convince Lily to go out with him, and Bella noticed quickly that Severus was extremely depressed. How dare he take her from me? He blurted out, when she cornered him. Excuse me? Bella asked, even if she could very well understand his sentiments. He did not take her from you, as you never asked her to become your girlfriend. James did, and she agreed. However, you can still remain friends with both of them, she said in a firm yet soft voice. Seeing that he was listening, she told him her own story. We're both now married to others, but we're still best friends, she said, smiling. During the following weeks, she spent much time speaking with Severus, who had become something close to a son to her. She even managed to convince him to not join the Death Eaters, when he pondered to follow Lucius Malfoy's invitation to meet the Dark Lord. Making him swear a wizard's oath, she told him everything about the Dark Lord, the Dark Mark, and spying on the Death Eaters for the unspeakables. Thank you for preventing me from making a grave mistake, Severus finally told her, casting her a smile of acknowledgement. From her daily conversations with Arthur, sometimes face to face, most times through their friendship rings, she knew that his love for Molly somehow seemed to have cooled down, while he still appeared to be in love with her. Oh well, I am not in love with my husband and have never been, she thought after a particularly long discussion with Arthur about his wife and her husband, letting out a deep sigh. It was just a few days later, when Arthur seemed extremely upset, when he contacted her late in the evening. Bella, he thought to her, and she could sense that he was crying. What's wrong? She thought back, urgently. Today, our twins were born, Arthur informed her. However, Bella did not even congratulate him, sensing that he was going to say more. When I visited them in the hospital together, while Muriel was watching Bill and Charlie, Molly admitted that she continuously doped me with a love potion from our 6th year onwards. I never really loved her. It was only a love potion. I am so sorry, Bella. I was so stupid that I destroyed everything. It's all right, Bella replied. It's not your fault. You couldn't know. I've told her that I'm going to separate from her, Arthur continued. As soon as she'll be back from the hospital, which should be during the weekend, I'm going to move to Hogwarts. I'll be happy to have you here, Bella replied, while her thoughts went haywire. From the weekend onwards, Arthur was living at Hogwarts. His rooms were adjacent to Bella's, and every evening after curfew, he came to visit. Somehow, Bella felt happier than she had ever been before. I only wished I wasn't married, she thought in annoyance. I don't love my husband. The only good thing is that I only have to see him during the weekends. 2 months after Arthur had moved to Hogwarts, the Marauders took their newts and left Hogwarts, apart from Remus, who remained as the ancient runes professor, and Severus, who studied for his potions mastery under Horace Slughorn. Sirius and James entered Auror training together with Alice and Frank Longbottom, while Lily studied at St. Mungo's to become a healer. 4 months later, Bella suddenly decided to skip the charm that prevented her from becoming pregnant, which she always cast at herself before traveling to Lestrange Manor. Therefore, she was not surprised when Poppy told her shortly after Christmas that she was pregnant. Poppy, Bella said, beseechingly, will you please cast some charm at me that prevents everyone from noticing my pregnancy? Is it not your husband's? Poppy inquired with a combination of understanding and concern. No, it's Arthur's, Bella admitted, smiling. I never even slept with Rodolphus. Poppy nodded and cast a series of charms at her, before she instructed her to come to see her once a week, so that she could make sure that everything was all right. Bella did not even inform Arthur about the matter. She only told Andromeda, as her sister was still her best and most trusted friend. Bella, what are you going to do with the baby, when it's born? Andromeda asked in concern. I think I need to give her to someone, Bella replied, letting out a deep sigh, before she leaned into her sister's embrace, crying her eyes out. I'll speak with Ted if you don't mind. He has contacts in the Muggle world, Andromeda suggested, and Bella quickly agreed. You could still keep the guardianship over her in the magical world. Eventually, she'll come to Hogwarts and you can decide if you reveal the truth to her." Trusting her sister to have her best interest in mind, Bella agreed, and when her daughter was born in September, Andromeda and Ted gave the baby to a Muggle couple, who were not able to have children of their own. Afterwards, Bella berated herself. While she had intended to not take as much as one look at the baby, she had not been able to resist, and from that time onwards, she was unable to wipe the image of her daughter from her mind. "She'll only come to Hogwarts in 11 long years, almost 12, she thought in devastation, as she cried herself to sleep, glad that Poppy had told Arthur and her colleagues that she was in her care due to a bad case of the wizard's flu and that no one was allowed to visit her. Apart from the healer, Dromey and Ted were the only colleagues who knew the truth, and they simply puffed into her room to keep her company, whenever they could make time. Bella still felt down knowing that she had given up her only daughter to Muggles, when Lily contacted her and asked her to become her baby's godmother together with Sirius, whom James wanted to make the godfather. Of course, Bella agreed, smiling at the girl, who had been one of her favorite students. Just a few months later, Bella's world was turned upside down again, when news spread around the Unspeakables, quarters of a prophecy that had been made about a child, who was going to be born at the end of July. "I just hope that it won't apply to Lily's and James's boy," she thought, still feeling bad about giving away her own baby. While she inevitably attended all the Death Eater meetings to please her husband as well as the Dark Lord, she was unaware that the Dark Lord knew about the prophecy. "I hope he doesn't know about it," she thought, when she visited Lily and baby Harry at St. Mungo's. "He's so cute. Thanks, Lily, for making me his godmother," she said to the redhead, who cast her a broad smile. "Thanks for agreeing to become his godmother," Lily replied. "You know, Sirius can be a bit reckless at times," she added as an afterthought, and Bella immediately agreed. "Now I have a goddaughter and a godson," she replied, happily, only to add for herself, "and a daughter, but no one must know about her." Apart from Poppy, Andromeda and Ted, only the members of Team 5 knew about the girl, and every few days, Ra and Medusa apparated into the Garden of the Muggles, house and invisibly observed the baby and her foster parents. "At least they treat her well," she thought. "Maybe one day, I'll be able to tell Arthur about her and take her in." Thank Merlin, Ted has told the woman that the girl is magical and will be off to Hogwarts at the age of 11. In spite of intensely listening to the nonsense that the Dark Lord spiked during the Death Eater meetings, Bella did not get to know that he was aware of the prophecy. According to Ra, it could apply to either Harry Potter or Neville Longbottom. A possible plan to attack the Potters or the Longbottoms never became a topic during the meetings either. She was attending the Halloween feast at Hogwarts together with everyone else, when all of a sudden, she received a message that Team 5 was to come to Godric's Hollow. She unobtrusively informed the headmaster, glad that he knew about her activities, and left the Great Hall. Unfortunately, by the time she arrived in front of the Potter house, it had been turned into a ruin. There were no Aurors, no Death Eaters present, only her colleagues Ra and Raros, who had recently joined their team in the form of her cousin Regulus Black, who had defied the Dark Lord and consecutively feigned his own death. However, due to the Fidelius charm that had been placed on the house, neither of them was able to enter the place, except for herself. "I'll go and have a look," Bella said, transformed into her animagus form and carefully stepped through the rubble. Just when she made her way to the upper floor, Sirius arrived as well, and Bella quickly transformed back. "Peter the traitor," Sirius blurted out in a sudden bout of rage. "Take Harry with you, I'll go and get Peter." "Be careful and don't kill him," Bella replied, before she gently lifted her crying godson out of his crib. "It's all right, Harry, we'll see what we can do about your head wound," she said in a soothing voice, before she reached into the crib and pulled Harry's favorite teddy out to take it with them. "We'll take Tap with us," she informed Harry, who nodded and nestled deep into her robes. Suddenly, she heard heavy footsteps come up the stairs. However, she did not wait but quickly popped away, right into the unspeakable quarters. By the time she returned to Hogwarts with Harry on time for breakfast the following morning, the Unspeakables had already removed the Horcrux from his head and had already filed her guardianship over Harry with the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore immediately took Harry out of her arms, much to the boy's displeasure. "Bellatrix, it is important that he will be raised by his relatives," the headmaster informed her. "Petunia Dursley is Lily Potter's sister, and she will be able." "No. Bella roared. Through his grandmother Doria Potter, who was the sister of my grandfather Arthur Black, I am related to him as well. Moreover, Lily and James made me his godfather along with Sirius. Anyway, magic has already accepted me as his guardian, and Harry has as well, she added, as she took the crying boy back into her arms, where he calmed down immediately. Sirius will never be able to fulfill any duties as godfather, Dumbledore replied in a grave voice. He did not only give the Potters away to Voldemort, but he killed Peter Pettigrew and 13 Muggles. I don't believe you, Bella replied in an upset voice. First of all, he was not the Potter's secret keeper, and considering that it was you who cast the Fidelius charm, you should be aware that Peter was their secret keeper. Secondly, we'll see what his trial is going to reveal. He won't have a trial, Dumbledore informed her. He has already been sent to Azkaban. Casting a glare at the headmaster that should make him happy that simple glares could not kill, she gently pressed Harry into Andromeda's arm. Harry, you know Aunt Dromy and Granny Minerva, right? She asked, pointing to Minerva who was sitting next to her sister. Please stay with them for a moment. I will be back soon, she cooed to the child, noticing contentedly that Harry immediately accepted Dromy's and Minerva's fussing. Arthur, will you please take over my classes this morning? She then asked her lover and colleague. My lesson plans are where they always are. Of course, Bella. Take your time, Arthur replied, gently. Thanks, Bella replied, and with a last glare at the headmaster popped away, right from where she was. Granddad, I need to speak with you immediately, Bella contacted her grandfather through telepathy. Please meet me in the team room. To her relief, her grandfather arrived just a moment after her, and she quickly informed him what the headmaster had told her. Let's go and speak with Alistair Moody, Arcturus decided, and the two unspeakables quickly made their way into the Auror department, where they introduced themselves as Ra and Medusa and told Moody everything they knew about Sirius and the Potters. I shall see to it that he gets a trial as soon as later today or tomorrow, Moody promised, wearing a grim expression. I don't understand why Dumbledore told us otherwise. He must know it, as it was him who cast the Fidelius charm, Bella added in accusation. Perhaps we should extend the trial to Dumbledore, her grandfather added, grimly. If necessary, we will do so, Moody promised. You will receive an invitation for the trial through the Unspeakables office in 2 hours at the latest. Thank you, Moody, Bella replied in relief. In the meantime, please head to Gringotts and ask for the Potter's will, Moody instructed her. If I'm not mistaken, you have one of the goblins among the Unspeakables. Yes, sir. I'll do that, Bella promised. Thanks, Granddad, Bella said to her grandfather once they returned to their team room. It means a lot to me that my favorite cousin doesn't end up in Azkaban. Oh, believe me, I don't want my grandson there either, Arcturus replied, smirking. First thing the following morning, Sirius' trial took place. To Bella's relief, Alistair Moody led through the trial. He questioned Sirius under Veritaserum and had him show his memory of the event, and the evidence was sufficient for Sirius to become free of all accusations. The jury went as far as to accuse Peter Pettigrew of being a Death Eater, giving the Potters away to Voldemort and killing 13 Muggles. The question if he killed himself in the process was being left open, although it had been visible in Sirius' memory that he transformed into his rat animagus form and got away. Sirius received an official apology from the Ministry of Magic. However, the Marauder did not accept it. None of this was your fault, he replied to his boss, Alistair Moody. I believe that everything was Albus Dumbledore's fault. Arcturus Black, who was sitting on the Wizengamot as the head of House Black, raised his hand and was given word. I demand that this trial shall be extended to Albus Dumbledore, he said in a firm voice. He purposely saw to it that my grandson was sent to Azkaban. I agree, Rodolphus Lestrange spoke up, causing Bella to cast her unwanted husband a grateful look from her seat in the witness stands. 30 minutes later, the trial against Albus Dumbledore began. Bella was asked as the first witness, and she told the court everything that she knew about the prophecy, the fact that Dumbledore wanted to send little Harry to his magic-hating Muggle relatives, that he tried to seal the Potter's will and get the guardianship over Harry. Thankfully, I was faster than him, she said, grinning broadly. In the end, Dumbledore was stripped of his positions as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the head of the Wizengamot. I suggest that Sirius Black should become the new head of the Wizengamot. It is the least that the magical world can do for him after wronging him so badly. Frank Longbottom, who was occupying the Longbottom seat on the Wizengamot, spoke up. I second the motion. Minerva McGonagall immediately agreed, much to Bella's surprise. Me too, Rodolphus spoke up, making Bella cast her husband a rare smile. Today, he's really trying to support me and my family, she thought, feeling very grateful to her husband. An instant vote confirmed Sirius Black as the new head of the Wizengamot. When the question came up who should be the new headmaster for Hogwarts, Bella was the first to raise her hand and was given the floor in spite of not being a member of the Wizengamot. Lady Lestrange, Sirius called up on her. I suggest Minerva McGonagall as the headmistress. She has been the deputy headmistress and has done a brilliant job over years, Bella suggested. I second the motion. Frank Longbottom supported her, and a quick vote confirmed Minerva as the new headmistress. After curfew the same day, Bella and her colleagues met in her living room, where little Harry was sleeping in his crib under a silencing charm, to celebrate Minerva's new position. The problem is, Minerva said, letting out a deep sigh, that first of all, I need a deputy, and secondly, I need someone to teach Transfiguration. What about Arthur? Andromeda suggested. Is it really necessary that Bella and Arthur share the defense position? Shouldn't the curse be broken by now? The curse should be broken by now, and Arthur was brilliant at Transfiguration, Minerva thought aloud. If not, Bella and Arthur could still change between Transfiguration and defense every other year. Arthur, Bella, what do you think? If you deem me capable of teaching Transfiguration, I'll gladly accept. Arthur gave her a questioning look, and Bella nodded, smiling. Severus, who was the new potions master and potions professor, gave in to their demands that he should become the deputy headmaster. Suddenly, a thought pressed itself to the forefront of Bella's mind. What am I going to do with Harry, when I'll have to go to Lestrange Manor over the weekends? Will you all be willing to look after him? Of course. Arthur was the first to respond, and everyone else agreed quickly, making her feel very much reassured by her colleagues' kindness. Just after all of her colleagues except for Arthur had returned to their own rooms, her fireplace flared up, and Rodolphus had appeared in the flames. Bellatrix, we need you at Longbottom Manor in 10 minutes' time. I know that it takes you a moment to get out of Hogwarts, but hurry, he instructed her, before he ended the conversation. Bella turned to view Arthur. Did you hear that? She asked, in spite of knowing that the fireplace was equipped with a silencing charm that prevented people in the room from witnessing conversations. No dear, Arthur replied, giving her a questioning look. My husband called me to Longbottom Manor. I assume that they're going to attack, she said. Will you please inform Minerva or better yet Amelia or Moody? I'll call the Unspeakables and head there as a witness. Team 5, Longbottom Manor now, she urgently thought to her colleagues, before she popped away, not bothering to throw her unspeakable robes over. Rodolphus needs to see me. I must keep up appearances, she reminded herself. By the time she arrived at the Longbottoms' place, Rodolphus and Rabaston had already begun to torture Alice and Frank. Feigning to assist casting the Cruciatus spell at the two Aurors, she cast a silent counter-curse that cancelled out the effects. It was extremely tiring, especially as she had to cast it at two people while feigning to do something else, and she was more than happy when her teen colleagues arrived an instant later, closely followed by Alistair Moody, Amelia Bones and some other Aurors. Bella observed in relief how Moody immediately took the two wizards into custody, just before one of the Aurors put her into a body bind as well. Let Lady Lestrange go, Ra immediately hissed. She was the one who warned us. She only had to keep appearances in front of her husband and brother-in-law. Can you prove that? The Auror asked, sharply. She is one of the Unspeakables, Moody spoke up, apparently only now realizing what was happening. She told Arthur Weasley to call us. I believe that Professor Lestrange helped us, Frank Longbottom voiced. Ever since she arrived, I wasn't subjected to the curse anymore. I think she saved our lives. His wife Alice nodded. I'm not sure, because everything was so terrifying, but I think Frank is right. Ever since Professor Lestrange arrived, I didn't feel the effects as badly as before. You're free to go, the Auror, who had set to arrest her, informed her. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, Lady Lestrange. That's all right, Bella replied in a soothing voice. You couldn't know, and as Unspeakable Ross said, I had to keep up appearances. I shall ask Arcturus Black as the head of House Black to annul my marriage with Rodolphus Lestrange as soon as possible. First thing the following morning, she received a confirmation from the Ministry of Magic that her marriage with Lord Lestrange had been annulled and that she had been reinstalled into the Black family. Bella felt incredibly happy. "Arthur, I am Bellatrix Black again," she blurted out in excitement. "Congratulations, dear," Arthur replied in a soft voice. "I know that everything happened very fast, and I'm sorry, but I cannot wait to ask. Will you become my wife and change your name again to Bellatrix Weasley?" He blurted out in apparent eagerness. "I will," Bella replied, grinning broadly. "Would Bellatrix Black Weasley be all right though?" "Of course," Arthur replied and gently pulled her into a firm hug. The wedding took place during the Christmas holidays, and all students who wished to attend were invited, along with the Black family, Team 5 of the Unspeakables and Arthur's son Bill, who was already a first-year student at Hogwarts. Neither Arthur nor Bella should know just how many surprises they were going to receive on this the 28th of December 1981. The first surprise appeared in the form of Bella's cousin Sirius, right after Arcturus Black as the head of the Black family had performed the wedding ceremony. "As the head of the Wizengamot, I have received order from the Minister of Magic to award Bellatrix Black Weasley the Order of Merlin Second Class for saving the lives of Lord and Lady Longbottom as well as giving her own former husband and his brother away to the Aurors for a lifelong stay in Azkaban. Congratulations, cousin," he added, grinning broadly. "Thanks," Bella replied, as she accepted some kind of medal from Sirius. "That was completely unnecessary though. Your mummy is a wonderful person." She suddenly heard Andromeda's voice and turned around, her eyes narrowing, as she spotted a young girl of about 2 years walk between Andromeda and her daughter. "Nymphadora. Hermione," she blurted out in shock. The girl, who was dressed in a beautiful light pink dress decorated with laces and flowers, stood in front of her and Arthur. "Yes, I am Hermione. Are you my mummy?" Grinning broadly, Bella nodded. "Yes, Hermione, that's true. This here is your daddy, and I am your mummy," she confirmed. "This here," she added, pointing to the boy who was standing between them, "is your brother Harry." "Hi Harry," Hermione greeted the younger boy, giving him a broad smile, which he returned happily. "Sorry Arthur, I wanted to tell you," Bella thought to her new husband, "but it's true. She's yours. That was unexpected, but I am happy to have a little girl, especially with you as the mother," Arthur replied, as he gently caressed the girl's bushy brown hair. "Dad," Bill Weasley approached the young family, accompanied by a couple of red-headed twins. "Now that you have a new wife, will you please take Fred and George in? They don't get along with Mum at all." "Yes please," the twins added, simultaneously. "The more the merrier," Bella thought to Arthur, smiling. "Does your mother know about this?" Arthur asked, sternly. Bill nodded. Charlie and Percy were supposed to tell her at breakfast this morning, right after Charlie helped the twins flow to Hogwarts, and so far, we haven't received a howler from Mum, so I suppose that she's all right with it, he said, matter-of-factly. By the end of the day, the newlyweds had 4 children, and Minerva immediately asked the house elves to extend their quarters to accommodate them all and still have space for possible extensions, even if Bella and Arthur were certain that 4 children would be enough. When the whole Black Weasley family was asleep, Rowena and Helga vacated the portrait of Godric and Salazar that decorated the family's living room. "Sorry, dears, but we just had to see this," Rowena apologized. "You know how many visions I had about Harry and his future, and I am so happy to see that everything has been turned upside down by Arthur and Bella. In my visions, he was abused by his Muggle family, and his time at Hogwarts was disturbed by everything that Albus Dumbledore threw at him. Now, he has a loving family with 3 siblings at Hogwarts with a granny and many aunts and uncles who will teach and protect him. It is a magical miracle," Helga agreed, "and I am very happy, too. Still, there is that prophecy, which apparently applies to Harry and Voldemort." Rowena let out a deep sigh. "That might indeed be a problem, but at least Harry is at Hogwarts, so that we might be able to help him through Hogwarts herself." Harry was lying in his crib cuddling with Tap, his stuffed teddy bear. His mummy and daddy had been gone for a while now, and he did not know where they were. But his Aunt Bella had told him that she was his new mummy and had taken her with her to Hogwarts, where all his other aunts and uncles and his Granny Mina lived. Uncle Arthur was his new daddy. While he still missed his mummy, he was happy at Hogwarts. On the previous day, Harry had suddenly gained a new sister and 2 brothers, much to his delight. Fred and George were already big boys, and they were funny, although they looked absolutely identical. Before he could further ponder the situation, he felt that there was something down his body that felt yucky and needed his mummy's attention. He slowly gripped the rails next to him and pulled himself up into a standing position, before he began to whimper, knowing that his mummy would come for him soon. However, his sister reached him first. "Howie, what's wrong, Mummy?" Harry replied, his lower lip quivering dangerously. "Wait, I get Mummy." With that, the girl left the room only to return an instant later with their mummy in tow. "He's such a cutie," Bella thought, feeling extremely happy to have not only Harry, but also Hermione, who is her and Arthur's daughter, as well as his twins living with them. "We're one big family now," she thought, as she gently tickled Harry's little toys, when she changed his nappy the Muggle way, having heard from Drami and Lily that babies preferred their gentle touch to a much faster spell. Bella and Arthur spent most of the day playing with the children. They only attended the meals together with their colleagues, after Minerva had reassured them that it was fully all right to bring their 4 children with them to the Great Hall. No wonder why, Bella thought, as she observed Minerva interact with Hermione and Harry. Everyone is fawning over them. If we don't pay attention, they're going to be totally spoiled by the time they become students here. We need to consider what we're going to do with the kids during class time. She cast her colleagues a questioning look. During the last month, when it was only Harry, Arthur usually took him with him to the Transfiguration classroom. However, he can't take 4 children, and the defense classroom would be too dangerous for them. Perhaps, we should try to hire someone to watch the kids. Dora is slowly getting bored accompanying me to the history of magic class. Andromeda let out a sigh. I'm sure she'd already be able to take her history of magic all by now. Granddad, do you perhaps know someone who would be able to watch our 4 kids and Drami's daughter during the day? Bella thought to her grandfather and colleague of Unspeakable Team 5. Bring them here. We'll make them our mini Unspeakables and teach them accordingly. Do you really mean it? She asked in a combination of disbelief and hope. Of course. Oh well, that might be the best that could happen to Harry, considering the prophecy that he'll still have to fulfill, Bella thought and hesitantly voiced her grandfather's idea in front of her colleagues. Considering the prophecy you told me about, Harry needs all the help he can get. If they're sure that they can teach a 16-month-old. Arthur looked skeptical. The twins certainly need to be occupied. I believe that you should wait at least until such a time, when Hermione and Harry will be potty trained. Why don't you just take the twins and Dora to study with the Unspeakables for the time being? As to the others, everyone could take turns teaching them during their free periods. Minerva smiled. I can always take the cuties into my office for a few hours as well. I can take them at any time, too. Poppy smiled at the sight of Hermione gently mashing a potato for Harry. The Grangers have really raised her well, Bella thought, feeling very grateful towards the Muggles. Perhaps, I should go and personally thank them sometime. Maybe even together with Hermione. Thank you, Minerva and Poppy. All right, then we're going to try it out with the twins for the time being and rely on all of you for Hermione and Harry. She cast Arthur a questioning look. I believe that would be for the best. It might do the twins good to be trained by the Unspeakables considering all the nonsense they come up with. Molly did not even protest, when they left her and came to live with me. They must have totally annoyed her. Perhaps, it would be good for Dora to accompany the twins. Maybe, training with the Unspeakables might help her, as she's incredibly clumsy. Andromeda sighed. Mummy. Hermione suddenly glared at her. I want to study, too, not only the twins and Dora. Severus smirked at the eager little girl. Hermione, shall I teach you how to brew fruit drops? Oh, yes please. Yummy. The 2-year-old let her hand wander over her belly in apparent expectation. When can we be you them? Next week, when classes commence again. K. Hermione's voice was laced with disappointment, causing Bella to inwardly grin. That's my daughter, she thought in amusement. Severus. She let out a deep sigh. I am really sorry to bother you again, but would you perhaps be willing to take over the head of house position in my stead? Severus quirked an eyebrow. I am already the deputy headmaster. That doesn't matter. I've been the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor for many years, Minerva countered. Very well, I'll do it then. Although, I'll never be such a good head of house as you. It was because of you that I and many others were able to call Hogwarts our home. In a smaller voice, he continued, and I will never forget that you prevented me from making a grave mistake. Bella shook her head. Nonsense, Severus, you will be a wonderful head of house. Your own experiences will give you the understanding needed to help your students. Thanks very much. I love the position, but I won't be able to fulfill it while our children are so small. When the children will be bigger, we can always change again if you wish. Severus cast her a sharp nod. Late that night, when the children were in bed and Bella and Arthur relaxed in the living room, a woman suddenly spoke up from the portrait of Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, which had been decorating the wall ever since they had become the heads of the two houses. Please excuse us for intruding. I am Rowena Ravenclaw, and this is my friend, Helga Hufflepuff. Our husbands allowed us to take over their portraits for a moment, because we have something important to discuss with you. Good evening, Professor Ravenclaw and Professor Hufflepuff. Bella was the first to overcome the surprise. Please call us by our given names. Helga sounded as friendly as Rowena. In fact, we wish to ask you for a favor, Rowena began to speak. It concerns Harry and in extension Hermione. You might not know this, but Harry is the heir of Godric and myself. The heir of Helga and Salazar is Tom Riddle aka Lord Voldemort. However, considering that Harry's mother Lily vanquished him, magic recognizes her and in extension Harry is Helga's and Salazar's heir. Lily? Bella asked in disbelief. Well, to everyone else, it must have looked as if Harry had vanquished him, but in fact, it was an ancient charm, which Lily cast at her son causing Voldemort's spell to rebound to himself. Yes, Lily vanquished him. Unfortunately, she had to sacrifice herself for the charm to work, so, consequently, Harry is now the heir. That makes Harry the heir of all four of you. Bella's eyes widened in surprise. Exactly. Rowena smiled. Because of this and of the fact that I am a seer and know that Voldemort is not really gone, we are very interested in Harry's education. Hogwarts informed us earlier that you intend to have the Unspeakables teach him, however, we'd like to ask you to allow us to train him and his sister instead. Bella and Arthur nodded. Somehow, she felt too stunned to voice any kind of response, while her thoughts went haywire. In my visions, Rowena continued, I have seen that Hermione is always together with Harry whatever he does. Therefore, we would like to teach them together. Thank you very much. Arthur smiled. We appreciate it. Excuse me, Rowena. Bella looked at the witches in confusion. Are you going to teach them from your portrait? Rowena let out a small chuckle. No, that would not be efficient and could be outright dangerous. In fact, the Founders' quarters, where our private rooms are, harbor the so-called tapestry of time. Images of all our heirs are on this tapestry, and the children merely have to touch any of our images and say the time to which they wish to travel. The traveler does not have to use magic. The magic is provided by the tapestry and Hogwarts herself. However, only an heir is able to travel, which means that Harry and Hermione must hold hands to travel together. They could come to our time in the mornings and return in the evenings. Thank you, Rowena. Bella and Arthur remained pensive, before Bella finally continued. Excuse me, Rowena. This somehow sounds like a fairy tale. Do you have any proof? The two ancient witches smiled. All four of us are going to visit Harry in person and intend to invite him and Hermione to study with us on Harry's 6th birthday. Bella and Arthur nodded, contentedly. Thank you, Rowena and Helga. Our children will be thrilled to be allowed to study with you. During the following 3 years, while the twins spent most of the day at the Unspeakables office being taught by various Unspeakables, all the teachers at Hogwarts took turns teaching Harry and Hermione everything they deemed important for the children to know. Bella and Arthur realized in amusement that the two knew everything about magical plants and potions ingredients as well as magical animals, and by the time they turned 4, they were proficient at flying and catching the snitch. While Severus deemed Harry as very adept at brewing potions and Phileas seemed happy to have found someone close to a charm's protege, Hermione was extremely interested in ancient runes and was often seen drawing runes onto a parchment. Too funny how a small child draws runes, before she's even able to write. Rolanda chuckled at the sight. I can write. Hermione glared at the flying instructor. And Harry can, too. That's my kids, Bella thought, feeling very proud of her children. Shortly after Harry turned 4 and a few weeks before Hermione's 5th birthday, Dora became a student at Hogwarts, at the same time as Arthur's second son Charlie. While Charlie was sorted into Gryffindor, Dora became a Ravenclaw. Probably due to her lessons with the Unspeakables, Bella thought in amusement, wondering if it would be wise to have Harry and Hermione study with the founders of Hogwarts instead of the Unspeakables. Let's allow them to make experiences, which no one else in this time has, considering that the founders invited them, Arthur suggested, and Bella agreed. It's important that they study elsewhere but Hogwarts of our time in any case, as otherwise, they'd be incredibly bored once they will become students. Harry and Hermione awaited Harry's 6th birthday with excitement and anticipation. In contrary to Hermione's and the twins' birthday, Harry's birthday was in the middle of the summer holidays, and Granny Minerva had promised them a huge party in the Great Hall just like on Harry's 5th birthday. His mummy had promised that his godparents would join their large family at Hogwarts for the day. His godparents, Uncle Sirius as well as Aunt Alice and her husband, Uncle Frank, had an in Harry's opinion totally cool job. They were working full-time as Aurors catching bad wizards and witches left and right. Aunt Alice and Uncle Frank had a son, Neville. The boy was just 1 day older than Harry, and the two boys dearly loved each other. They had known each other from baby times onwards, as Alice often took Neville to Hogwarts during the holidays, so that he could spend time with Harry and his family instead of his grandmother, who usually looked after him, while his parents were working. Another reason to be excited for Harry's birthday was their mummy's promise that 4 guests would come to see them on that day and would invite them to study with them from the following day onwards. Their parents had not told them who was going to come, even if Hermione and he had taken turns pestering them about it. They believed that it would probably be Unspeakables, however, they could not be certain. Their big brothers, Fred and George, had already been studying at the Unspeakables office for years, and they seemed to be very happy about it. They were even allowed to sometimes brew potions together with Uncle Severus and prank the whole school. Harry chuckled, as he recalled how everyone in the Great Hall had spiked monkey heads during the leaving feast. Anyway, the Unspeakables place seemed to be a treasure trove for learning, and Hermione and Harry just could not wait to be able to study there as well, especially after Hermione had overheard their mummy tell their daddy that they were going to be incredibly bored at Hogwarts if they continued studying with the professors. I hope we can learn as interesting things as Fred and George, Harry thought, who absolutely adored his big brothers. They were always funny and never ran out of ideas to entertain them all. He found it especially funny that no one but Hermione, he and their parents were able to distinguish the two boys, a fact that allowed them to even do more mischief. Harry woke up that very morning, when someone sang the birthday song to him. Lazily opening his eyes, he looked straight at 2 balloons, a red and a green one, which were hovering above his bed taking turns singing. What's that? He thought in a combination of amazement and bewilderment, just when Hermione stormed into his bedroom. Cool. How does that work? Harry grinned. No idea. Probably the twins work then. Hermione chuckled. Fred, George, where are you? Giggling and grinning, the twins dashed into the room, just when the 2 balloons finished their song and exploded, pouring many pieces of confetti over Harry and his bed. Without waiting for their parents, the 4 children hurriedly dressed and dashed towards the Great Hall in expectation, not even bothering to listen to Hermione stating that their socks were mismatched. When they entered the Great Hall, they stopped dead in their tracks. About half of the room had been changed into an enormous playground, and Hermione and Harry eagerly followed their big brothers climbing up to the highest point. There was a jungle, a small lake, ropes to climb on rocks as well as slides, one of them right along a waterfall, and the children thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Only when the adults called them down for breakfast, did they grudgingly abandon their play. Harry arrived on the ground by a large slide and just set to get up from the edge of the slide, when something small attacked him. It jumped up onto his lap and licked his face with apparent eagerness. When Harry let out a small shout of surprise, his siblings and all the adults, who had by now gathered around him, laughed. Harry, Sirius called out to him, "May I introduce, this is Barkymore, and he's yours now." "Happy birthday." "Thanks." Harry carefully pushed the small being literally out of his face to get a look at it. It was a puppy. He was white with lots of black dots and a brown face. "Hi there," he addressed the puppy, instinctively caressing the soft, fluffy ears. Serious, his mother addressed his godfather, her voice laced with disapproval. I'm sorry, but that's not a name I can tolerate. Why don't you name him Inu? Professor Flitwick suggested. He was a half-goblin, almost like the goblins Harry had seen at Gringotts, but Professor Flitwick was much nicer. It simply means dog in Japanese, but I believe that it is adequate as a name for such a cute puppy. You are Inu now, okay? Harry asked his dog and suddenly felt extremely happy to have a pet for himself. Uncle Severus, Auntie Drami, can I get a kitten for my birthday? He heard his sister address her godparents and immediately turned around to view her. Inu, that's my sister, Hermione. Will you play with her, too? The canine let out a small woof, and Hermione happily stepped over to Harry and Inu to pet the puppy. Immediately after breakfast, the children returned to the playground, and Harry noticed happily that it was even more fun having Inu run, climb and slide together with him. To his surprise, the puppy was much faster not only than him but even than his big brothers. None of the children noticed that the Great Hall became absolutely quiet at some point, before a large voice almost rivaling Hagrid's boomed through the room. Where is the birthday boy? The visitors, Hermione gushed, and the 4 children plus 1 puppy hurriedly made their way over to the large slide to get down and greet their guests as soon as possible. Inu, come here and sit on my lap, Harry invited the canine, noticing that he seemed to be afraid of the slide, and together, they slid down, thoroughly enjoying the ride. There were, indeed, 4 unknown people standing in the middle of the Great Hall. They were wearing strange clothes, however, Harry noticed that they were smiling at them. Good morning, Hermione, Harry, Fred and George, one of the witches addressed them. I am Rowena Ravenclaw, and these are my friends Helga Hufflepuff, Salazar Slytherin and my husband Godric Gryffindor. Hermione shook her head. No, madam, that's not possible. The names you mentioned are those of the founders of Hogwarts, and they lived 1,000 years ago. Harry nodded his agreement, causing the visitors to chuckle. Very well said, Hermione, the lady commended her. There is just one tiny information that you're lacking. And what might that be? Harry cast the witch a curious look. As the founders of this castle, we are able to time travel through Hogwarts. Suddenly, Granny Minerva stepped over to the group and invited what indeed appeared to be the founders of Hogwarts, even if Harry was still not convinced, to take a seat at the table, where the adults were still having tea together. Harry listened in growing amazement, when the founders told them that they were just in the final stages of building the castle and invited him and Hermione to come and study at their time. Excuse me. Harry inwardly chuckled, as Hermione was the first to speak up as usual. How are we going to get to your time? What will you teach us at your time? Will we be able to study ancient runes? Are there other students of our age at Hogwarts? My own, stop, Harry whispered, recalling how their mummy always told his sister to only ask one question at one time. What? Hermione asked in clear irritation, before she added just one more question. Will we be able to return home at any time? Rowena smiled at his sister. We were thinking about fetching you to our time. As I said, we are still building Hogwarts, however, we have finished our own living quarters and have finished the so-called tapestry of time. Harry did not understand everything that she told them about the tapestry, however, he nodded, eagerly, when she explained that Helga had a sister, who was 6 years old as well. We thought that we could teach the 3 of you together for 2 years, while you might even help us with the final touches to the castle, so that the 3 of you will be 8 by the time we intend to allow the first students into Hogwarts. Are you going to teach students from the age of 8 onwards? Hermione's voice was laced with excitement, before she added, unfortunately, in this time, children have to be 11 to become students. They discussed the matter for a while, before Godric, who seemed to be the headmaster in their time, asked if they were interested to study with them. Of course. Yes please. We're very interested, aren't we, Harry? Harry nodded at his sister. Yes please. I will come to the Great Hall right after breakfast tomorrow and fetch you, Helga promised, smiling. My sister, Caradwyn, will be very pleased to be able to study together with you. Do not speak about this matter to anyone apart from your family here, the 4th founder uttered, sounding very grumpy. No one must know that we and our heirs are able to time travel, and we're not going to teach anyone else from this time. He somehow seems grumpy, Harry thought, wearily eyeing Salazar. Harry, he suddenly received a telepathic message from Uncle Severus. Salazar Slytherin is the best potions master of all times. Even if he seems a little grumpy, if you have the chance to study with him, take it. He might be able to teach you things, which I cannot teach you. Perhaps, they even have potions in their time, which are lost in ours." Smiling, Harry cast his uncle an unobtrusive nod. With that, the founders excused themselves, leaving two very excited 6-year-olds behind. Soon, however, Neville and Severus' godson Draco came to visit, and the children returned to the playground with Inu in tow, the matter of the founders forgotten for now. In the evening, Harry was exhausted from playing on the playground all day. However, he was very happy when he was lying in his bed together with Inu, who was cuddled against his stomach. "That was a brilliant day, and I'm 6 and big now," he thought, already drifting off to sleep, when his sister stepped into the room. "Harry, are you still awake?" "I am." "Now," Harry replied, sleepily, only to roll his eyes upon realizing that she was carrying a thick book. "Harry, I'm so excited. We can study together with the founders and help them complete Hogwarts." She eagerly opened her book at what seemed to be the beginning. "Here, it says." Harry listened to his sister's tirade for about a minute, before he was lured into sleep by Inu's soft snoring. In the morning, Inu woke him up early, obviously in need to be taken outside for a wee-wee. To his relief, Hermione was already up as well, apparently too excited to sleep, and the siblings took Inu out onto the grounds, where they played with him until Harry's stomach began to grumble. "Let's go and have breakfast. I can't wait to travel to the past." To Harry's surprise, Helga Hufflepuff arrived, just when he finished his breakfast. How did she know? He wondered, however, gently woke up Inu, who was asleep on his feet. "Now, Hermione and Harry, are you ready to come with me?" "Yes." As usual, Hermione was the first to reply. Harry chuckled when she jumped from her seat, causing the chair to fall onto the floor with a loud bang. Hermione, slowly, their mummy lightly scolded her. "Sorry." "Excuse me, madam," Harry addressed the founder. "Oh Harry, please just call me Helga." Harry nodded in understanding. "May I bring Inu? He's your familiar, isn't he?" Helga sounded very kind, and Harry nodded, eagerly. "Without Inu, I won't go," he resolved, smiling when Inu gently licked his hand. "Then of course you may bring him. He's not really potty trained though. Harry only received him yesterday, and he's still a puppy," Hermione explained. "Then, we'll just have to train him," Helga replied, smiling. "Thank you, Helga," Harry replied, feeling very grateful. He smiled in appreciation, when his mummy pressed a small bag with doggy treats into his hand. "You'll need these to train him. As I don't know what kind of dog food they have in the past, take these with you, and don't forget to give him some water, too." "I will. Thank you, Mummy." Helga agreed with his mother that he and Hermione should be back at 6 o'clock in the evening, so that they could attend dinner in the Great Hall together with their family. Harry slid the dog treats into his robe pocket and together with Hermione and Inu followed Helga through the corridors, before she stopped in front of a painting of what seemed to be the 4 founders. "This is the entrance to our quarters." Helga smiled, when the door opened without further ado. "We will always let the 2 of you in." They arrived in a cozy living room with comfortable-looking sofas which were arranged in front of a large fireplace. Another painting of the 4 founders occupied one of the walls, while the opposite wall was dominated by windows that allowed the view onto the lake and the grounds. Before Harry could further look around, however, Helga led them straight into a small side room, which was lacking any furniture whatsoever. Instead, a large, red tapestry occupied a complete wall. "This is the tapestry of time. Take a good look. You should be able to see your own face, Harry, as well as mine." Helga explained that they had to touch the face of the person they wanted to visit and tell the exact date. "Today, I will take you with me. Tomorrow, I want one of you to try and take the other and myself with you. When you get used to it, you may just travel to my time and back by yourselves." Harry nodded, while Hermione voiced her consent, and all of a sudden, the room around them began to turn around, and the movement became faster, before the room completely vanished from the sight, only to reappear a few seconds later. Helga pointed at the time display above the door. "This is a permanent time display, which Rowena added this morning. Please always make sure that you arrived at the correct time before leaving this room." When Harry and Hermione followed Helga into the living room, which looked slightly different from before due to the more ancient furniture. The other three founders were obviously waiting for them. Harry's eyes fell onto a girl of about his age, who looked like the spitting image of Helga. "Hello Harry, Hermione and Inu," the girl beat everyone else to a greeting. "I am Caradwin, and I am very happy to have you here." "Hello Caradwin, hello Rowena, Salazar and Godric," Hermione replied, while Harry observed in amazement how Inu approached the girl and eagerly licked her left hand in apparent approval. "Hello Caradwin, hello professors," Harry echoed, smiling. "Welcome in our time," the headmaster spoke up. He glanced at his wife. "Rowena, your charm seems to have worked." "What charm?" Hermione's voice was laced with eagerness, causing Harry to inwardly grin. "Rowena has charmed the door to the Chamber of the Tapestry of Time." Godric sounded proud. "If anyone leaves the chamber through the door, their language along with their clothes will adjust to the English and the attire of the time of arrival." Harry glanced at Hermione and himself, only now realizing that their clothes had indeed changed to the same kind of strange attire, which the founders had been wearing on the previous day. "Did you only cast the charm this morning?" he heard himself ask, unintentionally. "When you visited us yesterday, you were wearing the clothes of this time." The founders nodded. "Well observed, Harry. I only added the charm earlier this morning, before Helga left to fetch you." "Amazing. Will you please teach us to cast such useful charms?" Hermione cast the older witch a pleading look. Rowena nodded and made a promise. "We shall teach you whatever you wish to learn. For the beginning, however," Godric continued, "you may not choose what to study, as we want you to acquire general knowledge. You will have 2 hours of lessons with each of us per day." They agreed with the founders that Harry and Hermione should arrive for their first morning lesson at 8 o'clock every morning. Lunch would be at 12 o'clock, and afterwards, they could do as they pleased. Before the afternoon lessons were going to commence at 1 o'clock. Their lessons ended at 5 in the afternoon, and during the remaining hour, before they had to return to the future, they were again allowed to do whatever they wished. "Do you have any questions?" Salazar quirked an eyebrow, causing Harry to think that he had traits similar to his uncle Severus. "Perhaps they are related, too," he thought. "I have a question. How will we be able to get our school books in this time? We don't have any money." Harry stared at his sister in amazement. He had not even thought of such a thing as a school book. Rowena smiled. "Where do you get your school books in the future?" "We buy them at the bookshop," Hermione replied, matter-of-factly. "I see. Now, we don't have bookshops in our time yet. We write the books ourselves, which is in fact one of the things we need to do during these 2 years, and we will copy them for the students using a charm." Rowena chuckled. "If you are so eager to read, I'd appreciate it if you were willing to read through the first books and tell me if everything is comprehensible." "I'd love to do that." Hermione nodded in apparent eagerness. "Harry and I will help, too, won't we, Harry?" Lured by Caradwin's pleasant voice, Harry automatically nodded his agreement. "Do you have any experiences with the subjects which are taught at Hogwarts in the future?" Godric looked from Hermione to Harry. "If I am not mistaken, the future professors have been teaching you so far." The children nodded. "Yes, Harry particularly likes potions and charms, while I am very interested in ancient runes. Thunderbolt can assist me in the lab then, and if he proves himself as adequately talented, he may proofread my recipe collections." Salazar was the first to react. "Remember that you mustn't write parts and pieces in parcel script then." Caradwin glared at her brother-in-law. "Ah, chatterbox, you're no fun." Salazar returned a smirk. "Excuse me, sir, what is parcel script?" Hermione glanced from Salazar to Caradwin. "Snake language." Caradwin was wearing a grim expression. "Harry can talk to snakes." Harry glared at his sister. Did she have to tell them? He thought in annoyance, not wanting anyone apart from his direct family to know that he had some strange ability. "You're a parcelmouth." To Harry's surprise, Salazar sounded delighted. Harry shrugged. "I've been able to communicate with 2 small snakes on the Hogwarts grounds." After this discussion, the founders quickly decided that, while they would teach all 3 of them general knowledge, Salazar would teach Harry more intensely in potions, Rowena would teach him charms and Hermione runes, while Caradwin was going to specialize on healing under her sister's tutelage. "Now, we've spent too much time talking already, therefore, this morning, I shall take you unicorn riding." Hermione and Harry stared at Godric in amazement, while Caradwin cheered. "Come, She motioned Harry and Hermione to follow her outside. I'll introduce you to Moonlight and Midnight. They're absolute cuties. Excuse me, what about Inu? Harry worriedly eyed the canine, while Hermione already ran after her new friend. Take him with you, and we shall try if he can sit on Moonlight's back together with you. Otherwise, I shall keep an eye on him. Harry cast Godric a grateful look, before he hurried after the girls with Inu on his heels. At first, Harry was slightly afraid of the large animal, however, he relaxed, when Moonlight gently leaned down to Inu's height, until their noses touched, causing Inu to waggle his tail in apparent happiness. When Godric finally lifted him into the air and placed him on Moonlight's back, Harry found that unicorn riding was almost as much fun as flying. To his relief, Inu readily allowed Godric to place him in front of Harry, seemingly not afraid of the unicorn that was so much bigger than him. When Harry and Hermione returned home on time for dinner in the Great Hall, they told everyone about their day in the past, which had turned out to be absolutely brilliant. As usual, Hermione did most of the talking. Only when she had finished her explanations, Harry spoke up. What kind of animal could I become to be able to speak with a dog, a unicorn and a basilisk? He looked from his parents to Severus and Minerva, surprised that they stared at him with expressions of clear shock. Harry, where in the world did you meet a basilisk? His mother inquired in apparent disbelief. Why, at Hogwarts of course. She is Salazar's familiar. Her name is Amaterasu, and she's totally cute. Hermione shook her head in obvious annoyance. Harry, she was huge. You can't call such a big animal cute. A cat is cute, but not a basilisk. But she was very nice, and she's my friend. Harry lightly glared at his sister. Now, Harrykins, do you think you could, perhaps, bring us a couple of basilisk eggs? For some nice prank potions. To prank Percy, when he comes to Hogwarts next month. Fred, George. His mother sounded exasperated. You can't simply prank your older brother. Ah, but Mum, according to Bill and Charlie, he's a real git. Messrs. Weasley. Fred and George Weasley. Severus' voice was dangerously quiet. If you have to prank someone by any means, come to my office on Sunday evening. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, the twins replied in apparent delight, for once simultaneously, causing Harry to roll his eyes at his older brothers. During the following months, the founders taught Harry, Hermione and Caradwin everything that they deemed necessary for a student to know by the time they entered Hogwarts. On Friday afternoon every week, however, they did not have lessons but were allowed to help the founders with the construction of the castle. The outer walls including all the towers as well as the main staircases were already built. However, Slytherin was still lacking its common room as well as the dormitories and bathrooms, and Ravenclaw still needed the staircases within the tower among other things. The founders also wanted to make a huge number of shortcuts throughout the castle, so that they would be able to reach every single spot of the school within 2 minutes from any other spot. Hermione shook her head in apparent confusion. I don't think there was as much as one shortcut in our time. The students in the future really seem to have to hurry to get from one classroom to the next. That's because we're not going to tell anyone about the shortcuts. They are only for the 7 of us to know. Godric cast them a pointed look. While you're here, you're going to learn many secrets about Hogwarts, but you must not talk about them to anyone, neither in this time nor in the future. Yes, sir. Harry and Hermione for once replied simultaneously. Of course. Caradwin nodded in confirmation. Before we allow you to assist with the construction of the school, I wish to introduce you to Hogwarts as the assistants of the founders. Godric motioned the children into what he called the parlor. This is the only room in which you can simply talk to Hogwarts. When she has accepted you as our assistants, you will be able to speak with her throughout the school if you place your hand on the wall. Harry as our heir should be able to do so anyway. He motioned them to take a seat on one of the sofas, the only furniture the room was equipped with. Hogwarts, I wish to introduce our assistants to you. This is Harry Potter, the first heir of all 4 of us. This is Hermione Black Weasley, Harry's sister, and Caradwin Hufflepuff is Helga's sister. The 3 of them will assist us with the completion of your walls, rooms etc. As you know, Harry and Hermione come from 1,000 years in the future to study with us and assist with your construction. Hello Harry, Hermione and Caradwin. Thank you for helping the founders building me. I am very big, and it's much work for just 4 people, even if they are powerful witches and wizards. Hogwarts, voice was very childish, and Harry reminded himself that she was only a few years old. I wonder how she will sound in our own time, he thought, realizing that the castle sounded very friendly. Thank you, Hogwarts, for allowing us to assist with your construction. Hermione smiled. Harry and I know you from the future, and you're even bigger and really complete in that time. Feel free to speak with my older self in the future. I am sure that I will be very happy about it. When they left the parlor, the other founders were already waiting for them. Oh Merlin, Hogwarts sounded so cute. Hermione chuckled. Thunderbolt, I want you to help with my house. Slytherin cast Harry an assessing look. Yes sir. Harry smiled in anticipation, as he followed the older wizard in the direction of the dungeons. While Slytherin appeared very grumpy in general, Harry had made the experience that the man became much friendlier, when they were working on something, such as a potion. In the future, the common room and the dormitories are under the lake. Uncle Severus once showed me the dormitories. Under the lake. Slytherin smirked. Now, that seems like a good idea. Why not make the dormitories adjacent to the lake with windows that allow the view into the lake though? Harry remained pensive for a moment, absent-mindedly observing how Salazar cast a spell that made torches in certain distances along the wall of the dungeon corridor. So that the students can watch the fish swim by when they're in bed. Salazar quirked an eyebrow. I haven't seen any fish in the lake so far yet, but that's the plan. Can we do that, sir, although we know that it's different in the future? Harry cast the older wizard a questioning look. Salazar smirked. Of course, we can do it. After we make the first dormitory, you can return to the future and take a look. It will have changed by then. Before they could begin making the dormitories, however, they had to finish the dungeon corridor, Salazar's office as well as the potions classroom and a storeroom for the ingredients with a secret connecting door to Salazar's private lab. He taught Harry the password for the connecting door, smirking. Is the potions professor in your time a good professor? Harry nodded. Yes, he is very nice and is said to be the youngest potions master of all times and the best after you. If that's so, you may show him to my private lab and tell him, but only him, about this shortcut. Thank you, sir. Harry grinned in excitement. Uncle Severus will be delighted, sir. Perhaps, I should show him your lab on Christmas. It'll probably be the best Christmas present for him. Salazar grinned in apparent amusement. Perhaps, you'll be able to beat him as the youngest potions master of all times. I shall assist with that. Harry grinned, happily. Thank you so much, sir. On the day before Christmas Eve, the founders informed Harry and Hermione that they would not have lessons over the holidays but should spend some time with their family in the future. It's almost as if the founders were our family as well, Harry thought, feeling very happy to have two families at the same time. Thunderbolt, if you're bored during the holidays, you can always try to proofread this text. Salazar handed him a stack of parchments, which were written in meticulous handwriting. It might be difficult for you, because it's the potions book for the 7th years. Thank you, sir. May I ask Uncle Severus if I have a question? Salazar nodded, even if he seemed slightly grumpy at the idea. We can always discuss anything, as soon as you will be back in this time. Harry smiled, as he accepted the parchments, which seemed to be kept together by a charm. He also received the first-year charms book from Rowena, while Rowena asked Hermione to proofread her first-year runes book. Thank Merlin we brought books from the future for each of them as Christmas presents, Harry thought. They had bought the book, Most Potenti Potions for Salazar, the not self-updating version of Hogwarts, a history, for Rowena, a compendium of magical illnesses for Helga and Transfigurations for fun, for Godric. While they had entrusted Caradwin with the gifts for the professors, Harry and Hermione had given their friends present, the first 2 books in the series of 5 Magical Friends, which they both loved dearly, to Helga. When Harry readied himself to return to the future with his sister, he was unaware that he was going to return to the past, before Christmas would be over. In the morning of Christmas Eve, Harry found the thought of just remaining at home for 2 weeks strange. Even if they usually spent the weekends at home together with their parents and their older brothers, 2 weeks seemed to be a long time. He was just about to settle in the living room beginning to read Salazar's script, when Hermione brought him back to reality. Mummy, can we have some wrapping paper, please? They don't have wrappings in the founders' time, and we need to wrap our Christmas presents for everyone. Oh right. Harry nodded, eagerly, putting the bunch of parchments onto the table. With Salazar's assistance, he had brewed fruit drops for his siblings, Nymphadora, Charlie, Bill, Neville and Draco. In fact, he had made some for Percy as well, although he did not like the first-year Gryffindor, but at dinner on the previous evening, he had learned that the boy had returned home over Christmas. For the adults, he had brewed several kinds of flavored or spiced liquids, which they could add to their tea of coffee. You can either ask a house elf for some wrapping paper or ask them to wrap your presents for you. His mother smiled. Pucky, she called the elf, who seemed to have been her favorite elf from when she had been a child, and asked him to assist them. Of course, little Master Harry and little Mistress Hermione. What can Pucky do for you? Casting a longing look at the parchments, which she had received from Rowena, Hermione asked the elf to provide wrapping paper for their presents. Excuse me, Pucky, would you perhaps show me how to wrap these files? Harry gave the elf a pleading look. Pucky nodded and handed colorful wrapping paper to him, before she patiently showed him how to magically wrap a file. Harry profusely thanked the elf and happily cast the same spell at each of the remaining files, finding that they looked very pretty. He was so engaged in his process of wrapping presents that he only noticed that the twins were studying Salazar's parchments with obvious eagerness, when they let out simultaneous shouts of surprise. The Wolvescure. If that's what it seems. Salazar Slytherin has a cure for lycanthropy. What is lycanthropy? Hermione's eyes narrowed, as she eyed her brothers, seemingly skeptical. Be careful with these parchments. They are only borrowed and probably Salazar's only copy. I don't think so, Harry thought, knowing that Salazar would not easily trust him to take his sole copy to the future. However, he knew better than to inform his mischievous siblings about the matter. His mother stepped over to them, looking at the pile of parchments with apparent excitement. Lycanthropy is the illness affecting a person to become a werewolf, she informed them. Like Uncle Remus? Harry inquired, looking up, wide-eyed. Yes. Both twins' heads bobbed up and down in confirmation. That would be amazing beyond belief. Their mother took the parchments into her hand, only to be taken aback by the paragraph written in parcel script. Can you read this? She asked the twins, who shook their heads. I can read it. Harry's voice was barely audible, however, his mother had heard him. Can you translate this paragraph into plain English onto an empty parchment then, please? I'm going to call Severus over to take a look at this. Mum. Harry felt inclined to lightly protest. Believe me, I want to cure Uncle Remus, but Salazar only gave this to me to read. No one else must know about it. His mother nodded in apparent understanding. I know, sweetie, and I am certain that Uncle Severus will keep it a secret as well. I'd just like to make use of his expertise as a potions master. 2 minutes later, Uncle Severus elegantly stepped out of the fireplace. Bellatrix, Hermione, Harry, Fred, George. What have these insufferable twins done now? From the smirk crossing his face, Harry assumed that he was joking, however, he still felt inclined to lightly protest. They have found something very interesting, sir. During the following 2 hours, Harry busied himself translating the part, which was written in parcel script, into modern English. He found it very difficult to translate, considering that he was lacking knowledge about several of the ingredients. However, with Severus' assistance, he somehow managed to translate it. Thank you, Harry. Severus skimmed the recipe, only to let out a sigh of apparent resignation. Unfortunately, there are 3 ingredients, which we don't have in our time. Harry grinned. That's not a problem, sir. Let's head to Salazar's lab. It should still be there in this time, and he has all of the ingredients under a refreshment charm. They should still be good. Come, sir. Harry, are you sure that Professor Slytherin wouldn't mind you taking me with you into his private lab? Severus quirked an eyebrow. Harry nodded. When a sudden idea crossed his mind, he stepped over to the nearest wall. Hogwarts, can you hear me? It was the voice of a kind, old lady that replied this time. Hello Harry, how kind of you to speak with me. Happy Christmas, my child. Happy Christmas to you, too, Hogwarts. Harry smiled. Wow, you sound so much older than the last time I spoke with you. He felt the wall lightly vibrate, as Hogwarts chuckled at his observation. Is Salazar's private lab still intact, and do you think that I can take my Uncle Severus and my bothers with me to get some ingredients? Harry, Salazar has long been gone, and you are the owner of Hogwarts in this time. Of course, you may take Professor Snape and the twins with you. You may even visit Amaterasu, as Salazar has diligently traveled to all times between the year, when you have first met him, and nowadays to renew the charm, which he cast over my grounds, so that her view will not be deadly to anyone within my boundaries. I believe that he is going to teach you the charm, so that you will be able to cast it in the future. Harry nodded in understanding. He already told me about it, even if he hasn't taught me the spell yet. Thanks, I'm going to visit Amaterasu later on. She must be very lonely. That she is, even if Salazar visited her once in a decade, when he came to renew the charm. She will be very happy to see you in any case. Thanks, Hogwarts, Harry replied, before he pulled his hand off the wall. Turning to Severus and the twins, he motioned them to follow him. Harry led Severus and the twins into the founders' quarters, introducing them to the founders in their portrait at the entrance. Harry listened in amazement, as Severus greeted Salazar with obvious respect, before he stated the purpose of their visit. To Harry's relief, Salazar refrained from showing his usual grumpy behavior and greeted Severus equally politely. Harry informed me that you are a worthy successor of mine as the potions professor and head of Slytherin. Therefore, I grant you access to my private potions lab. If you have any questions concerning the organization of my lab, please ask Harry. He knows everything about it. Harry felt himself blush, knowing that the words coming out of Salazar's mouth meant the highest praise that Salazar might be willing to give. Only last week, he told me that I was a dunderhead, he thought in surprise, before he dismissed the thought, realizing that the older wizards were waiting for him to guide them. All right, let's go. He walked in the direction of Helga's and Salazar's bathroom, where not only the entrance to his private chamber was situated, but also his potions lab, only to notice that Inu ran ahead, however, in a different direction. Sorry, Inu, but we won't go to see the founders today, he called out to the canine, who sat in front of the door leading to the time chamber. Inu let out a small growl. Sorry, Inu, but as it's Christmas, we're going to remain at home. Inwardly sighing, he ignored the canine for the time being and led his companions into Salazar's lab, which, to his relief, appeared exactly as it had looked in the past. It only took him 3 minutes to show Severus the required ingredients, assuring the older wizard that the shelves were self-replenishing. Harry, I can't thank you enough for bringing me here, Severus finally said after carefully pocketing the ingredients. You're welcome, sir. Harry smiled. Severus, why don't we use this lab to brew the potion right away? We'll be here, if you wish, for 2 handsome assistants to prepare the ingredients. Severus looked at the twins in apparent surprise, before he cast Harry a questioning look. Harry let out a deep sigh. Before brewing the potion, you should check the recipe with Salazar. I am not 100% sure if my translation of the part and parcel script is correct. Severus nodded in apparent understanding and waited for Harry to lead the way back into the living room, where he left it to the potions master to confer with what he already thought of his mentor after studying 5 months together. To his relief, his translation was correct, and Salazar encouraged them to brew the potion and heal all the werewolves in their time. I have never published or patented any potion. Feel free to take full credit for it. Salazar smirked. Please do so. Harry shrugged, leaving the 3 overexcited wizards in Salazar's lab. In the meantime, I'll go and visit Amaterasu. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Amaterasu was over the moon with joy to see him, and Harry promised to come and visit his old friend at least once every weekend from now on. They talked about this and that before. Amaterasu asked him to switch on the large fireplace for her. Harry gladly complied, recalling how Salazar had told him that it had taken him 2 months to properly get the fireplace installed in the enormous size that Amaterasu required. He should have simply taken Rowena with him. She'd have been able to efficiently assist, Harry thought, as he observed how the basilisk made herself comfortable on the spot that Salazar had explicitly made for her. He then swiftly returned to the surface of the castle to pick up Severus and the twins. Salazar is the most private person I know. Severus and the twins had just finished brewing and had already cleaned up the lab, when Harry arrived to return home with them. Inu, come, we're going home, he called out to the canine, who returned a small yowl. Are we not going to meet with Caradwin today? I like her. She's always nice and funny. Inu gave him a puppy-eyed look. That's true, she's always nice and funny, Harry agreed, smiling, as he thought of the girl who had quickly become his best friend over the last 5 months. Perhaps, later on, he replied, lightly, hoping to distract Inu for now. Harry, if you intend to travel to the past sometime during Christmas, please give me some time to prepare an adequate gift for Professor Slytherin. Harry nodded. Sure, Uncle Severus, he confirmed and informed the older wizard that he had given Salazar most potenti potions for Christmas. Does he have any special interests? Severus quirked an eyebrow, causing Harry to chuckle. Apart from remedies for all kinds of magical illnesses, he loves to brew prank potions, he admitted, recalling how Salazar, Godric and he had pranked Rowena, Helga, Caradwyn and Hermione before. That's good to hear, as it gives us lots of possibilities, the twins quipped, making Harry roll his eyes at them. Severus nodded. I wouldn't mind giving him a compendium of all the prank potions we developed ever since these infernal twins began to pester me in my lab on Sunday evenings. Ah, but Professor, it was you who invited us to brew together on Sunday evenings. 2 identical redheads glared at the older wizard, who merely smirked, when they reached the Black Weasley quarters. Bella could not help pacing the room in excitement. Mum. Hermione cast her a reproachful look. Calm down please. If anyone will be able to brew that potion, it's Uncle Severus and my 3 brothers. If they can't get the ingredients here in this time, Harry can simply go to the past and get them. Bella nodded. I know, dear, you're right. It's just that I've known Remus since he was 11, and I know just how much he suffered due to being a werewolf. So, alone the thought that there might be a possibility to heal him makes me very happy. It would be the best Christmas of all times for him. Arthur smiled, knowingly. Just then, the door opened and the remaining members of her family including Severus strode into the room. And, did you get the ingredients? Bella greeted them, unable to hide her excitement. Severus held out a small phial to her. Your sons even assisted me in the brewing of the Wolvescure potion. Can you please summon Remus here? Of course. She headed to the fireplace and called Remus, before she made another call summoning Poppy as well. When everyone was assembled, had made themselves comfortable on the sofas and Inu dashed around the table to properly greet Poppy and Remus by licking their hands, she explained everything to Remus and Poppy, staring at Harry in surprise, when he demanded to be left out of the story. I don't want any more fame, he informed her in a small voice. Still, you will get what you deserve, she thought, exchanging an unobtrusive look with Severus, which showed her that the younger wizard fully agreed with her own assessment. Receiving Remus' permission, Poppy quickly cast a spell at him, before Severus handed him the small phial, which he gulped down without further ado. The lycanthropy doesn't show up on my spell anymore, Poppy announced, causing everyone to cheer, while tears welled up in Remus' eyes. Thank you all so much, he sobbed. I still can't believe it, and I'm still going to spend the night of the full moon in the Shrieking Shack, but I am so happy. Thank you, Harry, Fred, George and Severus. Just know, Bella spoke up, grinning in happiness, that we need you to become an animagus, as we're still going to spend the nights of the full moon on the grounds anyway. Will I be able to become an animagus at all? Remus' expression was clouded with apparent doubt. Of course, Uncle Remus. Harry spoke up, grinning. Let's study together. I want to become an animagus, too. I'm going to join you. Hermione looked from Harry to Remus in apparent determination. You don't think that you'll be able to do such a thing without a handsome couple of twins such as us? I will teach you all on Saturday evenings, Bella decided. Please consider which animal you wish to become. I want to become a cat. Hermione was the first to voice her opinion. Just a normal cat. Harry cast her a look of apparent disbelief. Why not some kind of magical cat? Godric told me that all magical animals are able to communicate with each other. A Kneazle cat then, Hermione relented. Have you decided already? Harry shrugged. I intended to become a griffin or the kind of dragon that Mum and Dad have, but Salazar recently told me that he'd recommend a Chimegais for me. I still haven't found out what it is though. I need to ask Professor Scamander or look for it in the library, but I didn't get around to do so yet. I suggest asking Professor Scamander. Bella smiled, as she recalled how the professor had helped her with the choice of her own animagus form. Everyone was happy hearing that Remus was cured from lycanthropy, and dinner on Christmas Eve turned out to become a huge celebration. Minerva let out a small sigh. I believe that this achievement is too big to keep it a secret. Severus, Harry, Fred, George, are you willing to brew many doses of the potion to cure all the werewolves in this time? Receiving a quadruple yes, she nodded in apparent contentedness and promised to contact her friend Millicent later the same day. The Minister of Magic, Harry thought in surprise. I'd rather thought she'd contact Street Mungos. At breakfast on Christmas morning, Severus handed Harry a parcel wrapped in dark green wrapping paper with a potion's pattern. Various types of ingredients flew into a golden cauldron only to be spat out in what appeared to be fireworks. Will you please take this to Professor Slytherin? Harry remained pensive for a moment. Uncle Severus, would you perhaps like to accompany me? His sister immediately protested. Harry, you know that we mustn't take anyone with us. I know, but this is an exception. Turning to Severus, he promised, I'll head to the Founders' quarters and ask for permission. I'll be back in a few minutes. Too bad that I can't apparate yet, he thought, as he dashed through the empty halls of the castle together with Inu. Godric had told him that he as the heir of the Founders would be able to apparate within Hogwarts, however, he insisted that Harry was too young to teach him apparition. Salazar, my uncle Severus would like to visit you in your time. He wants to thank you in person for allowing him to cure Uncle Remus from lycanthropy. May I please bring him with me? Just this once. You may, Salazar grudgingly agreed. Uncle Severus, I can take you with me. Harry somehow felt excited at the idea of introducing Severus to Salazar. He liked them both a lot, and he found that they were similar in many ways. Perhaps because of being the potions professors, he thought, as he impatiently waited for Severus to abandon his breakfast and join him. Together, they headed to the Founders' quarters with Inu dashing ahead in apparent pleasure. When they reached the portrait of the 4 Founders, instead of stepping into their rooms, Severus cast Harry a questioning look. Will it be adequate to just go in our normal attire? Are they used to our robes by now? Harry smiled, looking at Severus' favorite green robes, before he explained. Rowena cast a charm at the door of the time room, and it automatically changes our clothes to the time, where we arrive. When they arrived in the past at 8 o'clock on Christmas morning, just 2 days after Harry had last visited his ancient family, the Founders' quarters were deserted. They're probably just having breakfast. Harry smiled in expectation, as they walked back to the Great Hall with Inu dashing ahead as usual. When they entered the Great Hall, Harry stopped dead in his tracks. They don't have a Christmas tree, he blurted out in surprise. Oh, and we've totally forgotten to open our Christmas presents, he added, noticing small piles of what seemed to be gifts lying on a table, which had been added to the Great Hall. Harry, Inu. Caradwin stormed up to them and pulled Harry into a firm hug, before she greeted Severus. Come, let me introduce Uncle Severus to everyone, Harry replied, sharing Inu's happiness at seeing the girl. Good morning everyone and Happy Christmas, he said, suddenly feeling uncertain. Salazar in his painting allowed me to bring Professor Severus Snape with me for once. He's Salazar's successor in our time, and he wants to thank Salazar for the Woolvescure. Good morning, Severus spoke up. I am sorry for intruding, on Christmas Day at that. Ah, nonsense, please take a seat and have breakfast with us. If Thunderbolt decides to bring you here, you are of course very welcome. Thank you, Professor Slytherin. Only when a woman, whom he had never met before, rose from her seat, did Harry notice that some people, who seemed to be the siblings of the 4 Founders, were present. She must be Rowena's sister, he realized. Professor Snape, I am intruding here as well, so please feel very welcome and take a seat, she spoke up, pointing to the empty chair next to her. I am Roxana by the way, Rowena's sister. I trust that you already know my sister and her friends. I know them from the portrait in the Founders' quarters. Severus lowered himself into the offered seat, giving Harry a questioning look. Harry sat between Caradwin and Helga, who had hurriedly made space for him. Rowena, why don't you have a Christmas tree? He could not help himself asking. Everyone stared at him in apparent surprise. Harry, what exactly is a Christmas tree? Godric sounded amused but also interested, and Harry quickly explained what a Christmas tree was. We shall have one by lunchtime, the headmaster promised, instructing his brothers to join him in the forest to get a large tree immediately following breakfast. As soon as everyone had finished eating, Severus handed Salazar his gift, and the ancient wizard opened it with apparent interest, before he stood in obvious determination. Severus and Thunderbolt, follow me. I believe that we have a potion to brew. Ah, Salazar, you're mean. Harry came to visit me and not to brew potions with you. Caradwin glared at the older wizard, causing Harry to inwardly chuckle, especially when Inu added a series of small woofs to her little tirade. Well then, Chatterbox, come with us. Together, they headed to Salazar's lab, where the older wizard said in apparent excitement, let's choose a potion to prank the ladies. If I may suggest something. Severus quirked an eyebrow at Salazar, who returned an almost identical look. Considering that we have this insufferable canine with us in the lab, I suggest potion 17. Salazar eagerly skimmed the book. The barking potion, he read, seemingly amused. Makes the consumer bark upon seeing a dog. Very well, Thunderbolt and Chatterbox, fetch the ingredients. Inu, keep out of the way. Severus, do you wish to prepare the ingredients for me? Severus lightly inclined his head, and everyone set to work. 30 minutes later, a colorless liquid was simmering in the cauldron, and Salazar bottled a batch of small phials. I shall spell these right into Helga's, Rowena's and Roxana's stomach. See to it that Inu will be around for them to see him. That's not a problem. He loves to sit on my lap. Caradwin grinned broadly. Now, shall we go unicorn riding? Harry cast Salazar a questioning look, however, realized that the older wizard seemed keen to have some time in private with his fellow potions master. Be back on time for lunch, Salazar advised them. Of course, they were punctual, as neither of them wanted to miss their prank, especially knowing that Inu's presence was required. Harry smiled happily upon realizing that a huge Christmas tree was standing in one part of the Great Hall. It was covered by snow that was coming down from the ceiling, however, did not reach the floor. Uncle Severus, the tree needs some colorful baubles. Can you perhaps make some? With a flick of the potions master's wand, the Christmas tree was decorated resembling the one which they had in the Great Hall in their own time. This is beautiful. Roxana was the first to admire the tree from all angles. Thank you so much for making our Christmas so much more enjoyable. Severus lightly inclined his head in silent response. Harry and Caradwin could not help laughing when the three adult witches began to bark at them and at each other, as soon as the meal began. Are they really saying something? Harry asked Inu over their bond, causing the canine to reply affirmatively. What are they saying? Helga said Salazar is corrupting you, whatever that means, and Roxana said she finds Severus interesting and wants to visit us in the future for a while. Really? Harry stared at Inu in surprise. However, instead of a response, Inu busied himself stealing a small piece of carrot from Caradwin's plate. They had just barely finished eating, when the ladies decided to get their revenge. Harry suddenly felt very strange. His body seemed to somehow shrink but expand at the same time. What happened? He wondered in shock, only to realize that he found himself to be an animal. Looking around, he noticed that Caradwin, Severus, Godric and Salazar were in the form of some kind of monkey as well. Equals baboons. Equals Salazar growled. Equals how dare they. Equals. Equals ah, Sal, let's just have some fun. Equals Godric replied and jumped up onto the table, where the house elves had just cleared the table and brought tea for the three ladies. He did a strange dance on the table, stepping onto plates, biscuits and whatever was on the table, and the others swiftly followed. Only one of the baboons remained on the ground together with Inu, who lightly growled at the larger animal. Probably Severus, Harry thought. He wouldn't dare do such a thing. Only when the three witches abandoned their tea and left the Great Hall in obvious annoyance, the baboons jumped down from the table and Godric swiftly transformed into his phoenix animagus form and back into his human form. That was fun, he chuckled, before he waved his wand and transfigured each of them back, receiving a quadruple, thanks Godric. Only after dinner, Harry, Severus and Inu returned to the future. Harry, that was my best Christmas ever. Thank you so very much for taking me with you. You're welcome. Harry grinned, happily. That was really lots of fun today. Will you follow Salazar's invitation to spend the summer holidays in their time? Severus cast him a pensive look. If Minerva lets me go and you don't mind taking me with you again, I'll do so. Studying with Salazar was really interesting. Harry nodded in understanding. For him too, I suppose. He sometimes asks me if we have potions for this or that in the future. He spoke very highly of you and said that he will probably make you take your potions all before you're going to become a student in our time. Harry grinned, feeling very happy at the unexpected praise coming from Salazar, who very rarely ever commended him. "He always tells me I'm a dunderhead." "Does he now?" Severus sounded amused. "I can't wait for classes to begin at Hogwarts in the past, but it's only in the summer next year." By now, they had reached the Great Hall, where everyone was just opening their Christmas presents. Harry dashed over to the high table with Inu following swiftly. Granny Minerva, Salazar invited Uncle Severus to spend the summer holidays with him. "Will you allow him to go?" Minerva smiled and nodded, as she stepped over to the time travelers. "I suppose that your meeting went well then." "It was brilliant." Harry beat the older wizard to a response and told the headmistress about the pranks they had played in the past. "Baboons." Andromeda chuckled. "I'd have loved to see that. Any chance that we're going to get to see a memory?" Harry and Severus exchanged a glance, before Severus replied for them both. "No." From that time onwards, Severus invited Harry to participate in his Sunday evening meetings with the twins, during which they specifically developed new prank potions. "Severus, are you going to use some of them during the summer holidays?" Harry asked in anticipation. "Only if Salazar agrees to brew them. I am not going to misuse their hospitality by pranking them." "Ah, that's true, but Salazar will happily brew them together with us. He just loves pranks. Too bad that it's still many months till the holidays," Harry thought. However, the following months should pass faster than he had anticipated. On New Year's Eve, the front page of the Daily Prophet shouted in a red headline, "A cure for lycanthropy." Professor Severus Snape from Hogwarts, as well as his assistants, Fred and George Weasley and Harry Potter, receive Order of Merlin First Class. "Minerva, did you fail to tell us something?" Harry heard Severus speak up at the head table and inwardly chuckled, even if he felt annoyed at the fact that his own name was mentioned as well. "Mum will be thoroughly pissed," Charlie said to the twins, who used to take their meals at alternating house tables just like Hermione and Harry. "She always complains that you're good-for-nothing failures. Sorry to say this, but your mother must be incredibly stupid. The twins are the best big brothers someone could wish for, and Harry and I are very proud of them, aren't we, Harry?" "Yes. They're annoying," Harry quipped, "but brilliant." During the following months, Severus, Harry and the twins spent their Sunday mornings in Salazar's lab brewing as many batches of the Wolvescure as they could. The ministry paid them 1,000 galleons per dose, which seemed like a huge amount of money that went into their vaults each month. Before Harry knew how fast the time passed, the students returned home and the summer holidays began. For him and Hermione, nothing really changed, as they still traveled to study with the founders on a daily basis. However, a few days after the beginning of the holidays, Severus asked Harry to take him with him and take him back to their own time at the end of the holidays. Harry readily agreed, when the thought crossed his mind that he and Hermione could also stay over the summer instead of traveling back and forth on a daily basis. However, he dismissed the idea right away, knowing that for his mother, family was more important than anything else and that she would not be happy if they did not return home each single day. "I hope Salazar will still have time to teach me, even if Severus is there with him," he thought, however, realized soon that the two professors together were even more demanding than they had been separately. While Salazar taught him to brew a potion his way, Severus explained how the same potion was brewed in their own time, and the two professors discussed the pros and cons of each difference in detail only to advise Harry how to most efficiently brew the potion, even if it was different from the recipe used. Seeing that Severus eagerly took notes, Harry thought in amusement, hopefully, by the time we're going to be first-year students in the future, the potions books have been adapted to their changes. During the second half of the summer holidays, the potions masters enlisted Harry's and Godric's help to perform a prank war against the witches. While the wizards pranked the ladies using potions, the witches retaliated by the means of charms or transfiguration, and Harry enjoyed himself greatly. He was almost sad when he had to take Severus back to the future and the prank war stopped for the time being. It was on the day, on which Harry had to take Severus back to the future to some time at the end of August, so that he would still have a few days to prepare for the new school year, that Roxana suddenly addressed them. "Severus, Harry, Hermione, considering that classes here in our time will only begin in a year's time, I would very much like to accompany you to the future for the school year. Are you perhaps lacking any professor for a subject that I might be able to teach?" Hermione was the first to speak up. "Uncle Severus, couldn't we install Latin as a new subject?" I find it very useful, and it's much easier to learn spells if you can understand them. Severus returned a glance of apparent amusement, before he replied, Roxana, would you be able and willing to teach Latin? I'd like that very much. Roxana smiled in apparent eagerness. Shall I quickly go and ask Granny Minerva? Harry offered. Harry, I don't believe that you have to do that. As the heir of all four of us, you're the owner of Hogwarts and can even override the headmistress' decision, Godric said, seemingly pensive. I shall see to it that every headmaster or headmistress of your time will know about this. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, smiling. I will still go and ask Granny Minerva. I'm sure she will agree anyway. My own, will you come with me? He asked his sister, knowing that she could be much more convincing than him. Let's go. Hermione jumped from her chair. We'll be back in a few minutes. During the following school year, Latin was an elective class from first year onwards with Roxana Ravenclaw as the professor. Roxana decided to continue living in her own room in the Founders' quarters, which her sister had assigned her 1,000 years ago, and all the teachers seemed to be happy to have the ancient witch with them. From the older students, Harry and Hermione heard that she was a wonderful teacher and Latin a very useful subject. I'd readily exchange history of magic for Latin, Nymphadora told Harry and Hermione one day. I hope she will remain in this time and not return to the past at the end of the school year, Hermione told Harry at the end of the school year. I want to have classes with her by the time we're going to be first years. She surely will remain here. As long as Severus is here, the twins informed them. What does Latin have to do with potions? Harry cast his older brothers a look of confusion. Nothing, Harry, but perhaps she likes Uncle Severus, Hermione explained. I would be very happy for him if he managed to get himself a girlfriend, their mother joined the conversation. He really deserves some happiness, and Roxana is outright nice. That's true, Harry silently agreed. During the summer, Harry, Hermione and Caradwin assisted the professors readying Hogwarts to open her doors for students for the first time. Harry helped Salazar to make a couple of final shortcuts from the dungeons to every other important part of the castle and to prepare the potions classroom, which had to be equipped with shelves for the students' cauldrons, for ingredients, files and whatnot. They also had to brew a large number of potions for Helga, who was going to be the healer and had her own hospital room, where she would look after sick students. Harry, Hermione, do you think you're going to be sorted? Caradwin cast them a questioning look, when they headed to a meeting in the headmaster's office, where Godric had promised to introduce Sappho, the Sorting Hat, to them and the other founders. I don't think so, Hermione shrugged, considering that we're going to return home every evening. Ah, I really can't wait for classes to begin. Me too, Harry full-heartedly agreed, just when they entered the most beautiful office at Hogwarts. Now and in the future, he thought, smiling at Fawkes, Godric's phoenix, who was very funny but also extremely bad-mouthed. I can't believe that Rebecca left us to teach in the future. Rowena glared at her husband, who had taken her sister back into Harry's, Hermione's and Severus' time, while Harry had escorted Severus back. She wouldn't be a good teacher here, if her heart isn't in it because she rather wants to live in the future. Helga's voice was soothing, however, Rowena was still very upset. Don't worry, love, we'll manage. I am going to teach the Latin class myself. Rowena let out a scoff. Did you forget that you're the headmaster? You'll have other things to do than to teach Latin. It's all right though. My mother has already promised to teach it in her place. Then, everything is all right. Godric sounded pleasant, as he took a seemingly worn-out hat from the shelf and introduced him as Sappho, the Sorting Hat. That old hat. Will he even be able to properly sort the students? Rowena looked at the hat with obvious displeasure. He will. Hermione smiled. He's still sorting students in our time. Is that so? Godric leaned forward in apparent interest. I must have charmed him well then, he added, causing the tension to break, which Harry could feel build up during the last couple of minutes. Excuse me, sir, Hermione spoke up, Harry and I aren't going to be sorted, are we? Godric shook his head. No, you won't. The students will only spend time in their respective houses after classes and during the night, but the two of you can as well study in our quarters like before. We will, however, make rooms for you in our quarters. I will see to it. Helga cast the two-time travelers, who had become best friends with her younger sister, a fond look. A few days later, Helga showed them two adjacent single bedrooms in the founders' quarters. These are yours now and will always be. This way, you can leave things here, which you don't need to take to the future only to bring them back the following morning. You could even stay overnight if you wish to do so for some reason. My room is just next to yours. Caradwin smiled, pleasantly. Even if I'm going to be sorted into a house, we can always meet here and study together. Thank Merlin. Hermione pulled Caradwin into a gentle hug. I wouldn't want to miss studying with you. Same here. Harry grinned in anticipation of the beginning of their classes as students. Too bad that tomorrow will only be the sorting, he thought aloud. Yes, but we will get to know the other first years, and we can watch how they all arrive on the grounds tomorrow morning. Caradwin seemed happy, and Harry realized once more that her good mood was contagious. In the morning, the three 8-year-olds waited on the grounds for the first students to arrive. They watched in amusement how they were apparated in by their parents. Hermione frowned. Why can they apparate here at all? I thought no one but the founders could apparate within Hogwarts. Ah, you must have missed that, because you only arrived after breakfast this morning. Caradwin nodded, knowingly. Godric said they had sent them portkeys to come here. They're not apparating. No one but the professors can apparate. Harry will be able to do so, too, once they decide to finally teach us. At least, we can attend classes right from the beginning. Hermione smiled in obvious happiness, just when Helga brought a first year over to them. This is Gawain. He's a first year, she explained, causing the three 8-year-olds to begin fawning over the seemingly shy boy. By the time the sorting began, Harry had the impression as if they had already become good friends with the boy and Annette and Therese, who were the only other first years. Harry and Hermione decided to attend the sorting ceremony sitting at the Hufflepuff table, assuming that Caradwin was surely going to be sorted there. With Hufflepuff as her last name, he can't very well sort her elsewhere. I wonder where Hermione and I are going to be sorted in the future, Harry mused, when Rowena began to call the first students to meet Sappho. However, to his and everyone else's surprise, Caradwin's sorting took longer than those of the students before her, and in the end, Sappho shouted into the Great Hall, Founders' Quarters. He told me that I belonged to Hogwarts, Founders, and he couldn't sort me into a house, she told Harry and Hermione, as she took the seat, which they had left for her between them. I tried to convince him otherwise, but it didn't work. Is that so bad? Harry inquired, carefully. It'll make it easier for us to study together. Caradwin cast him a smile, which did not really reach her eyes. Yes, and we would study together anyway, but before or after dinner, you'll return to the future. But as one of the founders, you should be able to spend time in each of the common rooms, so that you can choose your friends yourself from each of the houses. Hermione smiled, encouragingly. Harry nodded in understanding, when a sudden idea crossed his mind. Please excuse me for a moment. I'll be back in a blink, he whispered to Caradwin and Hermione, before he motioned for Inu to remain with the girls for a moment and quickly left the Great Hall, not noticing the looks ranging from concern to disapproval that followed him from the teacher's table. He returned to the future, choosing a time in the late afternoon, when the last afternoon classes would be over. Hi Mum. Harry. His mother cast him a concerned look. What happened? You're early. And where are Hermione and Inu? Harry smiled. Everything is all right. Hermione and Inu are waiting for me in the past. He quickly explained about Caradwin's sorting. Could you please ask Sirius to come over, so that I can ask him if he can get a doggy like Inu for me to give to her? I'll of course pay for it from my account. I should have enough money from the Order of Merlin, shouldn't I? His mother smiled and gently hugged him. Harry, yes, you have more than enough money, but that is so very sweet of you. I'm really proud of you. Let's call Sirius. Sirius grinned in obvious understanding. Harry, will you come with me to choose a puppy for your friend, provided they have any? Yes. Harry nodded, eagerly, and together, they stepped into the fireplace to visit the Krupp breeder. Harry was almost disappointed, when the old wizard who went by the name of Mr. Buckley told them that he had already given away all puppies that had been born during the early summer months. However, before they could return home in disappointment, one of the dogs who were playing nearby dashed over to him, immensely reminding him of Inu. However, while Inu's fur was black and white with a brown face, this dog was completely white. She early licked his hand over and over just like Inu used to do, before she tried to jump up at him in silent pleasure. Harry instinctively picked up the canine and gently caressed her ears, knowing from Inu how he liked to be petted. Mr. Buckley let out a deep sigh. She is 2 years old and in fact, I wanted to use her for breeding. However, she absolutely refused to have puppies so far. Now, as she seems to have chosen you, I am willing to give her to you. Her name is Luna. If she's 2 years old, she must be Inu's sister then, are you now, Luna? Harry asked in a soft voice, gently cradling Lulu's ears just like Inu loved it. 4 minutes after he had left, Harry re-entered the Great Hall with Luna in tow. However, before he could even introduce the canine to Caradwin, Inu spotted her and immediately pulled her into a mock fight throughout the Great Hall, much to the students' amusement. Only when Harry strictly thought to Inu, "Inu, you are very naughty. Come to me right away and bring Luna with you please." The two canines dashed over and stood in front of him, putting their right front paws onto his knee. Harry carefully picked up Luna. "Caradwin, this is Luna, and she's yours," he whispered. "Luna, this is Caradwin, my best friend. Will you please bond with her?" An instant later, a huge smile crossed Caradwin's face, and Harry inwardly grinned happily, knowing that Caradwin was very happy due to the bonding with Luna. She won't be lonely in the Founders' quarters when we return to our time in the evenings, he thought, feeling very much accomplished. Although Harry, Hermione and Caradwin were only 8 and the other first years 11, the Founders had already taught them so much that they found the classes relatively easy. Nevertheless, they enjoyed themselves greatly having classes together with other children. While Harry loved unicorn riding, especially as Moonlight was an absolute cutie, he found healing quite interesting, perhaps because he had not learned anything about it in the future. Nevertheless, his best subjects were potions and charms. Hermione still preferred runes and Caradwin healing. Inu and Luna were usually allowed to accompany them to the classrooms, where they used to sleep curled up next to each other between Harry's and Caradwin's feet. Only during unicorn riding and potions, they had to remain in the Founders' quarters, as the teachers deemed both classes too dangerous for the relatively small canines. Anything might happen in the potions classroom if there are dunderheads among the students, Salazar told them in a no-nonsense voice. Thank Merlin, he allows Inu into the lab, when Salazar and I are brewing together, which means that he doesn't think I'm a dunderhead, Harry thought in relief. The doggies quickly became used to the rule and simply slept next to each other on the carpet in front of one of the windows in the living room, where they could bathe in the sunshine. On rainy days, they moved to their other favorite spot in front of the fireplace. They're so cute, Caradwin said every time they entered the room to pick up their familiars, causing Harry to smile in agreement. I can't wait for Godric to teach us the animagus transformation. Are you going to try for the Chimegais? Harry shrugged. Yes, I'll try that, and then I can always change into a doggy from that. Why don't you try the same? When you're a Chimegais, you can change into any other animal. Caradwin nodded, pensively. I think I'll do that. Let's try to convince Hermione to do the same. She chuckled in apparent anticipation. Only during the Christmas holidays, when the 4 Founders once again taught Harry, Hermione and Caradwin in private, Godric began to tutor them about the animagus transformation, unaware that Bellatrix had already begun to teach Harry and Hermione. First of all, he made them promise to only practice when they were not alone. You need at least one person with you, who will be able to call one of the professors for help, be it here in this time or in the future. Our parents are both miniature obsidian magic dragons. Hermione sounded very proud, and even if our Uncle Remus is not a werewolf anymore, they spend all the nights of the full moon out on the grounds together with all the other professors. I can't wait to be able to join them. Oh, I sure hope they'll allow me to travel with you for one of these nights. That sounds like a lot of fun. Caradwin looked from one to the other in clear expectation. Sure, I can simply take you with me. Harry smiled, encouragingly. Let's practice every free minute, so we'll manage the transformation sometime soon. However, even if they indeed practiced every free minute, by the time their year as first-year students at Hogwarts ended, they were still not able to spike one single piece of fur instead of their left hands. During the summer holidays, the trio was once again taught by the professors in private. This time, the adults added new subjects to their curriculum. Godric gave all 3 of them a first insight into sword fighting, enlisting one of his brother's assistants, however, told them that he was only going to teach them to make their own swords in a few years' time. Salazar taught Harry in occlumency and legilimency. Both are very important, especially if you don't want people to know that you're a time traveler. Wouldn't it be important for Hermione, too? Harry hesitantly voiced his opinion. She has other priorities of study than you, so right now, I am going to teach you. However, Harry had a hard time keeping Salazar out of his mind, and when his mother noticed that Harry seemed uncharacteristically annoyed one evening and asked what was wrong, Harry told her about the occlumency class and that he just could not do it. His mother remained pensive for a moment, before she suggested, "Shall I ask Uncle Severus to try teaching you during the weekend? Perhaps, he can use a different approach to that of Professor Slytherin." Harry nodded, somehow feeling relieved at the idea. "Thanks, Mum. Please ask Uncle Severus." Uncle Severus is much more patient than Salazar, he thought, when they reflected the conversation with Bellatrix later the same evening. To Harry's relief, Severus was indeed able to better teach him how to produce some kind of barrier to keep him out of his mind. You need to decide on something, which you really like, such as, for example, catching the snitch in front of the blue sky or the giant squid playing in the water or such. Harry grinned. "I could have Amaterasu slither around the lake," he said, wondering if that image was good enough to keep people out of his mind. Severus smirked. "I believe that might shock people enough to fail entering your mind." "Uncle Severus, what is your memory?" "I have a simple image of a bubbling cauldron in front of a black wall. It works with any image you choose. The important point is that you concentrate on not letting anyone come behind the image." Harry nodded in understanding, before he remained quiet and slowly produced an image of Amaterasu at the front of his mind. He had the basilisk slither around the lake with Hogwarts in the back. "Severus, will you please try to get behind it?" Seeing the older wizard raise his wand, he concentrated on the image and tried to completely lock his mind to Amaterasu and the lake. Suddenly, the image of his father receiving a howler from his first wife played in front of Harry's mind. "No. Amaterasu, where are you?" he feverishly thought, and an instant later, Severus was flung out of his mind and ended in front of the image of Amaterasu. "That was very well done, Harry." Severus commended him greatly. Harry shook his head. "No, you still managed to get through. But only for a moment. We'll try again tomorrow, and if we practice this for a few days, no one will be able to enter your mind anymore. Not even Salazar." Severus reassuringly shook his head. "He might be better than me, but I don't think that he'll be able to get behind your image if you practice to keep it up for a few days." By the time Harry had his next occlumency lesson with Salazar, he was proficient at keeping Severus behind the picture, and Salazar's eyes widened in surprise, as he, too, ended up in front of a scene that involved his familiar. "Well done, Thunderbolt, really well done. Now, what do you think of doing some potions research together with me and Severus?" "Of course. Will he come here with me?" "Cool," Harry thought in excitement. "Please ask him if he'd like to come. I sure hope he will." He handed Harry a folded parchment. "Please give him this invitation." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, grinning in anticipation. It was on a Sunday evening shortly before the end of the summer holidays. Their 4 children and the dog were all in bed, and Bella and Arthur relaxed in the living room enjoying the peace and quiet of the holidays. "Tonight, I'm finally going to tell him," Bella resolved, when all of a sudden, the fireplace flared, causing her to inwardly sigh. "Thank Merlin, it's only Severus," she thought in relief and motioned the young wizard to step through. Severus had been close to a son to her ever since he had been a student at Hogwarts and spent the holidays with her to not have to return to his abusive home, just like Sirius. "Good evening, Severus. Would you like a glass of wine?" Arthur smiled, as he showed their colleague the bottle, which he had opened just a few minutes ago. "Thank you, Arthur. I'd like that. I am sorry for disturbing you at this time. Severus, you will never disturb us, and you're welcome to join us at any time." Bella's voice was firm. "Thank you, Bella and Arthur." Severus remained pensive for a moment, before he began to speak. "Earlier tonight, I asked the twins if they would perhaps like to become my student assistants considering that they have already taken their owl in potions and are very adept, just like Harry." "Student assistants?" Bella looked at her younger colleague in surprise. "I've never heard about such a thing." Severus smiled, as he explained that professors who held multiple positions, such as in his case being the potions teacher, potions master, Slytherin head and deputy headmaster, were allowed to occupy a student assistant. I will ask them to assist with the brewing of potions for the hospital wing. I might even ask them to teach the occasional class of one of the younger years or help me grading homework of the lower classes. In return, they may either receive privileges or money. What kind of privileges would that be? Arthur seemed to listen as interested as herself. That could be, for example, a later curfew or the permission to participate in the Hogsmeade Days. Anyway, before asking Minerva to make a contract with the twins, I wished to receive your consent. Bella and Arthur exchanged a glance, before Bella motioned Arthur to reply. Severus, I can't thank you enough for giving our sons this opportunity. I suppose that they accepted your offer. Severus smiled. Yes, they did, and they chose money over privileges. Really? Bella asked in surprise. I'd have believed they'd love to get the chance to participate in the Hogsmeade visits earlier. Severus smirked. I believe that they have already intentions for a time after Hogwarts. They did not tell me anything, but I overheard bits and pieces of conversations revolving around their own combined apothecary and joke shop. Well, considering that they're not even first years, he slowly trailed off. Bella scoffed. Oh, I trust these two to pull through with any plan they make together, considering how well they did so far, not only in potions but also at the Unspeakables office. They're sons to be proud of. Arthur smiled, before he added, just like our other children. Bella nodded happily, as she lightly let her hand wander over her stomach, resolving to tell Arthur that she was pregnant again, as soon as Severus returned home. I hope he'll be as happy as me, she thought, smiling. It was on the day before the welcoming feast in the past and the future that Harry and Hermione debated where they should seat during the sorting ceremony. Where do you think the twins are going to be sorted? Harry cast Hermione and his parents a questioning look. Bella, do you think they have more traits from you or from me? Perhaps, they'll be Gryffindors like Bill, Charlie and Percy. Their father smirked. Their mother let out a small scoff. Do you really think so? Even if I'm not their real mother, I've been raising them since they were 3, so they should have a sufficient dose of Slytherin and Ravenclaw traits. Oh well, she interrupted herself, due to their training with the Unspeakables, they're surely going to be Ravenclaws. Does it matter at all though? Arthur. No, my dear, it doesn't. Of course, it doesn't, Hermione agreed. We're just considering where to sit tomorrow night. I think they might end up in Slytherin, considering that Severus made them his student assistants. Bellatrix shook her head. They can work as his student assistants while being in any house. Just then, the twins entered the room. Are you discussing our sorting? They spoke together for once, their voices laced with apparent bewilderment. The only thing we care about is being sorted together. In the end, the sorting hat did them the favor and sorted both of them together into Slytherin. Harry and Hermione were watching from the Gryffindor table, where they had decided to join their half-brother Charlie for the evening. Oh Merlin, I just hope that my mother won't send them a howler. Charlie looked over to the Slytherin table in apparent concern. Why would she do such a thing? Hermione cast him a look of pure bewilderment. Because she has nothing to do and too much time ever since Percy began to attend Hogwarts 2 years ago. Harry unintentionally managed to distract everyone, when he absent-mindedly tried to transform his left hand into his Chimegai's form and for the first time managed to spike fur. Harry! Hermione gasped, causing the headmistress, who had just raised from her chair to greet the students, to look over to the Gryffindor table in clear annoyance. Is there a problem, Miss Black Weasley? No, Professor, sorry, Hermione quickly replied, before she set to study Harry's left hand in detail. We should have skipped the whole sorting ceremony, Harry thought in annoyance. Once a day is enough, considering that we already watched the one in the past this morning. Their second Hogwarts year in the past passed almost like the first year did, however, the professors were much stricter and more demanding. Harry, Hermione and Caradwin usually did their homework together in the living room of the Founders' quarters right after the last afternoon class. However, it became more and more difficult to finish their homework before dinner. Perhaps, we should ask the professors if we may stay until the beginning of curfew, Hermione said one day, putting down her quill in exasperation. Otherwise, we'll have to take everything home with us and begin working on our homework again, which would be extremely annoying. Caradwin grinned in apparent excitement. I'd love for you to remain longer. Come, let's go and ask Helga. The doggies will be happy as well. Her older sister listened to their worries in surprise. Of course, you may stay over dinner and continue studying in the evening, provided that your parents will be all right with it. When we made the agreement with them, you were only 6. Now, you're 9 and have been students here for a year, which makes a big difference. Harry, will you please take me with you to the future and take me back to this time later on? Of course. Harry grinned, knowing that his parents and several of their colleagues would be delighted to meet Helga. Harry chose a time to arrive with his guest around 30 minutes earlier than usual. Otherwise, the halls would be full of students heading to the Great Hall. He quickly guided Helga home, glad that his parents' rooms were not far from the founders' quarters. Mum, Dad, this is Helga Hufflepuff. His parents, who were sitting in the living room grading homework, immediately rose from their chairs, and his mother held out her hand in greeting. Professor Hufflepuff, what a nice surprise. I am Bellatrix Black Weasley, and this is my husband, Arthur Weasley. Good evening, Mrs. Black Weasley and Mr. Weasley. I am sorry for accompanying Harry here without forewarning, leaving Hermione and Inu in the past. We are very pleased to meet you. I hope that nothing happened to Hermione and Inu. No, Mum, they're fine. Harry beat Helga to a response, knowing that she was very protective of all of her children including himself. Your children asked me if they might be allowed to remain in our time until curfew each evening, Helga explained in a soft voice. Apparently, the workload in second year is too much for them to finish their homework before dinner, and as they usually study together with my younger sister, the 3 of them would like to have more time to complete their homework together. Caradwin, I suppose, his mother replied, smiling. I've heard a lot about her. Harry always tells me that she was friendlier and brighter than any of our students here in this time. Harry inwardly rolled his eyes at his mother, as he felt himself blushing. Did she really have to say that to Helga? He thought in annoyance. If they don't cause problems and you don't mind having them in the evenings, we do not have a problem with it. We're happy if they are happy, Bellatrix continued. I fully agree with my wife. We are very happy for them to have the opportunity to study in your time, and they seem to feel as if Hogwarts in your time was their second home and family, his father agreed. Turning to Harry, Bellatrix added, Harry, we expect you to be back by 9 o'clock every evening at the latest. All right, Mum, thanks. Harry smiled, glad that his parents were so understanding. Professor Hufflepuff, do you have a few more minutes? I'd love to introduce you to Poppy Pomfrey, the healer in our time. She'd be absolutely thrilled to meet you in person. If Harry doesn't mind staying here for an hour, before we return to my time. That's fine. I'll just attend dinner in the meantime. I'd like to talk to my twin brothers for a while anyway. Dinner would be an option, too. That way, I could introduce you to all of my colleagues. Bellatrix cast Helga a questioning look. Helga agreed, and together, they attended dinner in the future. From that time onwards, Harry and Hermione felt much more relaxed, knowing that they had time enough to finish their homework together with Caradwin after dinner. They even had the opportunity to visit one or the other common room, once they had completed their assignments. It was only a little more than a year later that another problem arose. Harry, wake up, I need to talk to you. Glancing at the time display on the ceiling above his bed, Harry realized that it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. My own, what happened? Nothing really, but, Hermione let out a deep sigh. As you know, from next year onwards, we'll have to attend classes in the future. Yeah, there was something, Harry replied, letting out a deep yawn. But Harry, don't you mind? Hermione sounded devastated. By then, we'll have finished our 3rd year in the past and can't even take our owls. I mean, we studied for 3 years but don't even have a certificate. I'd love to finish all the years until our owls first before beginning to study in this time. Do you understand what I mean? Harry nodded. Of course. Let's discuss this with the professors in the past. Perhaps, they have an idea. Maybe, we can study during the holidays or they can simply give us assignments, which we can do here in our time. I'd really like to continue all the way through Hogwarts in the past, too. Up to the newts. Let's speak with Helga after classes. Caradwin appeared as pleasant as ever, grinning happily upon hearing that they wished to study more in her time. As soon as on Monday after their first afternoon class, the trio went to see Helga, thinking that she was the easiest of the professors to talk to. Hermione quickly explained what was bothering them, and Helga nodded in apparent understanding. I see. You wish to study 7 years in our time or at least 5 and then 7 years in the future, however, wish to remain at your age, so that no one in the future will notice that you're in fact older. Is that correct? Yes please. Hermione cast the healer a pleading look. That would be amazing, Harry added, grinning happily. I'd like that, too. Perhaps, I can then accompany you to the future and again attend Hogwarts together with you. Helga cast her sister a reassuring look. If Harry promises to take you back here every now and then, I don't think that Mum and Dad would refuse to let you go. Well, I shall speak with my colleagues and ask if any of them has an idea how to best proceed. Please give me some time. Thank you, Helga, Harry and Hermione replied, simultaneously, while Caradwyn hugged her sister in apparent gratitude. During the rest of the week, the children impatiently waited for Helga to come and present a solution to them. However, by the end of the week, they still had not received a response. However, Harry became distracted by a different matter. On Sunday evening, Harry, the twins and Severus had their traditional prank potions time, which they even continued during the school year. They mostly invented potions with the intention of pranking either all the students or the teachers. However, at the same time, Severus filed the parchments with the recipe in a thick folder with the intention to share their recipes with Salazar when the opportunity arose. When he dismissed the twins on time for curfew on this Sunday in early December, he kept Harry back. Harry, would you mind taking me to the past for an hour during the next weekend? Of course. Harry smiled, giving the older wizard a questioning look. I'd like to speak with Professor Ravenclaw about something. All right, sir. Shall we go on Saturday morning right after breakfast? Yes please. Perhaps, I can go unicorn riding with Caradwyn, Harry thought in anticipation of spending a Saturday morning in the past. No one will even have to know, he decided. On Saturday morning, Harry took Severus to the past. He usually traveled exactly 1,000 years into the past and to the same time, where he had come from, which prevented him from getting confused by the different times. While he had expected everyone to be in the Founders' quarters right after breakfast, their rooms were deserted. Perhaps, Rowena is in her office. Let's go and have a look. Thank you, Harry. Severus nodded in apparent appreciation. No problem, Uncle Severus, Harry replied and led the older wizard to Rowena's office, which was situated in a nearby corridor that was not used anymore in the future. Knowing that Severus and Salazar would be happy to spend some time together after Severus' conversation, Harry agreed with him to meet at the Founders' quarters again at lunchtime, before he headed to the hospital room to ask Helga if she had seen Caradwyn. Harry. Before he could even inquire about her whereabouts, Caradwyn stormed up to him, as soon as he entered the healer's office. What are you doing here on a Saturday? I'm so happy that you're here. Can you stay the whole day? Helga, may we go to Hogsmeade? I'd like to introduce Harry to Mum and Dad. Helga turned around to view them, rolling her eyes in apparent exasperation. Caradwyn, you're talking too much at once. How about letting Harry explain why he's here on a Saturday in the first place? Harry grinned at the sisters' antics. I came here, because Severus asked me to bring him here, as he wanted to discuss something with Rowena. We agreed to meet again in our quarters at lunchtime. Oh, Sal will love having him here. Helga chuckled. If you really wish to return to the future at lunchtime, we'll probably have to drag them out of the lab. Ah, Harry can simply stay here the whole day. Caradwyn grinned in apparent anticipation. May we go and visit Mum and Dad? Helga let out a deep sigh. Caradwyn, the other students mustn't return home during the weekends either. I met your parents on Christmas last year, Harry reminded her. Heather and Heath Hufflepuff. I like them very much. But you've never been at our home. Plus, Luna needs a walk. Did you not bring Inu? Harry shook his head. No, I didn't, because I thought I'd be right back anyway. I didn't even tell anyone but Hermione that I was coming here. And I thought that we might go unicorn riding, he thought, however, did not voice the idea. Instead, he agreed with Caradwyn's suggestion, when Helga asked him if he wanted to go to Hogsmeade and visit her parents. I'd like that. I'd also like to see Hogsmeade in this time, Harry said, eagerly. I know the village from the future, and I'd love to see the differences. 10 minutes later, Harry, Caradwyn and Luna were running around the grounds towards Hogsmeade. While Harry had expected the village to be smaller, considering that it had only been built a few years ago, he He was surprised to see that there were only a few dozen buildings, each quite small and with only one floor. Small children were playing on the street, and Harry immediately loved the village, which seemed to be very cozy in comparison to the busy town in the future. Heather and Heath, who were as friendly as their daughters, told them much about Hogsmeade and the people living there. Heather was the healer at the village, while Heath was some kind of architect, who had even helped Helga and her 3 friends with the planning of Hogwarts' structure. When Caradwyn and Harry devoured their 3rd helping of freshly made bread by Heather, her parents began to question Harry about the future and how different life at Hogwarts was in the future. "Mum, Dad, at some stage, I'd like to accompany Harry to the future and stay for a school year in his time. May I do that?" Heather and Heath exchanged a look. "Perhaps, after you finish your owls, dear, provided that Harry's parents agree to have you there." Harry smiled. "Of course, they will. Plus, we have our own rooms in the Founders' quarters anyway, and if she gets homesick, I can take her back at any time." "Ah, stop it." Luna suddenly began to bark at Caradwyn, who had begun to mercilessly tickle Harry. "It's all right, Luna. I won't hurt him," she said, giggling. "I am not going to get homesick." She glared at Harry, who could not help chuckling. It was already lunchtime, when they hurried back to the Founders' rooms, only to realize that Severus was not there yet. However, Harry did not really mind, as he and Caradwyn spent the next hour playing with Luna in the otherwise empty living room. "I am sorry. We completely lost track of time," Severus apologized, when he and Salazar finally showed up an hour later. "Did you at least develop some interesting new prank?" Harry quipped, causing Caradwyn to look at the 2 potions masters in clear expectation. "If we did so, you can be sure that we won't tell the 2 of you, Chatterbox and Thunderbolt." Salazar smirked. "Oh well, Severus, shall we return to the future?" Harry asked, noticing that the older wizard seemed strangely contented. "Yes please." He lightly inclined his head. "All right. Bye Caradwyn, bye Salazar, bye Luna. I'll see you on Monday." With that, Harry opened the door to the time chamber and followed Severus into the room with the large tapestry. "Severus," Harry asked, tentatively, as he readied himself for the travel. "Did you have a good time? You seem very happy." The older wizard smiled. "Can you promise me to keep a secret if I tell you the reason for my happiness?" "Of course." Harry's voice was firm and apparently convincing. "You might have noticed in the future that Roxana and I like each other." Harry nodded. "Yes, I thought that you might be at least one of the reasons for her to remain in the future." Severus sighed. "Frankly speaking, I am not sure if the feeling is mutual. Usually, in our time, I could simply ask her to marry me, and she could either agree or not, but as I didn't know how to do such a thing in this time, I asked her sister for an advice." "Ah, that's why he wanted to come here," Harry realized, however, did not interrupt the older wizard, who was admitting his secret to him. "Anyway, Rowena said exactly what you voiced a moment ago and told me to just ask her. She said considering that we lived in the future, we could do it in our time's way." "That's true." Harry shrugged. "Congratulations, Severus. I know that she'll say yes." "I hope so, too. Please remember to not speak with anyone about this." "I won't," Harry promised, feeling very happy for Severus, whom he had known well from when he had been a baby. Distracted, he reached for Severus' hand, touched his picture on the tapestry with the other, uttered the date and the time, and they returned to the future. When they arrived and turned to the door, they automatically looked at the display of date and time above the door, as Harry always did to confirm that he had arrived at the right time. December 2nd, 1990, 12 p.m. "I thought we were going to return to 8 o'clock this morning." Severus quirked an eyebrow. "Oh no. Sorry, I was so distracted by your story. Shall we return 4 hours to the past or shall we just get out here?" "Let's just head to the Great Hall and attend lunch," Severus decided and opened the door, his ancient attire automatically changing into his clothes from the future. His green robe suited him much better than the white clothes of the past, Harry thought, before he became distracted by Inu jumping up at him. "I thought you were going to come back sooner." Hermione shook her head in annoyance, as she closed the book she had been reading on the sofa. "Sorry, I messed up. Shall we go and have lunch?" "Yes, but you should apologize to Mum. She was quite upset when you didn't return this morning." "I'll do that right away," Harry decided. As soon as they entered the Great Hall, he strode to the high table, only to realize that the witches were wearing unicorn horns and the wizards were spiking antlers. What happened? He wondered, before he turned to his mother. "Mom, I'm sorry. I messed up in time and only now returned." "It's all right, sweetie. At least, Hermione knew where you were. My only problem is that none of us would be able to go and fetch you from the past for whatever reason." "Bellatrix," Roxana spoke up. "I will ask Harry to take me with him some time, and I will ask my brother-in-law to invent something that'll enable at least some of us, for example, Hermione or myself, to time travel." "Harry and Severus, was that you?" Minerva pointed at the unicorn horn on her head. Severus smirked. "For today, we have an alibi, but I'd suspect my student assistants, as they're the only students at Hogwarts, who I deem able to brew such a potion. Apart from Harry, but he was with me in the time of the Founders. I don't think Godric can develop something to allow you or Roxana to time travel," Harry whispered to his sister, once he took his seat next to her at the Slytherin table. "Let's ask Hogwarts if there's anything she can do to enable you to use the tapestry." Hermione nodded with apparent eagerness, and right after lunch, the siblings once again headed to the Founders' quarters and right into the parlor to speak with Hogwarts. The castle remained pensive for a moment. "Hermione, please put your hand somewhere against my wall." Hermione immediately complied, and all of a sudden, Harry could sense a bout of strong magic coming from the direction where the girl was touching the wall. "Thank you so much, Hogwarts," she uttered, seemingly happy. "That was very strong magic. I could even feel it here." Harry looked at his sister in amazement. "You're welcome, dears. Hermione, you should be able to use the tapestry by yourself now," Hogwarts said in a soft voice, before she continued, sounding much stricter. "Please note that I will not do this for anyone else. I am counting the two of you to my Founders considering that you helped building me, when I was still a baby. The same goes for Caradwin. Therefore, I believe that you're entitled to some privileges such as the use of the tapestry." "Thank you, Hogwarts." With that, the siblings happily returned home to tell their mother the good news. "Mum really is a bit overprotective," Harry mused aloud. "Yes, that's true, but you know that she values family more than anything else, probably because of her bad experiences with her own family," Hermione replied, seemingly thoughtful. "Auntie Dromey told me once that their parents wanted to kick them both out of the family, but they couldn't, because Grandfather Arcturus prevented it. He's the Lord Black after all. I suppose that's why we never go and visit them and mostly only know Grandfather Arcturus." Harry let out a sigh. As soon as they entered the Black Weasley quarters, they became distracted by a conversation between their mother and their brothers, because of a certain prank that the twins had played on all the professors. Never play a prank without providing an antidote. "Ah, but Mom, isn't the prank absolutely harmless? Moreover, it's going to wear off in about 12 hours. And you don't even have to teach classes today." Bellatrix rolled her eyes in apparent annoyance. What if the headmistress had a meeting with the Minister of Magic, for example? That's a pity then. But she could point out to the minister how brilliant her students are. Hermione and Harry burst into laughter, causing their mother to look at them in pure irritation. "Anyway, twins, please listen to your mother and always provide an antidote before you play a prank on someone." Their father's voice was firm and allowed no contradiction. "Yes, Dad," the twins promised, unisono. At the same time, Severus and Roxana were having tea together in Severus' private rooms. "Thank you," Severus uttered to Cicero, his personal house elf, when he served tea and what he knew to be Roxana's favorite biscuits of their time. "I can do this," he encouraged himself, somehow feeling very much reassured by what Rowena and also Harry had told him. Even if the boy was only 10 years old, he seemed very advanced for his age in comparison to Severus' first years. Bella and Arthur and also the 4 Founders have raised him well, he thought, before he summoned his courage for the task at hand. "Roxana," he addressed the witch, who was just a year younger than himself, in a soft voice. "I am sorry, I am not good at this, and it's my first time." Looking straight at her face, somehow relieved that she was smiling at him, encouragingly, he asked, "Will you do me the honor to become my wife?" "I said it," he thought in relief, as he averted his eyes in uncertainty. "Severus, thank you so very much for asking." Her voice was soft, causing him to look up again in expectation, when she continued, "I'd love to become your wife." "Thank you," he uttered and leaned over to pull her into a much-deserved, passionate key. Bella and Arthur along with their younger children were the first to hear the good news, when Severus visited them together with Roxana that evening. "Congratulations, you two. I am very happy for you." Bella smiled and consecutively pulled them into light hugs. "Congratulations," Arthur added before asking, "do you need to observe some kind of regulations or customs in the past?" "No." Roxana shook her head. "I am living here now." Severus smirked. "In fact, this morning, Harry was so kind as to take me to the past, and I had a longer conversation with Rowena and received her permission in her parents' stead to ask Roxana for her hand in marriage." "You did what?" Roxana smiled at him in apparent amazement. "Thank you, Sev. It means a lot to me that Rowena approves of our marriage. If we have her consent, my parents will agree as well. I can take you to see them at any time, and Hermione is now able to travel by herself as well. Just give us a shout if you want to go." "Thank you, Harry." Roxana smiled. "Perhaps during the Christmas holidays." Severus nodded. "Perhaps, we can celebrate Christmas twice this year, once in this time with our friends and family here and once in the past with your family. I think I'm going to celebrate Christmas twice again, too, just like the last few years." "Hermione." His sister nodded, grinning in apparent happiness. "Do you already have a date for the wedding?" Bella looked at him with apparent interest. At the beginning of the summer holidays, Severus informed her, somehow feeling happier than he had ever felt before. "That reminds me," Bella seemed pensive for a moment, before she asked, "would the two of you be willing to become the godparents for our youngest? She is supposed to be born in June." "With pleasure," Roxana promised for both of them. Lily Black Weasley was born on June 16, 1991, the day between the leaving feast and Severus and Roxana's wedding. She had inherited Arthur's red hair, of which she had surprisingly plenty for a baby, and it seemed to be of the bushy form as Hermione's and their mother's. Her eyes were baby blue, but Aunt Poppy informed them that almost all babies had blue eyes and that the color might change during the first 12 months. "She's so cute," Harry thought, already loving the tiny being in his mother's arm. "She's very cute, and her red hair is lovely." Hermione seemed over the moon with joy, just like himself. The wedding of the two Hogwarts professors was promising to be a large affair. Severus and Roxana were well liked among the students, especially Roxana, who while teaching a subject, which most students found outright boring, often told them interesting stories about her own time. Therefore, many students from all houses had requested to be allowed to stay the 2 days until after the wedding, and Minerva had readily agreed. It was still an hour before breakfast, when Harry slipped into Hermione's bedroom. "My own. Harry. What's wrong?" "Sorry, no, nothing is wrong, but I just had an idea. I'll go to the past and invite Rowena and Salazar to come and attend the wedding." Hermione stared at him, wide-eyed. "Harry, that's a brilliant idea. I hope they'll agree to come. Do you want me to come with you?" Harry sighed, pensively. "Well, it would be easier if each of us traveled with one person, but they don't need us to travel, you know. According to Hogwarts, all founders should be able to travel by themselves. It's all right though. They don't have the experience we have and might get lost at a strange time. Give me 5 minutes, and wait outside please." Rolling his eyes, Harry left the room and impatiently paced the living room, before his sister arrived 3 minutes later. They decided to arrive at a time when breakfast was still on its way, hoping to catch the two professors in the Great Hall, and they were lucky. The founders were not in the Great Hall, but in the living room of the founders' quarters. "You should really be in Ravenclaw," Rowena quipped. "I thought you had the weekends off, during the holidays at that." Harry sighed. "Yes, professors, sorry for intruding, but today is Roxana's and Severus' wedding, and we thought that Rowena and Salazar might wish to attend." "Ah, Harry, you're so sweet. I'd love to attend Roxana's wedding. When do we need to go?" "Right away. I don't even have a present. We are not in a hurry." Hermione smiled. "Perhaps, we could visit Caradwin. Is she at home?" Helga nodded. "As she did not expect you to come over today, she did not come here. She should be at home or at least not far. Be back at lunchtime. We'll go after lunch. I need some time to brew an adequate potion for Severus." Seeing the older wizard smirk, Harry offered, "Shall I assist?" "Thank you, Thunderbolt, but there is nothing to assist. Nevertheless, it will take about 3 hours, so we shall meet you again at lunchtime. Come Harry, let's go and see if we can find Caradwin." Hermione eagerly left the Founders' quarters with Harry on her heels. "Ah, I should have brought Inu with me," he thought, when they walked down to the Hufflepuff's house, which was just behind the Hogwarts wards. Caradwin was playing with Luna in front of the house. Harry and Hermione stopped dead in their tracks, when she suddenly transformed into her Chimegai's form. "You did it," Harry said in amazement. "Congratulations, Caradwin." "Thanks," she replied, as she transformed back, while Luna was eagerly jumping up at them, licking their hands in apparent happiness. "What are you doing here? Today is Saturday. I'm very happy to have you here," she added after hearing their story. "Let's practice the animagus transformation for a bit. I can't wait for the two of you to be able to transform, too. And do not forget to invite me for the night of the full moon once you manage the transformation." Harry smirked. "You'll even be able to travel by yourself, even if I don't recommend it. Hogwarts said that we could all time travel using the tapestry, because we belong to her founders." Caradwin's face brightened in apparent happiness. "Oh, that is brilliant. Nevertheless, I would prefer to travel with you the first time." "You will." Harry nodded, reassuringly, before he tried to transform into his Chimegai's form. So far, he had already managed the complete transformation apart from his head, while his sister was still missing her left foot, which Harry found extremely strange. They practiced for an hour, while Caradwin watched and played with Luna, before Hermione suddenly managed to transform the missing foot. "Why are the girls always faster than me? I want to change my head now, too," Harry thought in annoyance, feeling upset enough to let out a large bout of magic. An instant later, he noticed that his vision expanded greatly. "Harry, you did it, too. Congratulations, Hermione and Harry." During the rest of the morning, the three friends played in front of the house in their Chimegai's forms, before Heather Hufflepuff came to call them inside to have some homemade apple cake. She admired them greatly and looked at Harry and Hermione in their Chimegai's forms in amazement, when Caradwin transformed back and told her that the Chimegais would be able to change into any other animal. "We haven't practiced that yet, but we will. I think Luna and Inu can't wait to have a mock fight with all of us in doggy forms. That's going to be much fun," Harry thought in anticipation. When Harry and Hermione returned to Hogwarts at noon, Harry felt very much accomplished, and he knew that his sister was equally happy. "I wonder what potion Salazar brewed for Severus," he thought aloud. "Perhaps it's a prank potion." "I don't think so, Harry. He won't want to prank Severus on his wedding." "That's true." Harry felt almost disappointed, knowing that Hermione was right. When they met with Salazar and Rowena in the living room, Salazar showed them two phials containing a liquid, one in a beautiful green color and the other blue. "Oh, it's the colors of this time." Hermione stared at the phials in apparent amazement. Salazar nodded. "Severus told me that you do not have these colors anymore in your time. That is why I brewed these for him. These are very concentrated, and he will only need a tiny amount to color, for example, a huge window." "That is a truly amazing present." Hermione smiled in clear admiration. "Mine is a small compendium of my most brilliant charms projects along with the incantations and the wand movements," Rowena explained. "Roxana always wanted to know how I charmed the ceiling of the Great Hall, for example. It's all explained here." "That sounds extremely interesting." Harry longingly stared at the parchments, causing Rowena to chuckle. "Don't worry, Harry. I will teach you each of these charms. Oh, by the way," Hermione cast Rowena a pleading look, "did you already discuss how Harry and I might be able to finish Hogwarts in the past before attending it in the future?" Rowena smirked. "We shall have a solution for you by Harry's birthday." Apart from the bride and the groom, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin became the main attraction at Severus and Roxana's wedding. Before Severus and Roxana left for a one-week's honeymoon to a magical resort, for which their colleagues had presented them a voucher, Severus took Harry aside. "Thank you so much for bringing Salazar and Rowena here today. That was my very best wedding present." Harry grinned. "You're very welcome, Uncle Severus. Have much fun on your trip." Severus smirked, before he pulled his wife close and activated the portkey. "Harry." Salazar and Rowena suddenly stood behind him. "We are thinking about spending at least 1 week in this time. Would you mind accompanying us, when we venture out of Hogwarts, and most importantly, will you help us get back to the day, from which you fetched us, afterwards?" "Of course. I will be happy to have you here, and so will everyone else." He remained pensive for a moment before asking, "Would you mind me inviting Caradwyn to accompany me here to the future and join us?" "Of course not." Rowena smiled. "You could ask Godric and Helga to join us as well. That way, you will only have to play tour guide once, and if you take all of us back to this very morning in the past, no one will be the wiser." Needless to say that Caradwyn was over the moon with joy, when Harry and Hermione invited her to the future for a week. During the following week, Harry and Hermione spent the mornings in the past as usual, before they traveled back to the morning in the future and accompanied their 5 ancient guests on sightseeing as well as shopping trips to the Muggle world in the mornings and to Diagon Alley in the afternoons, where Hermione and the 4 professors spent much time at the bookshop, while Harry and Caradwyn ventured into the large parks in Muggle London with Inu and Luna. Sometimes, Rowena even accompanied them to the Muggle world. Just when everyone readied themselves to travel back to the past, Severus and Roxana returned from their honeymoon and begged Salazar and Rowena to stay for at least another week. "I'd like to have you here for a while." Minerva smiled at her predecessor as Gryffindor head and headmaster. "During this week, you were much too busy to discuss this and that." "I second that." Poppy nodded in apparent eagerness. "Helga, I'd love to study together with you for a while." "May I study together with the 2 of you?" Caradwyn cast Poppy and her sister a pleading look, causing them to instantly agree. In the end, the 5 ancient wizards and witches remained until the end of the summer holidays, before they would return to the beginning of the summer in the past. "Harry, from which day did you take us here?" Rowena cast him a sharp look. "Was it June 17, 991? "Yes, and it was right after lunch." Everyone profusely thanked Harry and Hermione for their hospitality and guidance, before they entered the time room to return to their time. Harry and Hermione had reassured each of them how to travel and that they could do it just by themselves. Nevertheless, Helga was adamant to take Caradwyn and Luna with her. Inu lay down in front of the door, letting out a yowl of apparent annoyance. "Don't worry, Inu. We'll go to see them again tomorrow morning," Harry said in a soothing voice, causing the canine to gently lick his hand in apparent understanding. However, suddenly Rowena returned from the time room, once everyone else had left. "Harry and Hermione, there are 2 things, which I wish to do before returning home." When both looked at her in silent question, she explained, "I noticed that in this time, they have many useful devices working on something called Eceltricity in the Muggle world. However, we don't have such a thing in the magical world, not even in this time. Therefore, to me, the Muggle world in this time seems much more advanced than our own world, and I believe that this is a point, which the 2 of you should be able to remedy in the future." "But how?" Hermione cast the older witch a questioning look. "Dad is somehow very interested in the Muggle world, and he once bought us portable cassette players. They work on batteries, which we can buy in the Muggle world. Can you show me these devices?" Rowena sounded uncharacteristically excited. "You can borrow mine." Harry smiled. "While I like it, I barely have time to listen to the music." "Thank you. I would like to speak to your mother anyway, before I return home to my time. Thank Merlin that the others won't miss me, even if I stay here for a bit longer." Bella looked up in surprise, when Hermione and Harry led Rowena Ravenclaw into their rooms. "Rowena, please take a seat. Would you like some tea?" Rowena accepted the information and slowly began to speak. "Bellatrix, I wish to profusely thank you. You might not know this, but I am a seer. When Harry was born, I had many visions about him, his future, Hogwarts' future and that of several of the people, who are currently working as her professors. You have greatly changed this future for many people." Bella stared at the ancient witch in shock. "Did I? I am sorry. What did I do?" To her surprise, Rowena chuckled. "No, Bellatrix, there is nothing for which you need to apologize. On the contrary, you made the world of this time much better for many people. You began changing things, when you became a professor here and prevented Severus Snape from choosing a very bad, dark path. Instead, he became friends with Sirius and Remus. In my visions, Sirius rotted in Azkaban for 12 years, and Remus was alone and without a job for a long time. Harry was sent to his relatives, was abused by the Muggles and grew up without as much as a friend let alone an opportunity to study, before he came to Hogwarts and had to battle Voldemort once a year. You changed everything for the better. If I was the Minister of Magic, I would award you the Order of Merlin for your achievements." Bella smiled, as she took a whimpering Lily into her arms and began to feed her. "Thank you, Rowena. I don't need anything. My husband, my children and my position here at Hogwarts as well as my work with the Unspeakables make me extremely happy. On the contrary, I need to thank you for teaching Hermione and Harry so much. Even if Harry is not even Elven, they are much more knowledgeable and advanced than most of our 5th years. Even more so than our older students," Arthur added from beside her. "Our Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is highly incompetent, by the way, and would never willingly award anyone the Order of Merlin anyway, at least not by his own will. Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has tried to give seats on the Wizengamot to some of the older families, such as the Weasleys, however. Fudge always refused. I believe that he is firmly in the hands of Death Eaters, such as Lucius Malfoy." Harry and the twins were lucky that Millicent Bagnold was still the minister when they cured the werewolves. As much as Bella and Arthur despised the current Minister of Magic, they were shocked along with everyone else in the magical world of their time, when Cornelius Fudge was murdered. It was on the day before her youngest son's 11th birthday, and Bella was just crossing the Ministry of Magic together with the head of Team 5, Unspeakable Raw, when a loud alarm rang through the ministry. "Let's return to the Unspeakables' office to hear what the matter is," Raw instructed her, when they encountered a large, green snake that slithered towards the exit in an apparent hurry. Bella raised her wand and stunned the beast. "Well done. Better to be safe than sorry," her grandfather commended her. "Let me speak with Croaker." An instant and as Bella assumed a telepathic conversation with the head Unspeakable later, he informed her, "The minister has been murdered by his own undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge, who then transformed into a snake and fled." "Umbridge?" Bella stared at her grandfather in disbelief. "I thought she was close to a squib. How did she manage the animagus transformation? That, my child, is beyond my comprehension. Let's hand the snake over to the Aurors and go to see Amelia to discuss the election of a new minister." While the members of the Wizengamot gathered for an impromptu meeting the following morning, Harry, Hermione and Inu traveled to the past for their first celebration of Harry's birthday. "Why are you so excited? If I remember correctly, it's my birthday, not yours." "Harry." Hermione rolled her eyes in apparent annoyance. "Did you forget?" "What? No, I didn't forget my birthday," he quipped. "Neville and Draco are going to come over this afternoon." Hermione let out a sigh of clear exasperation, causing Harry to inwardly chuckle. "Of course, I remember that the founders promised us a solution to the problem of attending Hogwarts in both times." He thought in amusement at his sister's attitude. It was too funny to watch to admit that he knew what her excitement was about. "I can't wait to hear their solution either," he thought. "I just hope they have one at all." Harry and Hermione realized soon that their 4 teachers of the Middle Ages had sufficiently considered the matter of their studies. "At the end of August, the 3 of you are going to take your OWL in 1 respectively 2 subjects." Harry, Hermione and Caradwin stared at the headmaster in disbelief. "But Professor, we haven't even been studying for the OWLs yet." Hermione seemed to be close to panicking, while Caradwin smiled. "She's probably already heard of it," Harry realized, glancing from his sister to his best friend. "While Caradwin will take her OWL in healing, Hermione will intensely study runes during August and Harry potions and charms," Godric continued. "If the 3 of you manage to pass these exams, you will continue studying for your newts in these subjects as well as the other OWLs. Do you understand me?" "Yes sir, but," Hermione trailed off upon noticing that Godric held up his hand. "Salazar has invented a potion for the 3 of you, which will make you age slower, so that you can take your newt in your special subject and the OWLs in all others in 2 years' time and still not look older than your 11-year-old classmates, when you begin attending classes in the future. Before you doubt my abilities, Ms. Black Weasley," Salazar spoke up, causing Harry to inwardly chuckle. "The potion should not have any side effects and is supposed to wear off in a couple of years. Of course, I could not exactly try it out yet." The 3 11-year-olds nodded in understanding. "Thank you very much, sir." Harry for once beat the girls to a response. "So, Caradwin is going to attend classes with us in the future?" He cast his best friend a questioning look. "I'd love that very much." Her voice was laced with obvious enthusiasm. "We'd like that, too." Hermione's voice was warm and welcoming, and Harry nodded, eagerly. We believe, Rowena continued, that it would be for the best if you simply remained with us for the 2 years until your owls and only then return to the future to begin Hogwarts anew. Of course, you can return here during the summer holidays or at any other time to finish your newts in the other subjects if that's what you want. This is not a decision for today though. If you wish to speak with your parents beforehand, that's fine, too. Helga smiled. Perhaps, you have a cuddly toy or something you want to fetch from your time as well. Harry nodded. Yes, I think I'd like to tell Mum the truth. There's just one thing. If anything happened in the future, how could they contact us? Rowena smiled. Harry, nothing will happen in the future. If you return home today and celebrate your birthday, you can come back here tomorrow morning. After 2 years of studying here, you will then simply return to tomorrow morning in your time. For your family in the future, no time will have passed, while you spent 2 years here in this time. Ah, all right. Harry, do you understand? No time will pass in the future. They won't even notice that we're gone. Oh right, that's true. Harry remained pensive for a moment. In that case, perhaps, we shouldn't even return today. If we tell Mum and Dad about it, they'll only worry unnecessarily. We can just stay here and then return to the morning of my birthday after finishing the newts. Hermione agreed, and Salazar held out 3 small files. Caradwin, shouldn't you speak with your parents first, so they'll know why you remain 11 for a while? Caradwin grinned broadly. Thanks for your concern, Harry, but Helga and I already spoke with them beforehand. They also agreed for me to study together with you in the future, provided that I come back to see them every now and then. Harry received 2 booklets from Salazar, one for his studies for the potions owl and one with his newest prank potions. Rowena had compiled a study plan for his charms owl for him, while she gave a compilation of runes to Hermione. Godric gave him an assortment of treats for various kinds of animals, motioning him to try changing from his Chimegai's form into other magical beasts. Fox told me to let you know that he's waiting to play with you in your phoenix form. Godric also provided a box for him containing ingredients necessary for crafting his own sword. My present is a little different. Helga came over and pulled him into a light hug, before she handed him a parcel that looked like some kind of folded cloth in a dark blue color. I made these robes for you. She smiled. Nevertheless, I will take you to Hogsmeade this afternoon, as you and also Hermione need more clothes than just these robes. Harry looked at the old-fashioned blue robes and immediately liked them. They are amazing. Thank you so very much. Try them on. Caradwin held out her hand to take the wild robes, which the time travel room automatically used to provide for everyone, and Harry complied. They suit you very well. Hermione grinned. Harry squirmed under the girl's sharp looks. After their trip to the clothes maker, the so far only shop in Hogsmeade, Helga and the 3 11-year-olds spent the rest of the afternoon at the Hufflepuff's house, enjoying Heather Hufflepuff's plum cake. Your mother makes the best cake, Harry sighed, contentedly, when they finally returned to Hogwarts on time for dinner. Absolutely, Hermione fully agreed. It's a strange feeling to think that we're going to stay here overnight without returning home tonight as usual. Hermione, you may return to your time whenever you wish. We're not going to keep you prisoner here in this time. Helga smiled. Thanks Helga, for convincing Mum to let me stay at Hogwarts for the rest of the holidays, too. Caradwin grinned broadly. I will make sure that Harry and Hermione will not get homesick, especially Harry. Harry rolled his eyes at his friend, knowing that it was her revenge for what he had told her parents about her possibly getting homesick in the future a few months ago. During the 4 weeks before they had to take one or in Harry's case 2 owls, the 4 professors kept them extremely busy. One day, after Salazar had called him a dunderhead twice, Harry was almost ready to give up his studies in the past and return to the future. I'm so sick of it. Salazar calls me names and expects me to do everything correctly, but won't even tell me what I did wrong, he complained to Hermione and Caradwin. Severus is much more patient and willing to explain things. Perhaps, he wants you to find out what you did wrong by yourself. Hermione suggested. Caradwin nodded knowingly. Salazar can be very moody and grumpy, but that never lasts. Ask him about it tomorrow, and he'll probably be willing to explain things to you. Harry was not convinced, however, the thought of Caradwin and Hermione kept him continuing to study for his potions owl. To Harry's relief, his potions owl as well as the charms owl exam were relatively easy in comparison to what the professors had expected from him during the remaining 4 weeks of the holidays. By the time they finished the exams and began to look forward to the upcoming school year, the question arose if Harry and Hermione would have to be sorted. However, Godric simply informed them that Sappho had already told him that he would only sort them into the Founders' quarters just like Caradwin anyway. In the future, we're probably going to be sorted though. Hermione cast Harry a thoughtful look. Perhaps, we can ask Sappho to simply sort us into the Founders' quarters again. I mean, Hogwarts told us that she considers the 3 of us her founders, so why not? Harry quirked an eyebrow at his sister, who nodded, thoughtfully. I really hope so, Caradwin agreed. I would not want to live in one of the dormitories without the 2 of you. People might notice that I'm strange, because I did not grow up in your time. Hermione pulled her friend into a bear's hug. Don't worry, Caradwin. In the worst case, you can still stay in our parents' rooms if you're not allowed to live in your own room. Harry and I will be with you in any case. Harry smiled, as he observed how Inu and Luna gently licked Hermione's hands in silent gratitude. While Harry had been worried that he was going to miss his family in the future, he thoroughly enjoyed himself staying in the past without having to time travel twice a day. After they finished studying for the day, they spent the evening in one or the other common room until curfew. This changed, however, in the summer after their 4th school year, when Rowena and Helga gave birth to their first children, Helena and Desmond. From that time onwards, the now 12-year-old trio spent the whole evening in their rooms assisting the professors to look after their babies. They're so cute. Harry grinned, as the girls fawned over the babies. They're cute, all right, but did they have to make such a fuss each time they see them, he thought, suddenly missing his own little sister, Lily. Harry, you know that Helena and Desmond are your many times great-grandparents, don't you? Hermione sounded slightly reproachful, almost as if she had been able to read his thoughts. Well, should I call them Granny and Granddad? Harry quipped, causing his sister to roll her eyes in apparent annoyance. Their 4th and 5th Hogwarts year passed uneventfully, and while they prepared themselves for the owls and in Harry's case his potions and charms newt, Harry's thoughts frequently lingered on the question if he wanted to add 2 more years in the past to take his newt in all subjects or rather return to the future and become a first year again. I wonder if Hermione is pondering the same question, he thought, surprised that she had not brought up the matter yet. It was only in the evening after their last exam, when Hermione spoke up. Harry, Caradwin, I don't know what you think, but I'd rather stay here and finish my newts before returning to the future and become a first year again. Harry cast Caradwin a questioning look. I'd like that, she said, simply, smiling in apparent happiness. I think so, too, Harry admitted, although, frankly speaking, I'm not sure if I really want to begin studying from scratch again. He looked up in surprise, when Rowena suddenly made her way over to them and sat on the sofa next to Hermione. Harry, she addressed him in a soft voice. I can understand that the idea of becoming a first year again is not very appealing. However, due to the visions I had from the future, I know that the magical world needs you in the future. Voldemort is not gone yet, and according to a prophecy, you are the only person able to vanquish him. While Hermione is not mentioned in the prophecy, in my visions, she was always with you and supported you. I will help them, too. Caradwin smiled, only to add, can't we simply go to the time when he was born, and prevent him from being born though? She cast Rowena a questioning look. Rowena shook her head. No, we must not change history too much. However, I promise that I'll join you in the future every now and then, and I will show you my visions. We can then decide if the path you chose in my visions is the best or if we have better ideas. Nevertheless, I believe that it is a good idea for you to enjoy 2 more years here in my time and finish Hogwarts in this time. Harry and his friends nodded in understanding. Thank you for your advice, Rowena. Harry gratefully nodded at Hermione. Yes, thank you, Rowena. Now, as the 2 of you have already finished charms and runes, every morning during the holidays as well as during the class times of these subjects, I wish to do research together with you. At the same time, Helga will teach Caradwin. Cool, Harry thought, wondering what they were going to study. He only faintly recalled that Rowena had told them something about electricity years ago, however, he did not have a clue how they would be able to research such a thing, especially in this time, when people did not even have electricity in the Muggle world. What about potions? Harry wondered and asked Salazar a few days later. You're going to study for the mastery? Salazar seemed surprised that he had even asked. As Rowena has already decided to occupy you during the mornings, you will spend the afternoons with me. You should be able to take the mastery exam at the same time as the newts in the other subjects. Thank you, sir, for teaching me. Harry felt very grateful to the professor, who was moody and rarely ever commended him for good work, but otherwise was a very good teacher. You're welcome, Thunderbolt. It was on the first day of the summer holidays that Rowena shocked them greatly. While Caradwin was studying healing under Helga's tutelage, Rowena made Harry and Hermione come into her office. The two 13-year-olds, who only looked as if they were 11 due to the potion, which Salazar had given them 2 years ago, stared around the office in surprise. A modern computer was sitting on the desk along with some single screen and what seemed to be a very small telephone. Rowena chuckled in apparent amusement at their stunned expression. I went to a time when you had just finished your 5th year in the future. You helped me buy these in the Muggle world. However, it was horrible. Terrible things happened, which we need to prevent from occurring at all costs. I spent about a week in the future talking with your parents as well as Roxana and Severus, and we developed some ideas how to prevent some things. When you're going to return to the future, I will accompany you. Thank you, Hermione once again beat him to a response. Thank you, Harry echoed, before he pointed to the devices on the desk. Excuse me, but what are these? These are a personal computer, a tablet and a mobile phone, and our task is to develop a combination of runes and charms that allows us to operate such eclectical Muggle devices by magic. I don't know if we'll succeed, but there is no other way than trying. I suggest that we use the mobile phone for our research. Let's do it. Hermione grinned in obvious excitement. That sounds extremely interesting. Yes, that sounds great. Harry fully agreed. Rowena, are you all right? Helga cast her friend a concerned look, when the 7 founders of Hogwarts had dinner together in their living room with the small children peacefully asleep in their cribs. Rowena shook her head. Not really. Sorry dear, you just know me too well. Earlier this morning, I traveled to the future. To a time, when Harry, Hermione and Caradwin just finished their 5th year. It was a disaster. While I know that we should not change the future, we must remedy this. Rowena. Hermione cast the older witch a questioning look. Please tell us what happened. Are our parents still alive? What about our brothers? Rowena let out a deep sigh. Your closest family was all right. Your mother was the head of the Black family and your father the Minister of Magic. What? Harry cast the witch a look of pure disbelief. What happened to Grandfather Arcturus? Even if he was dead, Uncle Sirius should be head of the family. Are they both dead? Hermione's eyes widened in apparent shock, which Harry shared completely. Your parents told me everything together with Amelia Bones. When you left your time in the morning of your 11th birthday, the Wizengamot met for a meeting to elect the new Minister of Magic. Oh right, Umbridge had killed Minister Fudge on the previous day, Hermione recalled. Yes, and apparently, she was in custody, but she escaped and somehow got into the Wizengamot chamber in a snake animagus form and bit everyone in the chamber, killing off the whole Wizengamot. Except for Amelia, because she had just left the room to inquire why there was an alarm ringing in the Aurors division, probably when Umbridge escaped. She even managed to transform into her human form and cast the killing curse at some of the members. Unfortunately, everyone was too shocked to react fast enough, and she got away. Ever since then, she has been killing people left and right together with remaining Death Eaters. Apparently, she is possessed by the Dark Lord. Voldemort, Hermione added, knowingly. Can't we simply go to the day before my birthday and ask the Unspeakables to kill her off instead of taking her into custody? If you tell Mum and Granddad what they told you this morning, they'll surely be able to prevent everything from happening. Rowena sighed. Will they believe us if we tell them, before anything even happens? Hermione nodded. Mum will believe us. I think so, too, Harry added, somehow feeling terrified. I'm sorry, Rowena, but can we perhaps go right away? I want to remedy this, before we even begin to further study here. Harry, nothing happened yet. This is 1,000 years into the future, and it does not matter when we remedy what is going to happen. I understand that, but still, I'd like to go and prevent this from happening right away. Perhaps, we could travel to the time where you went and take Mum with us to the day before my birthday. If she tells her own younger self what is going to happen, she'll surely believe it. Rowena nodded. Very well. We shall go and discuss the matter with your mother. Rowena, it will suffice if you leave in the morning after getting a good night's sleep. Helga's voice was firm and allowed no contradiction. I shall accompany you after breakfast tomorrow morning. Harry looked at Godric in surprise. Cool that he'll go with us, he thought, when he recalled that the reason for their travel was not exactly pleasant. May I go with you? Caradwin cast Rowena a pleasing look. I don't like it. Helga looked at her younger sister in understandable concern. Helga, we won't endanger Caradwin. Harry beat everyone else to a response. We will not take her with us to the Ministry of Magic. Only I will go there together with my mum. Caradwin will remain at Hogwarts the whole time. Helga cast him an appreciative nod. Under this condition, Caradwin may accompany you. Harry, you don't think that I will allow you to endanger yourself either. Rowena stared at him in apparent disbelief. We will merely speak with your mother and perhaps one or the other unspeakable. Harry nodded in understanding. First thing the following morning, Rowena, Godric, Harry, Hermione and Caradwin traveled to the future, leaving Inu and Luna in Helga's care for the time being. Of course, it had taken much reassuring that they were going to be back in a few minutes as well as a couple of dog treats for the canines to agree. So, we need to travel to July 5, 1997 around 9 o'clock in the morning, Rowena informed them, reaching out for Caradwin's hand. As it is your first time, Helga insists that you travel with me. I am not a baby, Caradwin complained, mutters something about much too protective older sisters under her breath. May I take Caradwin with me? Harry asked in a soft voice, and Rowena agreed, much to Caradwin's apparent pleasure. Thanks, Harry. She smiled, as she slid a delicate hand into Harry's. Rowena, our older selves will be there as well, won't they? Hermione cast the older with a concerned look. Is it all right if they see us there? No, all three of you have gone to enjoy your holidays in our time. Rowena smiled. Let's go. After confirming that they had all arrived at the correct time, they left the time travel chamber and entered the empty living room. Rowena motioned for everyone to take a seat. Perhaps, one of us should go and forewarn Bellatrix and Arthur instead of showing up there all together. I only left a few minutes ago. What do you think? Hermione and Harry shook their heads. No, Mum and Dad won't have a problem if we just arrive together. I can't wait to see them after staying in the past for 2 years, he could not help thinking. I just wished we had just come to say hello instead of having to solve some problem a few years ago. They quickly made their way to the Black Weasley quarters, glad that they did not meet anyone on the way. A few minutes later, they were seated in their own living room, where their mother hugged Harry, Hermione and Caradwin like she always did. Harry happily leaned into the touch. Harry. His mother cast him a questioning look. When was the last time you were at home? Harry let out a deep sigh, and Hermione quickly explained that they had remained in the past for 2 years to finish their owls. You once told me that you stayed in the past for 4 years and completely finished Hogwarts before you came back here for your first year. But, sorry, I believe that you did not come here just for chit-chat today. She cast Rowena and Godric a questioning look. That is correct. We would like to take you 5 years into the past, to the day before Harry's 11th birthday. We believe that it would be the best if you spoke with your younger self and your grandfather or other unspeakables and asked them to kill the Dark Lord or Umbridge, before they will be able to run amok at the Ministry. His mother remained pensive for a moment, before she hesitantly agreed. All right then, let us travel to the morning of July 30, 1991 and speak with my younger self. Let's discuss with her how to proceed best. We should arrive at a time when the children have left for their respective studies, which means after breakfast. This time, Hermione took her mother with her, while Harry traveled with Caradwin, closely followed by Godric and Rowena. However, when they entered the Black Weasley quarters and their mother got a glimpse at her older self, they suddenly found themselves at one point. Who are you? I am your 5 years older self. Go on, ask me something that no one but you and me know. The younger version of their mother remained pensive for a moment, before she spoke up. Why did I decide to become an animagus when I did, and who suggested my form to me? Her older self chuckled. Father grounded me during the Christmas holidays of my first year, after the Lestrange gets complained that I had been spending too much time with Gryffindors. I then wrote to Professor Scamander and asked about a magical animal that would be useful and able to fly and flash. All right. Why are you here? Her cheery expression soon changed to horror after hearing the story from her older self. I shall go and speak with grandfather. Harry, would you be willing to accompany me to the Unspeakable's office? What about me? Hermione glared at her mother. Hermione, please keep Caradwin, Rowena and Godric company, Harry replied in a soothing voice, before he held out his hand to his mother, so that she could pop them to the Ministry of Magic. Harry, I must take you to Croaker and ask for permission to bring you into the Unspeakable's office first. Perhaps, he will request you to swear an oath to keep our secrets. With a flick of her hand, his mother was dressed in the gray unspeakable robes, which Harry had seen one or the other time. Harry shrugged. That's no problem, Mum. Together, they entered a small office, at least it seemed small to Harry, as it was crammed with books and parchments. Not only the shelves that completely covered the walls, but even the chairs and the windowsill were loaded with piles of parchment. Croaker, we urgently need to speak with you. This is my son, Harry. Medusa and Harry, come in. Croaker's voice was firm but warm, and Harry immediately liked the older wizard, even he could not see his face. His mother informed Croaker about Harry's ability to travel through time at Hogwarts, before she told him what according to her older self was going to happen later the same day and on the following day. Are you absolutely certain? Umbridge is possessed by Voldemort and going to kill Minister Fudge later today and the whole Wizengamot tomorrow. Croaker sounded calm but alert at the same time. Yes sir, Harry echoed. My older self told me that she headed to the Ministry together with Ra, and they encountered the snake but merely stunned it, so that Alistair Moody could take it into custody. Obviously, that didn't work out well. Obviously not. Harry, would you be willing to tell Alistair Moody and Amelia Bones the truth about yourself? Harry nodded. Aunt Amelia knows everything anyway, and Uncle Sirius, too. Croaker nodded in understanding. Let's speak with the three of them then. An instant later, 3 dark blue tortoise patroni consecutively left the tip of his wand and shot throughout the nearest wall. Let's go. I am sure that Amelia and her colleagues will be waiting for us when we arrive. A few minutes later, they entered the office of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Croaker, Harry and his mother took turns telling Amelia, Sirius and Moody the story. You cannot simply take her into custody and look for proof later, Croaker warned the Ministry employees. If she's possessed by Voldemort, that would be too dangerous. But we cannot simply kill her either. Amelia remained pensive for a moment, before she added, we could stun her from behind. If the three of us, Sirius, Moody and I cast the spell together, it should be strong enough to even counter Voldemort. We could then call the Wizengamot together for an impromptu meeting and request for her to be pushed through the veil. Harry, you said that I was the only member of the Wizengamot who survived the attack. Would you perhaps be willing to fetch my older self here? I'm sorry, Amelia, but I am not going to allow my son to travel to an uncertain future just by himself. His mother's voice allowed no contradiction, and Harry somehow felt very much cared for. Will you please accompany him? Amelia rose from her chair. Of course. Harry, if we go immediately, when can we be back? Can we use the flow to our quarters at Hogwarts? Yes. Amelia nodded, reassuringly. In the time travel chamber, Amelia pondered where to go and to which time. In the end, she decided on a time very early in the morning 2 days in the future. I hope my older self will ask, before she kills us, she said, before they stepped into the fireplace heading to her private home. 10 minutes after they had left Amelia's office, they were back together with Amelia of 2 days into the future. In the meantime, Harry's mother had called Unspeakable Ra over, and Ra, Moody and Sirius had gone and stunned Umbridge. She was sitting in a corner of the office, and Moody and Sirius were standing next to her with their wands trained on the stunned witch. Harry's mother just let her wand sink, when Harry stepped out of the fireplace. I've cast the spell at her that prevents her from transforming into any animagus form, she informed them, somehow sounding contented. Why don't you take it a step further, Bella? Sirius grinned. A wooden toad would make a good replacement. Like this. She grinned, and with a flick of her wand, a green, wooden toad was sitting on the floor. Amelia. Croaker let out a deep sigh. Frankly speaking, I don't believe that the Wizengamot would agree to send her through the veil after seeing a memory of what would happen later today or tomorrow. Don't you think we should just take her with us into the unspeakable quarters and see to it that she'll never appear within the ministry again? I agree. Ra nodded his head. Me too. Sirius confirmed. Did anyone see you? Amelia inquired. No. You know the others prefer to be elsewhere if she's present. Sirius rolled his eyes. Which is absolutely understandable. Bellatrix stated. If I may. Then, seeing everyone nod their agreement, Croaker raised his hand and transfigured the green toad into what he explained was dragon dung, which he then vanished by a Scourgify spell. To Harry's annoyance, a black cloud rose out of the dragon dung, just before the last spell hit, and was just about to flee through the nearby wall, when Croaker caught it in what seemed to be some kind of sphere. The cloud somehow looked like black smoke. However, by the time Croaker was done with his spell casting, it had turned white, and the head unspeakable contentedly banished it with another flick of his hand. Good riddance, Amelia said in a firm voice. Thank you all so very much for your help, her older self added, before she turned to Harry and demanded to be taken back 2 days into the future. However, her younger self kept her back. What are we going to tell Fudge? Nothing, older Amelia replied in a firm voice. We know nothing about what happened to the boy, ch. Fudge can be glad that we saved his life, even if he doesn't know about it. I know, however, that you saved mine, Ross spoke up, and I thank you very much, granddaughter and great-grandson. Great-grandfather Arcturus. Harry stared at the old wizard in the gray unspeakable robes with a combination of shock and delight. Harry, Croaker then addressed him, please consider joining your mother's and great-grandfather's team in the unspeakable office. Your time travel abilities would be an invaluable asset to us. I fully agree, older Amelia agreed, considering that Bellatrix and he saved our whole government by their actions, which were only possible due to his abilities. As the head of the Wizengamot, I shall award both of you the Order of Merlin. Harry shook his head. No, Sirius. If you wish to award the Order of Merlin to someone, Rowena Ravenclaw deserves it. We only knew about the matter, because she alerted us to the problem. Sirius nodded in apparent understanding. Let me think about it. I am sorry, Croaker, but I will not be able to join the Unspeakables at this time. Harry inwardly sighed. This is getting too complicated for my liking. Right now, I am studying for my newts in the time of the founders of Hogwarts. I will return to this time on time for my first Hogwarts year to begin in a month's time. For me, it will be in 2 years' time. Maybe, by then, I will feel comfortable enough to accept your generous offer. I will contact you if that's all right for you. Of course, Harry. You are welcome to join us at any time. Bellatrix and I will see to it. Great-grandfather Arcturus promised the head unspeakable. After returning older Amelia as well as the older self of his mother to the future, Harry spent a while talking to his parents, whom he had greatly missed during the last 2 years, before he returned to the past with everyone who had accompanied him on this rescue mission. Thank Merlin, we managed to save the future, at least for now, he thought in relief, uncertain if there was more of Voldemort to come. Rowena once said that I'm going to fight him sometime in the future, he thought in annoyance. Back in the past, Harry and Hermione concentrated on their newt classes, their masteries in potions or in Hermione's case runes as well as their attempts to make the future Muggle devices work in the magical world. On Rowena's suggestion, they decided to work on the mobile phone first, as it was the smallest of the devices that Rowena had brought to the past. Nevertheless, it took them almost 2 years, before they managed to have the mobile phone start, only to shut off right away. That is at least some progress. Rowena seemed contented. Now, I suggest that you concentrate on your exams. We will continue our research afterwards. No, wait. Hermione impatiently reached out for a parchment and a quill and eagerly began to draw a rune. Harry stared at it, however, had no clue what it meant, before Rowena nodded, seemingly contented. Eternity. That is a good idea. Now, spell it onto the phone. A moment and a wave of Hermione's hand later, the same rune decorated the surface of the mobile phone. Harry nodded and using an easy charm changed the color of the rune to a tone very similar to that of the mobile phone. That's great. Now, the rune isn't as obvious anymore. Hermione grinned. The question is if it's going to work though. Rowena smirked. Now, who is going to do the honor? My own. Grinning in obvious expectation, Hermione switched on the mobile phone. Oh no, we need a second one to see if it works at all. Harry groaned, as realization set in. I suggest that you go and buy a second one, when you go to attend your first year in the future, Rowena suggested. I will accompany you, and if they don't have this kind of device in the Muggle world at that time yet, we shall head to the end of your 5th year, the time from which I bought it in the first place. You cannot simply bring this into your rooms in your parents' quarters though. You should keep it in one of the rooms in our quarters and not allow anyone entrance. Yes, I think we should patent the charms and runes used, before we can let anyone apart from our parents know about it, Hermione said in a firm voice that was laced with excitement. I really wished we did not have to attend Hogwarts again from first year. Harry let out a deep sigh, adding silently, I'd rather ask Caradwyn to become my girlfriend. Harry, is everything all right? Hermione inquired, once they left Rowena's office and took Inu out onto the grounds for a small walk. Ever since we talked about returning to the future to attend first year, you've been extremely quiet. She is much too observing, Harry thought, just like Caradwyn. Do you think I could ask Caradwyn to become my girlfriend? Harry's voice was barely audible, however, Hermione stared at him, seemingly compassionately. Harry, I am not sure if you can simply ask someone to become your girlfriend in this time. In the future, you could, but here, I think our parents would have to talk with her parents. I don't know, but I think I heard Ben and Gwendolyn talk about such a thing the other day. Harry stared at his sister in shock. Shall we ask Helga about it? Or rather Rowena, Hermione suggested. But perhaps Caradwyn doesn't even want to become my girlfriend. Harry cast his sister a helpless look. Hermione chuckled. She has been having a crush on you, since we first met her, when we were 6. Believe me, she will agree. Let's go and ask Rowena what you should do, Hermione suggested. Come. Harry hesitantly followed the girl into the office, from where they had just come. To his relief, Hermione immediately spoke up in his stead and asked the older witch for an advice how to proceed in the matter. Hermione, Harry, I am sorry, but what exactly is a girlfriend? Is this something like a betrothed? Harry could feel his cheeks heat up in embarrassment and looked at Hermione, gratefully, when she replied on his behalf. It doesn't go as far as a betrothal. It is more of a light promise to ask her to become his wife at a later time. Sorry, I can't explain it better. Rowena smiled. Your explanation was good enough. I get the point. It is difficult due to the cultural differences in our times. On the one hand, you could speak with Helga and ask for her opinion, however, on the other hand, Caradwyn intends to accompany you and attend Hogwarts again in the future together with you. Why don't you simply ask her to become your girlfriend in the future? When you're older and both know that you wish to marry, you can still bring your parents here and ask them to speak with Heather and Heath. I think both of them know you and will appreciate you anyway. Harry nodded in determination. Thank you, Rowena. I will ask her once we're back in the future then. Although, he let out a deep sigh, we're only going to be 11-year-olds and first years at that time. You're 16 now, right? Harry and Hermione nodded. We don't look like 16 though, do we? Will people believe that we're only 11? Rowena nodded. Yes, I think so. Salazar's potion worked very well. A few weeks later, when Harry and Hermione had taken their masteries and Caradwyn had become a certified healer, the three supposed to be 11-year-olds traveled to the future, arriving in the morning of Harry's official 11th birthday. With their family of the medieval ages, they had agreed to come back to further study and perhaps even assist in their time every weekend. Depending on who our head of house is, we need to leave on Saturday mornings and return at exactly the same time, Hermione told Harry and Caradwyn, who nodded in understanding. We should talk to Mum and Dad in any case, Harry replied. Mum is brilliant at convincing people. Perhaps, she can even get a permission from Granny Minerva for us to spend the weekends in the past. I hope that people won't notice that I didn't grow up in the future. Caradwyn, who was always smiling and in a good mood, suddenly seemed very uncertain. Don't worry. We'll always be with you, Harry promised. Even if we're in different houses, we can meet in the Founders' quarters or at our home outside of class. Seeing that Caradwyn made a beeline towards her own room in the Founders' quarters, Hermione called her back. In the future, we always live in our parents' rooms, at least until the sorting. Please come with us. With Inu and Luna dashing ahead, the trio swiftly made their way to the Black Weasley quarters. Welcome back. Their mother smiled in obvious happiness, before she proceeded to greet the doggies and hug the three of them. Are you going to stay and attend Hogwarts in our time now? Harry nodded. Yes, that's the plan. I've asked the house elves to make a room for Caradwin between your rooms. Bellatrix chuckled. Inu seems to be taking good care of Luna. Harry grinned, seeing through the open kitchen door that both canines were sitting in begging positions in front of the shelf, where his mother used to keep the dog treats. Thank you so much, Mrs. Black Weasley. Caradwin smiled in apparent relief. Please just call me Bellatrix, and please feel at home here and come to me if anything bothers you. It must be very different to live in this time than in the past. How old are the three of you, by the way? You certainly look like 11-year-olds. Hermione grinned. 16. Caradwin sighed. I believe that it is going to be a challenge to behave like 11-year-olds. Harry nodded. Much worse, to be treated like 11-year-olds. That's true. Hermione groaned. We're not even allowed to go to Hogsmeade just by ourselves. Actually, Mum, there is something that we need help with. Seeing her mother look at her, questioningly, she explained, in the past, we did not use wands. We just cast magic using our hands, but Rowena told us that in this time, we must use wands, and she told us to ask one of you to teach us, because we might have problems using a wand. Their mother nodded in apparent understanding. We will ask either your father or Minerva to teach you. First of all, we need to go and buy wands for you. Oh no. Caradwin slapped her hand against her forehead. We should have asked Godric to help us make our own wands. He once told me that they'd be much more powerful if we made them ourselves. We just forgot about it before coming here. Harry rose from his chair. Let's go and ask him then. Mum, sorry, but we'll be back in 5 minutes. His mother let out a small sigh but nodded. All right. Be careful. You can leave Inu and Luna here. Needless to say that the canines' opinions differed, and before the trio could even leave, Inu and Luna dashed ahead through the door, as soon as Hermione opened it. Of course, we can make wands for you. Godric readily rose from his chair in his office, where the 4 professors were just having tea together. Have you decided on the ingredients? Salazar sounded grumpy as ever, and Harry inwardly groaned. We should have discussed this with Rowena in private, he thought in annoyance. No sir, we thought that you might wish to advise us what to use to make most efficient wands. Hermione completely ignored the grumpy tone in Salazar's voice, and Godric nodded. That is correct. I suggest using a feather from Fawkes as the core. Fawkes, he turned to his familiar, would you mind giving us 3 feathers? Of course not, considering that one of the nestlings is a fellow phoenix. Harry. Godric raised an eyebrow. Did you ever transform from your Chimegai's form into a phoenix? Harry chuckled. Yes sir, and during the last couple of years, I have gone flying with Fawkes about once a month. Show me. Hermione sounded reproachful, as she continued, why did you never show me your phoenix form? Harry shrugged. Because it's not a big deal. He quickly transformed into his Chimegai's form and further into his water phoenix form, before he flashed right onto Fawkes' perch, much to his friend's obvious delight. Seeing how powerful Harry is, you could use his blood as one of the ingredients. Helga somehow sounded proud of him, and Harry trilled a happy melody as confirmation, before he flew down onto the ground and transformed back. Very well. Godric remained pensive for a moment, before he continued, as to the 3rd ingredient, Salazar, do you believe we could use some of Hogwarts' lichens? Are they powerful enough yet? Salazar shook his head. No. There are some already, but they're much too fresh. Let Thunderbolt and Chatterbox get them from the future. Of course, Harry realized. 1,000 years into the future, the old lichens must be more powerful. He rose from his chair. Salazar, would it be all right if I showed Severus the shortcut to the roof garden? Yes. I'll be back in a few minutes, Harry announced, before he popped right into the time room and returned to the future, where he popped again in front of Severus' office. Harry. The older wizard greeted him in surprise. Sorry, Uncle Severus, but I need to get onto the roof, and I thought perhaps I could use the shortcut, which begins in your private lab. My private lab? Shortcut to the roof? Severus quirked an eyebrow. Please enlighten me. Harry chuckled, thinking once again that Severus somehow resembled Salazar to a great deal. He showed the older wizard the shortcut, and Severus in turn taught Harry how to efficiently harvest the lichens. They must be extremely powerful and make a valuable ingredient for a wand, Severus said in clear admiration. Thanks for showing me the shortcut. That will come in handy, especially as it allows me to access my herb garden at the same time. Harry stared at the older wizard in confusion. Sorry, where is the herb garden? Over there. Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he motioned the older wizard to climb down a few steps. Following him, he placed his hand against the wall and quickly conferred with the castle, before he added a second shortcut that led straight into Severus' herb garden. Done. He turned around to face the older wizard, who stared at the steps in front of them in apparent disbelief. Thank you, Harry. You're very welcome. Thank you for your help. It was almost dinner time, when they finished their 3 wands with their teacher's assistance. Now, you will not travel back to the future right away. Helga's voice allowed no contradiction. You are going to get a good night's sleep, before I can allow you to leave. The 3 teenagers grudgingly agreed and spent the evening practicing to cast magic using their wands under Rowena's supervision. Unbeknownst to the children, Rowena and Godric traveled to the future to hold a small discussion with Bellatrix and Arthur late the same evening. After animatedly talking and drinking wine for an hour, they returned to their time, arriving 5 minutes after they had left, while Harry, Hermione and Caradwin were peacefully asleep. They're right, Bella whispered to her husband, as she contentedly snuggled into his side readying herself to sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange everything. You do that. You're the best, my clever wife, Arthur replied in gently key, at her. Good night, love. When Harry, Hermione and Caradwin returned 5 minutes after they had left to make their wands, their father informed them that their mother was at the Unspeakable's office. When he offered to practice using their wands with them, they happily agreed and spent the rest of the morning in the Transfiguration classroom practicing all kinds of transfiguration spells. If Harry wondered why his father had taken them to the classroom to practice, he should soon realize that it had been a wise decision. When Caradwin cast a simple spell to change 5 wooden mice into 5 plush cats in different colors too powerfully, causing 5 very much alive kittens of different colors to run around the classroom, closely followed by Inu and Luna. While Caradwin began to apologize, Harry and Hermione laughed aloud seeing how the canines chased the kittens, before Arthur banished them with a flick of his wand. That was a little too much magic. He smirked at Caradwin, who nodded and once again apologized. After practicing with Rowena the previous evening and training with Arthur for about 3 hours, they finally felt somehow confident, especially knowing that the other first years would not be proficient at casting spells yet either. At least, we can do all the spells wandlessly if necessary, he thought in relief. When they returned home, their mother looked incredibly smug. What did she do now? Harry wondered, knowing that his mother loved to meddle with things. However, before he could voice his question, she motioned for them to get ready for lunch in the Great Hall. When they arrived in the Great Hall, which was still decorated for his birthday, Harry noticed in surprise that Amelia Bones and a very old wizard with a long white beard were visiting. What are they doing here? He wondered, as he happily greeted Amelia, who was one of his mother's best friends and had been his and Hermione's unofficial aunt ever since they had been very small. Before he could further ponder the matter, the old wizard spoke up, as soon as the 6 of them had taken her seats with little Lily sitting between his parents. The youngsters here might not know me. I am Albus Dumbledore, former headmaster of Hogwarts, the old wizard introduced himself. Before he continued, the Unspeakables have informed everyone of the disaster, which you have prevented from occurring yesterday morning. Therefore, Cornelius Fudge retired as of last night, and I was elected as the new Minister of Magic in a Wizengamot meeting this morning. Congratulations, Albus. Minerva smiled. Granny Minerva probably knew, considering that she's on the Wizengamot, Harry realized. Thank you, Headmistress. Anyway, I have come to award Harry Potter Black Weasley and his sister Hermione Black Weasley as well as Bellatrix Black, Amelia Bones and Rowena Ravenclaw the Order of Merlin First Class for saving the magical world. Excuse me, sir, Harry interrupted the old wizard. Would you mind waiting 2 minutes? Please let me fetch Professor Ravenclaw. The old wizard nodded, pleasantly. Of course, my boy. Of course. Take your time. Harry, please fetch all 4 founders, Bella whispered to her son, who nodded in agreement. Grandfather, would you mind coming to the Great Hall at Hogwarts please? And please bring Croaker, Bella thought to her team colleague and head of her family. We shall be there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Harry returned with the 4 senior founders of Hogwarts in tow, just when Ron and Croaker entered the Great Hall. Bella watched proudly how Dumbledore awarded the Order of Merlin First Class to her children, before she accepted hers as well together with Amelia and Rowena. Congratulations everyone, Dumbledore said, pleasantly, before he turned to the second reason for his presence at Hogwarts. Now, Professor Black Weasley informed me that Harry, Hermione and their friend Caradwin Hufflepuff, he nodded at the 3, have already finished their Owls and Newts and have even taken masteries in the time of the founders of Hogwarts. She showed me their results and asked me to recognize them in this time. When the children stared at the old wizard in apparent disbelief, causing Bella to inwardly chuckle, Dumbledore produced a few parchments from his robe pocket. Your Owls, Newts and masteries, valid in our time. He grinned, pleasantly, as he handed the documents to the seemingly stunned 11-year-olds. I trust that you make yourselves acquainted with your mastery subjects in this time. Now, I give word to Professor Black Weasley. Thank you, Minister. Bella smiled. Turning to the 3 children, she explained her recent thoughts. I know that you have always intended to become first years again, however, I believe that it would be an enormous waste of time. Even if you might need to live in this time, because according to that prophecy Harry has to finish off Voldemort sometime in the future, you would be more efficiently able to do such a thing as an unspeakable than as a first year. Bellatrix, if I may. Of course. Bella nodded at Croaker, smiling. I am head Unspeakable Croaker. I already invited Harry to work with the Unspeakables the day before yesterday, when he together with the other recipients of the Order of Merlin saved a great deal of people of our world. I now extend the invitation to Hermione and Caradwin. I believe that your expertise is invaluable and it would indeed be a waste of time for you to become first years once again. You will be much more efficiently able to work as Unspeakables. I would like to add Harry and Hermione to Team 5, where Rahir is the head. For Caradwin, I offer a position in the team of our healers. They told me that they are very interested in an exchange of knowledge between you and them. Bella observed in amusement how the 3 children exchanged a glance and nodded, barely noticeably. Head Unspeakable Croaker, we are only 11 though. Her daughter was the first to verbally react. That is not a problem. Salazar held out 3 small files. Excuse me, sir. Hermione sounded bewildered. Is that the antidote? Have you been carrying that around for years? Andromeda chuckled. Your mother has been working for the Unspeakables for decades. If anyone is able to cause a magical miracle, it is her. Salazar, not here. Helga rose from her chair and ushered her husband and the 3 still 11-year-olds into the antechamber, while the remaining professors eagerly discussed the matter. I was looking forward to having them as students. Minerva seemed sad at the idea that they might leave Hogwarts. Rowena grinned. They will intensely train with the Unspeakables for a few years, but they will still reside with their family at Hogwarts anyway, before they will become professors here. Caradwin is going to be the professor for healing, Hermione for ancient magic and Harry for computer studies, while Harry will replace you as the headmaster with you as his deputy and possibly granny to his and Caradwin's children. Really? Are they going to marry? Godric spoke up in obvious excitement. Helga will be delighted, if no one changes the future. Rowena shrugged, grinning. Just then, Helga and Salazar emerged with 3 young adults in tow. Hermione was walking ahead, while Harry and Caradwin stopped, smiling and holding hands, when Inu and Luna jumped up at them in apparent delight. Today is Harry's 17th birthday, Helga announced, pleasantly. Hermione and Caradwin are already 17. A magical miracle indeed. Bella chuckled, while Dumbledore offered everyone a drop. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.